Radio?
He's up and tracker's down. Jim's up high. Yeah, so we're good.
Is that why you were tardy?
Well, I wasn't tardy. I've been here the whole night, Kelly. Been here all evening. This is where I work
Yes,
from.
I know
It sounds like you probably
Uh,
will be.
Yeah, we're going to be here.
The storms are going to be coming in.
Yeah, we're going to have two waves. First, the wave out west and northwest, and then we'll get the second wave a little bit later this evening. So two waves. The second wave will be the one that hits Oklahoma City with some wind and hail. It's still a tornado threat.
You sound like you're flying on coffee right now.
I'm
so
good.
You're ready to go.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I've been flying for 2 days. I'm good. I'm good. It's all good. Hey, here we go. We're talking about trackers. They are out. Look at the shots here, folks. Supercells, rotating thunderstorms. They are going up, and they are spinning. Now, they're a bit elevated right now, or what we call not rooted. They haven't really touched down into the real deep moisture yet, but they are going up, and they are spinning. All right, ever so slowly. Look at the anvils on these things. So they're going up now. And again, a lot of these storms will be severe well after dark into this evening, and for a while, yes, into tonight. Let's go up top now. Let's bring in Jim Gardner, and look at that shot from Jim, looking at the storms from, well, a couple thousand feet up. Boy, nice shot there, Jim. You can see the tops of those clean, crisp anvils blowing off to the northeast with the jet stream. Impressive there. Give us an update as you look off to the west.
Well, that's right, David. We're just sitting between Clinton and Weatherford, straight down I-40 to the west. Those storms you're looking at right now are just crossing into Oklahoma here. We'll keep you updated. Jim Gardner reporting live for Bob Bell, Scotty's 9. Back to you.
All right, so Jim Gardner out there here this evening. Trackers are out here this evening, and we're going to be out all evening long and into tonight. Weather team's here, so here we go. Okay, let's get to it. The big view, talking about nothing going on. Again, for I-35 eastward, it's all happening right here, just the beginning, right now. Thunderstorm just in the last 10 to 15 minutes, beginning to take off. And this will be wave 1. Wave 2 will come out of southwestern Oklahoma a little bit later. But look at these storms here. These are rotating thunderstorms. They're going to lift northeast. The main threats will be large hail, damaging winds. There will be a tornado threat if these storms become established as they move up through Ellis, Roger Mills, Dewey, Woodward County, okay, over the next couple of hours. So we're watching these carefully. Jeremy's coming in here from the east. We have Brandon, we have Hank, we have Val, we have Tom a little farther south. And here's the deal. We're going to keep tracking this first line, and then the next line will come in after that. It'll start farther southwest. And the storm strength, these are continuing to just kind of hold their own. They went up hard and fast, and they're just going to continue to strengthen, I do believe. Now, doing a storm track roll at about 6:28, we'll say Arnett 6:34. How about Woodward at about 7:45? And these will look different when they get up in here, but the deal is they're going to keep moving northeast at, again, right now, 30 to 40 miles per hour. They are moving. Right now in Oklahoma City, 75 degrees, dew point of 64 degrees, our humidity, it is high. Lots of fuel, 69%. Temperatures in the 70s. It's been a very warm day for this time of year. It's been hot. How about it today? Up to 92 in Hollis, hanging on to an 87. Close enough. So the atmosphere, we're warm, we're unstable. Look at the winds here. Look at that low-level jet beginning to kick in. It's been with us all day, but it's going to ramp up this evening. The winds are going to ramp up this evening from the south to the north. Okay, this evening, here's my forecast map. From 6 o'clock to midnight, thunderstorms in the northwest. That's what's developing now. And then we're talking about 8, 9, 10 o'clock. Thunderstorms start in the southwest. They're going to push to the northeast, coming into Canadian County pretty close to midnight. All right? And overnight tonight, talking about midnight to 6 a.m., northern, central, southern Oklahoma. Okay, Oklahoma City, midnight to 1 a.m. When they come into the heart of the city, crossing I-35, we start to dry out, okay, in the west. My storm zone, a low to a moderate threat of severe weather. So a moderate threat just means more numerous severe storms in the orange. They start in the west and progress to the northeast, okay, at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. They're going to be moving. They're going to be moving fairly quickly. Large hail, damaging winds, a few isolated tornadoes will certainly be possible with the storms in the west this evening, and then a little bit later this evening with the main line as it comes out of the west and the southwest. My tornado zone, we throw in a low in the yellow, low threat. Okay, priority is a 3 up to a priority 2, which is a little bit higher for the storms in the northwest, the west, and the southwest. Instability is higher here, and this is when these storms are beginning to line out. We're still going to have that tornado threat, even as it, again, crosses I-35. Hail size, might have some golf balls out here, might have some tennis balls out here. Hail sizes will come down as these storms move east. Winds tonight, 55 to 65 miles per hour, a few gusts to over 70. Possible. Lows tonight, 40s and 50s out west, 60 here in Oklahoma City, 40s in the northwest and the panhandle. So yeah, here comes the cold front. The cold front's going to eat up the dry line, which is firing the storms now. Tomorrow morning, rain in northern and eastern Oklahoma. Showers, a few left over in Oklahoma City. Highs tomorrow afternoon, folks, in the 50s with north winds at 35 miles per hour. Tomorrow afternoon, rain in the east, a few showers in the metro, and tomorrow evening, more rain back into Oklahoma City. Yeah, and then get ready for a lot of wind. We dry it out on Thursday, but winds on Thursday, gusts of 55 miles per hour, nearly statewide. So that'll be enough wind to give us power bumps and possibly power outages on Thursday. No storms Thursday, but crazy wind. Friday, dry. Your weekend looks great. Next week, cold air, rain, and western Oklahoma next week. Might actually see some snow in the far west and northwest and back out in the panhandle. Here we go. Guys, back to you. And by the way, quickly here, tornado watch now in effect for western, northwestern Oklahoma until 1 a.m. That's the latest.
Right.
We'll be back right after this, guys.
Coming up, how an airplane ride.
I want to welcome everybody here. We're starting to get storms going up right now. These are the first storms. And right now we are in far western Oklahoma, right near the town of Roll. I'm going to pull off the road right here. Give me a second. Roll. Yeah, this ain't much better, is it? We'll just stop right here, though. Okay. So, first storms are going up. These are not severe yet, but they are getting stronger pretty quickly. They just, okay, and just getting a report of quarter-size hail near Sweetwater. Also, they just issued a tornado watch, and I don't have the particulars on that yet. It just now came out for probably western and northwest Oklahoma.
Yeah, I do have a graphic. So they're talking about hail up to the size of 2.5 inch.
So, is that, David, is that reported quarters?
Also talking about winds up to 75 and obviously tornadoes possible.
Was that quarter-size hail actually reported somewhere?
So right now that watch goes from northwest Oklahoma down to just about south of Elk City. It doesn't really include Hollis or Greer County. The watch is going to be north of that area. So along I-40 all the way out to the border, and it goes all the way up through Kansas. But it's going to include most of the counties in northwest Oklahoma, excluding the Panhandle.
See the storm down in the south. They just went severe on it.
Okay.
All right, so they just now went severe on the storm just north of Eric. Just now went severe on the storm which is just north of Eric. These are small storms, but they're strong. And I'm going to give you a location on that storm. The shot you're seeing right now is not that storm. That is the storm north of that one. It's coming up towards us pretty fast. Anyway, the storm is just north of Eric, moving north-northeast. Good grief. And moving right towards Cheyenne and Strong City eventually. I mean, it should be towards Cheyenne in about 30 or 40 minutes. So you people that live north-northeast of Eric towards Cheyenne, east of Sweetwater, need to just keep in mind that this storm is coming, and it probably has quarter-size hail, maybe a little bit bigger at the moment.
All right, so the tornado watch is effective until 1 a.m.
You got a graphic on it?
I do.
Okay. So here's what I think. I think we ought to drop south.
Okay.
Really do. I don't know what he's going to say about that, but I think we ought to go south.
Highway 283 southbound, south of Roll, about 5 miles. Let's look at this storm over here, and see if it looks like it's weakening. The one that we're kind of under right now, it's not severe, and it almost looks like it's weakened some. The one to the south is strengthening fast. So the base on this one looks like it's risen a little bit. It's a little bit
risen,
smaller.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, these are moving at a pretty good clip right now, but I would suspect they'll slow down once they become a little more anchored.
Right. I'm really surprised that storm in the south is not showing a larger hail marker on it. Okay, so just to keep everybody informed and updated on what we're doing right now, we're in far western Oklahoma, out near Cheyenne and Roll, and we're getting the first storms of the day forming out here right now. And the very first severe warning just happened on the storm that's north of Eric, moving northeast at a pretty good clip. So what we're doing is kind of putting ourselves in position for this one coming up. The strongest storm right now is the one north of Eric. Going to be moving towards Cheyenne and Strong City, it looks like. The storm that's just barely north of us is almost gone. It's weakened. It's losing its updraft. And there's another storm developing on the flank of the Eric storm, basically right over just south of Eric now. Actually, in this town of Eric, you're probably getting it. All right.
Yeah, so let's talk about timeline. I know a lot of people are wondering what time can they expect storms across the state?
So I'm hearing David talk about Oklahoma City. Right now, the latest thinking is midnight in Oklahoma City. Here's kind of what we expect. By the time the storms get to Oklahoma City, they will be what we call lined out, or maybe a squall line, and they're still going to be strong. It's still going to be dangerous because every now and then you get what we call QLCS tornadoes if the squall line is strong enough. And that's a very real possibility in central Oklahoma tonight, is to get spin-ups along that line, which does do damage. So keep that in mind. Be ready in Oklahoma City around midnight or so. Give or take. We don't know for certain yet, but it's going to be around that time, we think. I'm going to pull off right here. And go to the top of this hill, turn around, look at the storm. Oh, we got a pretty big hill here. Yeah.
So that is looking southwest from our location, and again this is Highway 283 south of Roll, north of Cheyenne. So right now the only severe warning we have so far is going to be the storm just straight west of Sayre and southeast of Sweetwater, and it's moving northeast at a pretty good clip, possibly about 40 miles an hour. But they will slow down once they kind of, lower and get anchored, and once they get stronger. They'll probably have a tendency to turn right a little bit. And we do expect, just looking at the data, we expect this to line out eventually. But right now they're discrete, and we have a severe warning with some hail, so bears watching for sure. Also, Val, storms going up south of Wheeler and south of Shamrock as well.
Oh, I see that. Wow. Hail size increasing on the Eric storm.
So the latest HER shows storms forming in extreme southwest Oklahoma around 10 p.m. and quickly moving off to the northeast around 11, and like you said, west of the metro about midnight. And it looks like, we've talked about how that line could eventually form some QLCS type rotation, along that leading edge. And so that's always kind of a threat, especially as it approaches the metro. We've seen that quite a bit this fall, actually.
Also got one going up south of Wheeler too.
So as I zoom out, you can kind of see that anvil moving off to the northeast.
Now, dew points are kind of going up in southwest Oklahoma a little bit now.
And the sun is about set here in western Oklahoma.
Man. So, the Wheeler storm. Look at the Wheeler storm, the one just southeast of Wheeler.
Okay.
It's probably the strongest looking storm, probably the highest vills of any storm, I think, now.
Are you still looking from Amarillo?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that might be why, too. Let me look at Frederick here.
Yeah, 0.75 on that one.
Okay.
Well, also the Sayre one has come up a little.
The one at Eric.
So I think the ones in the Texas Panhandle are pretty much firing right on the dry line. And these out by Sweetwater, Sayre, and Eric, they're kind of out ahead of the line. You know, there's one going up near Hollis right now. So the models, I don't know, the HER has been a little bit difficult today just to kind of get an exact picture of what could happen. But
Okay, so to let everybody know, here's what's going on. We're getting the first storms really firing up hard now in southwestern, west central Oklahoma, and also the eastern Texas Panhandle. You know, they're right now the storms are small, but they're going up cyclonically sheared, which means the updrafts are rotating as they go up. The first severe warning was just issued about 15 or 20 minutes ago for the storm north of Eric. And right now that we're still trying to, you know, watch what's going on just to kind of see what's going to happen. Right now the strongest storms are to our south, near Eric and north of Eric, southeast of Sweetwater, and also the one in the Texas Panhandle, southeast of Wheeler. And man, they're moving northeast pretty fast too, northeast actually. And as Amy was mentioning just now, a storm going up fast just northwest of Hollis, and also another one out in the Texas Panhandle, south of Shamrock. Well, I like that nice clean windshield.
yes, if I pan over, you can see no cracks today.
Right. Okay, so tornado watch has just been issued about 20 minutes ago maybe for west central and northwest Oklahoma and the eastern Texas Panhandle on up into Kansas. Also parts of southwest Oklahoma. I don't think it goes all the way to the Red River, right?
No, it does not. Kind of clips northern Greer County, so it's going to include I-40, but not much further south than that. And it goes all the way up through Kansas, but does not include the Oklahoma Panhandle or Texas.
So currently we are sitting west of Strong City, north of Cheyenne, pretty near 283, Highway 33 intersection, on a big hill, just sitting here watching this stuff, especially south of us. Still a severe warning in effect for that storm that's north of Eric. Actually, there's two storms in the warning area.
So you can see a new core developing just to our west-southwest right there. It's increasing. And when we say a core, that's just like a heavy shower, a heavy band of rain right there. So that's what we see on radar.
I'm wondering if that might be the Wheeler storm, but I don't think so. I think the Wheeler storm's further down.
So So someone asked about Merritt. It looks like nothing is headed to Merritt at the moment. So everything is north of I-40 except for kind of a lone storm out south of 40 out in the Texas Panhandle, but it's quickly moving off to the northeast. So that area near Elk City should be fine for a while. There is kind of a cell trying to go up near Hollis, but it's really not strong at this point. So we'll keep an eye on that though.
So right now it really looks like the strongest storms are kind of shifting into the Texas Panhandle. The far eastern Texas Panhandle out on the dry line. Right now it looks like to me that's where the strongest storms are. One of them is just east of Wheeler and the other one is south of Shamrock. So the one east of Wheeler is the strongest one. The very first ones to go up that we were watching earlier have really weakened and are dying. They're up to our north, basically out southwest of Vici, near Arnett. They've weakened a lot. These other storms to the southwest are coming up pretty hard. I'm almost thinking we need to go west.
So a lot of people are asking about, will they extend this tornado watch into central Oklahoma? And I don't know, my guess right at this point would be, at least not at the moment, just because we are expecting these storms to form a line later on. And once these storms are not as isolated and they form a line, the tornado threat goes down. But we could have the QLCS type tornadoes later, so we're just going to kind of see what this does. But looks like the models are just kind of showing that stuff coming up from southwest Oklahoma and affecting the metro around midnight or so. Could be a long night for a lot of us, so just keep watching. But right now the tornado watch is confined to western Oklahoma.
I think we want to go up here and go west and watch that storm come across.
Okay.
You see that?
Are you talking about the Wheeler storm?
Yes, the Wheeler storm.
Okay.
I mean, it's the only...
Yeah, it's going to cross near Radon. So, I mean, unless... I don't know, these are configured interesting, the one that's severe.
Let's go. I mean, I guess we'll see. Oop, no.
So these up to the north, you can tell they've weakened. Their bases have risen. So one of these is likely to take over more than the others. So we're going to go northbound Highway 283 and go west, hit Roll, and try to intercept this storm as it comes out of the Texas Panhandle. And that's going to be Highway 33, just west of Roll. Yeah, that's good about that.
Yeah, it's hard.
Maybe a zip tie for the GPS.
Yeah.
So we have a little bit of lightning now forming just to our south, which would be south-southwest of Cheyenne.
Okay. Was there none before? that storm to our northwest intensified. See that?
The Wheeler one?
Not the Wheeler one. We're already headed north, David.
So there's currently 12 cells now.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Lightning to our west-southwest with that heavy core.
Well, here we go. Things now quickly picking up across western Oklahoma. Severe storms are ramping up right now, and these are rotating thunderstorms. Still not all the way down to the surface as far as the rotation or to the mid-level. Still some rotation there for sure. Large hail, quarter to golf ball size hail. Winds 60 to 65 miles per hour, and heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. Jim Gardner's shot there. He is still up in the air. Trackers are still out, and they're going to be out all evening long. Okay, let's get to it here. A shot from Rayton, from Mindy Porter, and we're looking at nickels and dimes and quarter-size hail. That was in Rayton just a little bit ago with that severe storm. Tornado watch in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. We have the first two storms that are severe in the far west and the northwest. And look at the thunderstorms out here, folks. Now, these are all rotating thunderstorms across the west and the northwest. They're pushing northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Then the whole line is slowly pressing east at about 15 miles per hour. But eventually this will turn into a large line of storms in the west and also down into the southwest. All right, so everything here, again, pushing quickly to the northeast. Severe storm now southwest of Arnett. That storm there, Val Castor is getting in on that. That's going to head up towards and just south of Arnett. Jeremy's coming in from the east. Other severe storms south of Cheyenne, north of Sayre. Those are racing northeast, and additional severe storms now developing in the eastern Texas Panhandle. Every one of these storms, again, rotating, okay? So we need to keep an eye on these as they continue to spin. That mid-level rotation will slowly work its way down a little farther down towards the ground. We've got to keep an eye on that. Nickel, dime, quarter-size hail with both of these storms right now, okay? They're both producing quarter-size hail. Doing a storm track on the southern storm down here. We're looking at Arnett at about 7:13. And we'll say Strong City at about 7 o'clock, Camargo 7:48, Vici at about 8 o'clock. That's the southern storm. And the northern storm, doing a storm track on that, Arnett 7:13, Tangier 7:48, Woodward at about 8 o'clock. And we'll say Fort Supply at about 8 o'clock as well. So we're going to have a cluster of severe storms in the northwest and the west. They're going to be rotating. The main threat's going to be large hail, damaging winds. There is a tornado threat with these storms. We are tracking it minute by minute, mile by mile. 7 News 9 will keep you advised.
Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with
So, David, just so you'll know, the base in our shot is the base of the severe storm to our northwest. Well, it's high and it's a small base, but it's potent. Yeah, boy, they do. Yeah, I think they're out on the dry line. I think they're closer to that convergence, too.
That hailstorm right here.
I remember.
I feel like every landmark has a story.
We're passing everywhere we go. We're like, remember that, remember that, remember that.
Oh, go ahead and hit your wipers.
David, I really think these bases are going to lower as the evening goes on. I mean, you have moisture flooding back now that the atmosphere is not, you know, it's going to reverse the mixing out process. Dew points are going to go up. I just think the bases will get lower.
So they dropped the severe warning just west of Elk City, south of Cheyenne, which those were not really doing a whole lot. Those are out ahead of the dry line. And so right now we're seeing an increase on the storms that are out on that convergence zone.
And look at that core out there with
I know. Yeah, it's pretty intense.
Panhandle. You know, visually, looking at the one that's got the severe warning on it, up to our just to our northwest, there's not a lot of rain coming out of this thing. I think the precip you're seeing on radar is probably a lot of that is hail, or most of it. Boy, I tell you though, looking straight west into the Texas Panhandle, the storm out near, I don't know, the one that's north of Wheeler, it's got a... Okay.
Yeah, that core is going to come up on radar.
Okay.
Yeah, I bet they go severe on that Allison one.
They've got to. And then...
the Shamrock one is pretty strong too.
Yes, it is.
Those are quickly lining out, so you know, tail end Charlie is going to be the one to watch pretty much. As far as, you know, the others are going to really get cut off.
Wow. Just think a year ago we were having an ice storm.
Yeah, I prefer 80 degrees over whatever it was.
Yeah. Amen.
So right now we're kind of getting in position for these storms as they cross the western border, and they're moving off to the northeast at a pretty good clip and starting to really get a lot closer together. So any storm that's too close to another storm, the tornado threat goes down, which is good, but there's still plenty of cells that are isolated enough.
Let's look at that storm out there. Look at the base on it.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so now we're looking west, southwest. Is he on?
No.
Okay, you didn't go west like I thought you were. We're still northbound Highway 283. Near Crawford. So we are looking at the storm that is just northwest of Allison, Texas. And this one is just about to cross into Oklahoma. It's not severe warned yet.
David, look at the base on that storm out there. That's the one west of Raiden, out west of the border. David, that's actually the storm north of Allison. Look at the one, I know they're lining out and all that. The southwest of Raiden is bigger coming up.
Yeah, it's a little more isolated. Yeah, so that's going to be this one.
Yeah.
A little more lightning with that one too. wasn't a hill there. There's the Raiden storm. That's going to be that one right there.
Yeah, that's the Raiden one, but you can't really see the base on that.
Yeah. Pretty good structure with that one.
Yeah.
And then this one we're looking at right here, it's got a little bit of scud forming also.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So that's the one just north of Allison.
Have a little bit of scud forming, David, right beneath the base there. Oh, there's a severe warning now up near Shattuck. And the Shamrock storm has the biggest hail. And then the storm in Oklahoma, south of Eric's coming up. Okay, guys, so here's an update. There's been just 2 or 3 severe warnings now on these storms, basically for hail. That's pretty much it. The storms are high-based at the moment, meaning the bases of the storms are up their ways. They're not really tapping into the boundary layer, getting into the higher moisture and instability. But that will probably come later. They're just basically all trying to get organized at the moment. Right now there's a severe warning near Shattuck, moving up towards Fort Supply. That one has a hail marker.
Look at the mid-level inflow bands with that storm.
Sure enough.
So that one looks like it has the possibility to strengthen quite a bit. Just visually, you can see those are what we call mid-level inflow bands. Moisture being pulled into the mid-levels. And if I could just zoom in, this is going to be, it's really hard to see the base from this angle, but we're kind of seeing a lot of anvil in the way.
Right, and there's a lot of precip covering up the base too.
This one that we're looking out to the west, I don't know.
No,
The structure just doesn't look as...
It's high base.
Yeah, it doesn't look as dynamic as that one at the moment. The core has come down as well. I think this one's weakening.
I just lost my service, but for a little bit, it looks like I'm trying to get it back.
Oh, yeah, mine says no service too. It's like, we can stream video, but we can't talk.
Well,
so yeah, I think that one's weakening.
yeah, the base looks kind of ragged.
If you look at that Shamrock storm, it's kind of interesting on the tail end. I still think it's high-based, but I mean...
Oh, on the Shamrock?
Mm-hmm.
That's lined out up there.
You know, from Amarillo, this storm that we're looking at west-southwest actually has a mezzo with it now.
You talking about in Oklahoma?
No, I'm talking about the one north of Allison, the one we have our shot right
Okay.
now. The one that I keep saying is weakening.
Okay.
Wondering if it's split.
I don't know. I was seeing a mezzo on that one in Oklahoma a while ago. Now it's not really showing it. Yeah, these things are still trying to get organized, and Yeah, we'll have to just watch and wait and see what happens.
So Dawn says, I want to know how you're communicating live in the middle of nowhere and I can't get 1 bar of cell phone service at my house. Yeah, that's a really good question. We get that all the time. Basically, we have a system that runs off, we have 6 or 10?
We have 7 cell phone
Is it 7
antennas.
right now? Okay, yeah, it changes, but we have 7 cell cards.
Or 8 maybe.
And we also use, but what happens is it uses them simultaneously and takes that video and compresses it and then sends it using the strength of all of those cell cards together combined. So it's really incredible technology. We also have a Verizon Wi-Fi hotspot that kind of helps too if we have Verizon coverage. But the reason why we have different cell cards is, you know, we go in and out of cell coverage, whether we have T-Mobile or Verizon, AT&T, we're covered no matter where we're at. So I know up in northwest Oklahoma they have Pioneer. I actually don't think we have a Pioneer card in here, but I know Marty did.
The storm in Oklahoma I was telling you about, south of I-40, south of Elk City, is coming up, it looks like.
Okay. Yeah.
But I'm having trouble getting radar.
Oh, I just got an update.
Okay.
I think because
Are you on Amarillo or Frederick?
Yeah. So that Eric storm, the one that formed at Hollis that we were talking about 15 minutes ago, is now severe. And it has a pretty impressive hail core up to 1 inch now, which is not, you know, crazy, but that's the highest hail size that we've seen all day. And that one is headed towards Sayre. If it turns right, it may affect Elk City. So those of you that are playing ball out in Merritt, just keep an eye on that one off to your southwest, because that one's coming up. It shows to be north. Wow, it's moving at a really fast clip. So it's going to be north of Harmon in 1 hour. So it's really going to fly by you. And lightning's picking up with that one as well. But so far, all of the ones that have formed out ahead of the line have really weakened pretty quickly. So
Is your Wi-Fi working?
Mm-hmm. Do you have yours on?
I just turned it on. It's searching.
Just saw a little bit of lightning.
Okay.
Why is it searching?
I don't know. I have no service. I can't. I'm gonna have to
To move.
move or something.
Okay, do you want to look at mine?
Yes, I do. That's an interesting looking storm right there.
Yeah, that formed like right over Hollis.
Okay. Well, the one we're watching right there is one of the stronger storms, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see if I can get it now. Yep, updated.
We need a radar in our net.
Yeah, we do.
look, 2.25 on that Sweetwater storm.
Really?
Amarillo
This
radar. Sweetwater, the one just south of us.
Okay.
So
Oh, wow. I
what-
see that.
1.25 Shamrock, and then just southwest of Sweetwater showing 2.25.
Okay.
Lightning's definitely increased in that area as well. So I don't know what you want to do. So kind of what we do at this point is we still kind of hang back just a little and see if one is going to take over more than the other.
Now,
I think if we went south a little, we could see both bases.
yeah.
And then, okay, so this is going to be the one near Willow and south of Sayre, the one that I'm showing you right now. That one's coming up pretty fast. And this one, that's the Sweetwater storm, 2.25 on the hail. We saw those mid-level inflow bands earlier. And we have an eye on this one out by Allison. Actually, it's
Let's go on that base right there. Yeah, I keep getting no service. How's your service and stuff like
I have one bar. So yeah, I'll watch that. Kind of have it looks like what town is that near? So southwest of Barnett, the storm.
Can you put perfect? Oh no, because we can lose audio.
We can take a look at it.
Oh hey, David, we've been disconnected. No cell service. I finally got you back. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Can you clear a trail for me real quick? Hey, that might be a cell tower right there. I have a feeling it's not AT&T though. Let me get the bars.
Right, so we're currently southbound Highway 283 near Roll, and that base is lowering quite a bit to our northwest. So that's near Jim and Durham.
Okay, I'm back.
We have a lowering.
Hey, we've been out of cell service for a long time, and I'm just checking back in to see if anything's going on.
There you go. So,
Anybody on the Getner?
that lowering is near Durham, Highway 33. That's right where it is.
Any storm trackers can hear me?
This storm has actually showed a mezzo for the last 15 minutes
Okay.
on radar. It's not severe. Right now, hail size is not very big either.
All right, can anybody hear me now? Oh, no problem. I just have been in a bad cell area and I haven't heard nothing for the last 15 minutes. What's going on? Okay. See our shot right there? We got strange little lowering right there. So, looking at the radar here,
Man, it's gusting to 41 out of the southeast near Eric.
wow. And that's a little over jet's cranking up. Going to be cranking up even more as the night goes on. Supposed to, anyway.
Yeah. I smell Windex.
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, got it. We're going to do a cut-in right now, and we're going to speak.
Okay.
Let me just pull a little further up here so you can see the rain core in that shot, too.
Oh, okay. I'll pull back a little. Oh, maybe some lightning, too, would be good.
Yeah.
All right, we're at the intersection of Highway 283 and 33, just on the northwest side of Roll.
Okay, so what I might do when he comes on, I might pull out into the road so we get a better shot. And I want to see the rain on the right and the lowering so I can talk about it.
Okay. You think cell coverage is better 10 feet over there?
No, I'm just saying we have a better shot and get those trees out of it.
Okay.
All right, here we go, everybody. Severe weather now breaking out across western and northwestern, even southwestern Oklahoma. These storms are severe as they move northeast at about 40 miles per hour. They are rotating, so the threats right now are large hail, damaging winds. Not quite strong enough yet to get a tornado, but we're watching it. Conditions are continuing to become more favorable for at least a couple of tornadoes as we get into this evening and tonight as the main upper storm gets here. The jet stream winds ramp up overhead. It's all going to come together. So conditions becoming more favorable for some of that higher end severe weather. We're talking about that tornado threat. Large hail, damaging winds. We've already had that for sure. All right, look at these shots here from our trackers. I'm telling you, big storms going on out there. Lots of lightning and thunder. Everything starts in the west. Everything moves to the east gradually this evening and into tonight. Let's go to Val and get an update from Val and Amy. And again, in far western Oklahoma, out near Crawford, way out there north of Cheyenne. Go ahead, Val.
Yeah, David, the storm you're looking at in our shot right there is right on the border, the Oklahoma-Texas border. You can see the rain core off to the right, and then the base. These are really, really small bases, but that one has a lowering, and the lowering has been getting a little bit more pronounced as time goes on. We'll watch it for you, David. Back to you.
All right, great job there, Val. Let's quickly go to Hank and Patty, get an update from Hank. And Hank's on the southern end of that severe line. Big rain-free base on the left. We have the rain, the hail on the right. And this thing is, again, there is some rotation, mainly mid-levels right now. Hank's right there. Go ahead, Hank, give us an update.
Yeah, David, it's a pretty smooth base you can see right there, but on the right you can see that dark purple. That's a hail and rain core that's moving into Sweetwater right now as it's coming across the Texas state line. Back to you.
Great job, Hank and Patty. Largest team of trackers in the nation out this evening. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Tornado watch in effect until 1 a.m. It includes all of northwestern, western Oklahoma. As of right now, that watch does not include Oklahoma City, but there will be, more than likely, another watch after that. Big storms lined up in the far west, racing northeast at, again, 35 to 40 miles per hour. Severe storm now west of Woodward, coming in on and just northwest of Fort Supply. There's Fort Supply Lake, going to have quarters and golf balls with that. And then other severe storms down the line from just west of Roll down to Texola. These are isolated right now, rotating thunderstorms moving northeast. Hail sizes, quarter, golf ball size hail coming out of the Texas Panhandle into western Oklahoma. Storm track Buffalo at 740. We'll say the calf feeders at 755. And the other severe storm down here, how about Sayre 720, Elk City at about 741. And the other severe line, again, racing northeast, again at 35 to 40 miles per hour. We're tracking all of it, folks. Stay with News 9. We'll keep you advised.
Yeah, it looks like this storm near Durham is weakening. And so that's kind of what these do. They, one will take over. It looks like the line is really going to take over. And some of these smaller cells will eventually just die off. There is a severe warning of by force supply.
You see that storm that we've been watching, even though it looks pretty pathetic, you know, visually, it's still, I mean, it's still on radar. It's one of the stronger storms, you know?
Yeah, it must be sheared over hard because there was not much up above.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of looks that way visually. I just think the Cape is less up here. It's probably, the Cape is higher. I don't know. I haven't looked in a while. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Cape is kind of the same all the way up and down. So the supercell composite is like a 16 in 2 hours.
Okay, so it's going to go up. Well, the Cape is probably going to stay about the same, maybe drop off a little.
Right, but the low-level jet's probably going to...
The low-level jet's going to increase the shear a lot.
Yeah. So, yeah, 60. This is the wrap, I guess it's showing.
So just a recap here, we are in far western Oklahoma, near Crawford and Roll. It's going to be south of Woodward, north of Elk City, kind of in that area, about halfway between. So watching these storms, they went up pretty fast. There's been several severe warnings.
This latest her.
Okay. Oh, wow. That's... What time is that? That's just what the storms were probably on. Okay. So that's going to be the... What's that saying? If that's right, that's the tail end of this mess moving up. Which ought to come right up to us.
Yeah.
Supercell index is higher the further north you go right now. And looks like to me that is due to, the Cape's about the same all the way across, but it's due to more shear.
All right, so visually this storm is going downhill.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So the storm moving up towards Arnett is weakening. Man, look at that Sweetwater storm now.
Look at the helicity right now.
Wow.
It's
so
cranking.
shear is really going to increase the further east they go. Wondering if we ought to go south a little.
Well, I mean,
I know it's moving up this way, but
let's see the storm to the north? Even though it looks visually, I think it's kind of jumped on us. I just want to look that direction. I don't want to go north. I just want to look that direction. Because if you look at radar, I mean, it's still one of the stronger storms. I'm not going, I'm just looking.
can you move your phone?
Yeah. That's it right there.
You're looking at Amarillo?
pretty good position, you know, for what's coming up a little bit later, wouldn't you think?
There's a deer.
Sure is. Don't come out.
Yeah.
Stay over there. Have you looked at Enid at all lately? I'm not going to go any further really north.
Yeah, Vance is not really showing much.
Let's turn around. We're going to run out of cell service again.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Yeah, I just lost it.
1.75 near Sweetwater.
Okay. Here's where we turn around. That was a vivid lightning.
Don't forget there's a deer out there.
Yeah.
Okay, so quick update. The storm near Radon, all the way down through Sweetwater, this line coming out from the Texas Panhandle is severe. There is a cell near Sayre and Carter. Those severe warnings have been dropped. So really the only thing that we're kind of watching, these storms just continue to develop. They're not just exploding and just, you know, going crazy, but they're kind of lining out. So there's really nothing major that's happened so far with this line. There is a, yeah, that's that severe warning up by Fort Supply. It went away also. So yeah, highest hail size according to radar would be near Sweetwater. Showing golf balls right now.
Wow.
It showed 2.5 earlier, but so we were commenting on how the helicity really increases the further east they go. So they're really going to move into a highly sheared environment. So it'll be interesting to kind of see what happens with that line. If they become more discreet, they may do that. Pretty much just a lightning show at the moment.
Yeah. Boy, that is. That one by Sweetwater. Whoa. You know, to have hail that big, I mean, that's golf ball size indicated. That has to be rotating. Even though it's in the line right there, I guarantee it's got a rotating updraft. It has to. I think we need to drop a little further south.
Yes, I agree. I'd like to be in Cheyenne in about 20 minutes.
What's this guy doing here? He's waiting on cars.
So again, there is a tornado watch in effect until 1 a.m. for western Oklahoma, and that includes all modes of severe weather, tornadoes, hail up to 2.5 inches, and winds 75 miles per hour.
And I'm getting fast busy signal when I try to call.
Oh, really?
I don't know what the world's going on.
Location update, we're southbound Highway 283, south of Roll, heading towards Cheyenne.
Something's going on at the station.
Want me to text them?
No, they know.
Oh, okay.
They had problems earlier.
Oh.
And they're still having problems.
Time to boot the Getner.
Yeah. So Justin is not there. It'll probably late tonight. Okay. So there's kind of short-handed. Jack was in, so there's a problem, engineering problem he can handle. Well, I think, I'll chase that one. What's this we have coming right at us here? I know it's hard to see velocities. Possible, probably.
Yeah, I mean, right now the highest winds, let me look at Amarillo, because it would look at it straight on. I mean, it looks like the strongest area is going to be near Sweetwater. as much lightning for sure.
Are you able to get on the Getner? Okay, I'm just having trouble, all kinds of trouble. And I shouldn't because I do have bars, but anyway, okay. All right, thank you. Bye. Just not having trouble.
So we're probably going to lose audio for a second, but I want to put our night vision camera over my right shoulder just to look out straight west of our location. Here, we're pretty much at the Highway 33 Strong City 283 junction north of Cheyenne. So I just kind of want to take a look at this.
Severe weather report.
Well, the first of several waves of severe weather now moving into all of western Oklahoma. Large hail, damaging winds. Those are the threats right now. Trackers are out in full force, and look at all the lightning coming out of their shots. And I mean, it is a lightning storm for sure. This is just the beginning of what's going to be a long evening and a long night of rain and storms, which will include, yes, severe weather. Let's go to Brandon Pennell now and Sammy. And wow, look at that strike. Ooh. Well, that was close. Wow, Brandon, that was right out your window. Give us an update on that one big storm. Some rotation with that just northwest of Sweetwater. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, David, that's right. And we are just to the northeast of this storm looking back to the southwest. A little bit of a lowered area right now. This storm's trying to intensify pretty quickly as it crosses the state line. And like you said, just a ton of cloud-to-ground lightning. Back to you.
Brandon's on that storm along with Hank a little farther south. We have Val out there. We have Jeremy to the north. We have Tom to the south. Everybody's out today, including Grandma. All right, let's get to it here. Let's go to Links 1. Tornado watch in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning for all the counties, again in green. And then for southwestern Oklahoma until 3 o'clock in the morning, a severe thunderstorm watch. By the way, Oklahoma City will end up, more than likely, with a severe thunderstorm watch, possibly a tornado watch, a little bit later on this evening once the next wave of storms ramp up. Here's the big wave coming out of the eastern Texas Panhandle into western Oklahoma. These storms are severe. Wave 2 now developing in northwest Texas. These storms are pushing northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. The Buffalo storm is weakened. That was the Woodward storm. Jeremy's still there. Other thunderstorms over Arnett not doing much. And then this line down here is all severe. Winds are going to be 60 to maybe 70 miles per hour. Quarter, even some golf ball size hail in this line west of Dempsey, west of Sweetwater. Going to have some big hail right there. And then also northwest of Eric. There's Hank. Tom's right here going over to Sayre. We're watching all of this. And Cheyenne down to Dempsey and Berlin and Sweetwater. Watch out as storms come in from the west. Damaging hail, damaging winds. Storm track, Crawford, 737. Dempsey, 748. Harmon, 814. And how about Visay at about 910? 7 News 9. We'll keep you advised.
Eight 6653. Okay. Okay. I am here, yes. Okay. We'll stay on this one then. Great. Uh-huh. Okay, we're back on now. I had to call in a different number for the Getner. Something's wrong with my line. So, anyway, he got it hooked up. So, I was off for 30 minutes. Anything crazy going on now? Okay. Okay, so we are back on right now. We're going to say we are west of Strong City, north of Cheyenne. There's a line of severe storms headed our way right now, just to the west, crossing the western border of Oklahoma as we speak. So basically running from northwest of Texola is going to be the northwest of Texola. Sorry, David, what was that? Okay, so the strongest storm right now by far is the one southwest of Sweetwater. There's two storms actually that have a little bit of rotation. One is that storm southwest of Sweetwater. The other one is probably just west or northwest of Sweetwater and that storm. So those are the two we're watching right now. Also, Amy is showing me a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for southwestern Oklahoma into central Oklahoma right now, and that borders the tornado watch that goes from there northward.
I can't see the base because of that hill. Can we move?
Are we wanting to see that base? That's straight west of us. Were you looking down there, or you want to look over there?
Well, I just see some structure and a base over here.
Okay. Well, I can move again. So this is
I don't see a whole lot coming from the southwest yet.
Okay.
Can we go? Is there a pull off south?
I can see. We're gonna go down a hill in just a minute, though.
Okay. There's a car coming.
That's-
Okay. Yeah, I want to show you the structure back here.
it's happening right now. Let's go to Brandon here. I think that's Brandon's shot. Whose shot's this right here, guys? Lower left. And let's take a look at that shot right there. It's going to be Val's shot. Let's go to Val and get an update from him. He's looking back to the southwest. And Val, that's going to be just to your southwest. What do you see when you look back in there?
All right, so David, what we've been looking at here is a lowering that has formed. It was a flat base to start with, David. Then in the last 5 minutes, we started seeing scud form underneath it, and then more scud, and then the lowering got more pronounced. As you can see it right now, that's probably as big and as pronounced as it's been. We haven't seen anything yet that looks like a funnel at the moment, but this thing is still developing, and we're still watching it. So anything crazy happens, you'll be the first to know. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Great job there, Val. Nice shot. A little bit of a lowering there. Let's go back down the line. Let's go to Links 3 control room. Let's go to Links 3. We'll take a look at radar here. Now, again, the whole box here is all lit up for the entire line. The tornado warning is going to be for the one back here southwest of Dempsey. That's the one that Brandon is on.
And Hank has the shot of that.
And, okay, Hank has that. Let's go ahead and zoom on in. You can see the hook here. And it's kind of two storms kind of merged into one. This is going to be Sweetwater. Here's Brandon on the northeast. He's going to be looking back to the southwest. Hank's right here. And let's go to Hank now. And it's going to be just, it's pretty close to Sweetwater. It's going to be real close to Sweetwater. Hank, take a look at the updraft there. What do you think? These things have gone up. They've kind of been holding their own. And we've ramped up just a bit here in the last 5 minutes. So the tornado warning now continues. That's going to be for Roger Mills County for you folks out west. And Hank, what do you think? Give us an update when you see the updraft there.
Yeah, David. So I'm coming up right underneath the south edge of the updraft, just on the east side of Sweetwater. So I'm at 6 and 152, and I'm looking due north. And you can see from the left to the right there, almost in the front of my shot, you can see that updraft. The left edge got the lowered base to it. I don't see, like Val said, I don't see any pronounced lowerings. We just see a whole lowered cloud deck right here. So let me come up to this stop sign, and you'll be able to, let me get past this, and you'll be able to see it. So right here on the right side of my shot is the business edge of that. The left side here is the back side of that updraft base. I don't see anything. Well, it's a low base, though. Val's right. I mean, that base is really down low. I just don't see anything hanging down of it, but that base is getting lower and lower. They have been high based for the last 2 or 3 hours, and the bases are really coming down on this, David. Back to you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So Hank and Patty Brown right there in front of it, looking at the lowering. It doesn't look like right now that it's on the ground, but it is turning. Tornado warning does continue again, and this is going to go on for a while now. But right now, it doesn't look like the tornado was on the ground. Hank's right there. Val Castor is just coming in from the north. We have Brandon right there. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. He's on the north side of it here, looking back to the southwest at the opening. And Brandon, what do you think looking back to the southwest? I know it's messy. It's messy looking back in there. What do you think? Go ahead, Brandon. Give us an update. Do we have Brandon? Okay. Well, I don't hear him, but I do hear him. Maybe I hear him. I don't think I hear him. Okay, so that's his shot. And again, this is the rain-free base right in here on the right, and this is where the area of circulation is. Okay, let's go back to Links 3, and then we'll take a look at a storm track. Now, the computer here, there's several ways to look at this. We can look at velocity data, or we make it simple, and the cylinder is where the radar is pointing out exactly where that area of spin is, okay? And here's Dempsey. Okay, now let's tilt this maybe a little more so we can, the other way. Let's kind of take it on top and look down right up on, just look down inside the tube. Okay, and then tilt it up. I just want to get everybody at home. So there's Dempsey. Circulation is going to be just southwest of Dempsey, right here. Real literally, it's right out Brandon's window here. Okay, and then here's going to be the wind and the hail up in here, right? There's the hook. You can clearly see the hook wrapping around. Okay, so tornado warning for you folks in Dempsey. All right, then from Dempsey, it's going to head towards Cheyenne and on and west of Cheyenne, and then possibly as far east as Strong City. These are lifting northeast, but the whole line is moving east, okay? So if you kind of extrapolate here, it's going to try to make its way towards Cheyenne and Strong City. It's going to be close, all right? So tornado warning. All right, this is for far western Oklahoma for you folks talking about in the Dempsey area, west of Dempsey, right in here, a little bit of a hook. Okay, do we have Brandon back in here? All right, let's go to Brandon now, get an update from him, and he's right there looking right at it. Brandon, what do you think? It's going to be, gosh, Brandon, it looks like it's just to your west or southwest. I mean, by maybe a mile or two, not very far away at all.
Yeah, David, that's right. You know, it's pretty hard to make left and right now. Here it's so dark, and the lightning has kind of subsided from what it was about 10 minutes ago. The core's coming over the top of us right now, so our vision is completely obscured. But just like Val was saying a minute ago, and Hank as well, you know, the storm was kind of just going through its motions, and then that lowered area kind of started to get lower and lower and lower, and Sammy and I were actually talking about it, and then all of a sudden the tornado warning. So we're right here with it. We're basically underneath it right now. So if it does anything, we'll be right here. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, okay. So again, this is going to be on the southern part of the line, right? But we have an area. Here's the deal. There's like 3 storms in this line that are actually rotating some. 2 more than others, and 1 really is rotating. Let's go back to Lynx 3, and here's what's happening here. Now, are you out of Frederick, or are you out of?
This is Amarillo, out of Amarillo radar.
Okay. All right, so we have an area of spin, one up here west of Black Kettle campgrounds, southwest of Roll. A little area of shear here we're watching. Again, nothing crazy on that. And that's anticyclonic if you're looking at it from Amarillo.
And I'm going to switch it to Frederick, and you can see the different location there.
Again. Yeah, those are, and so is
and
the other
one. And this is lower. This is still a lower sampling looking from this radar.
Okay. And here's the main hook right here, okay? That's the main inflow notch. There's Val coming in from the north, and he's taking a look at what's going on to his north. Let's go back to Val and bring Val in here. And Val Castor, if you can hear me, there is an area of circulation off to your west-southwest that you're looking at. The main area is just to your southwest, but either way, these are, again, moving off to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Val, if you can hear me, what do you see again as you look back to your southwest? Go ahead, Val.
So, David, looking back to the southwest, I can't see a whole lot back in that direction, but what the camera is looking at right now, the lowering that we've been seeing all along is just a little bit to our northwest, not very far, but that's kind of what we've been watching. You know, radar, it looks like there might be a little bit of shear in that area there too, but that's the lowering we're looking at. It's almost over top of us right now. But this is going to be, I don't know if there's 2 areas in this storm or not, but this definitely has produced a big lowering, and it's probably still a big lowering, and it's almost right on top of us, David.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's just going to be, just to your west. And I mean, literally just to your west. I mean, you are right there looking right at it. So there's again, this is the northern part of the storm, okay? This is the northern part that is rotating. The lightning is pretty intense for sure. On top of that, which does help. When you're tracking at night, you go by wind, you go by radar, and you go by lightning strikes to eliminate the whatever you're looking at, whether it's a shelf cloud or a wall cloud there. But if it were daylight, this would be a lot easier, I promise you. But these guys are trained professionals. They know exactly what they're doing. They've been doing this a long time. And so I don't worry about them as far as that goes, but trying to find this thing, you're trying to hunt it down. But right now, no tornado on the ground, strong rotation, yes. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 3, and then we'll do a storm track eventually right after that. So we have a little area of spin to the north with this. That's what Val's keeping an eye on. And then we have the southern storm down here. Big hail in here. Going to have at least quarters, if not some golf ball size hail. And the hook is going to be just southeast of Dempsey. Okay, the hook's right here. Here's Hank. And once again, moving off to the northeast. And Cassie, when you get that set up, just holler. All right, so is this making more of a turn? Look how it just jumped. It's still moving northeast, but it looked like maybe it might have made a little bit of a jump east-northeast.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, if you take that now, that's for sure going to Cheyenne.
And the warning definitely covers Cheyenne, as it should. And people in Strong City, folks in Strong City need to be watching this very closely as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the hook's right here. Here's your inflow notch.
David, that track is ready when you need it.
Okay, all right, let's go to Lynx 4, doing a storm track. And this will include Cheyenne. Let's do a storm track now on Lynx 4. And we'll say Dempsey at 807, and the Dempsey Ridge Wind Farm, big wind farm out there, 807 as well. Cheyenne, 821, Strong City, 829. Okay, Morewood, 850, way down the road. Leedy at about 9 o'clock. All right, now that's up in here, long ways away. Things will change, okay? Hopefully they get better. But right now, everything, the area that we're really concerned about is back here where Hank is, northwest of Grimes, southwest of Dempsey. Let's go to Hank Brown. Let's bring Hank back in here. And Hank, it's still fairly tight. Circulation, you know, in an area where the radar, we're up there just a bit high looking at this thing, but Hank, looks like it's right out your west-northwest, pretty much just right behind you. When you look back at it, what are you seeing there? You are just about, let me see where you, okay, so the hook's going to be just to your north, it looks like, Hank, maybe just to your west-northwest. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, it's just to my north, and just it actually looks like it's elongated just a little bit. It's not quite as tight as it was. I still don't see any real pronounced lowerings. We're driving east right now to get back to a good north road. On the south edge of it, it's still a well-defined lowered base, but I don't see anything that is tornado imminent at the moment, David.
Yeah, you know what, Hank, we completely agree with you looking at radar data. So Hank is just kind of confirming what we're seeing from here is that there is strong rotation, could produce at any time, but we have Hank and we have Brandon right there, and we have Val right there, and they're not seeing it, but they're seeing everything else but a tornado. They're seeing some wind, a little bit of hail, and we have the lowering, and you'll see it in the power flashes, lightning flashes from time to time. If we have power flashes, you'll easily see those, and they look a little bit different, right? They'll be kind of that blue-green color, and they usually last a little bit longer. You'll see those. But right now, we have not seen any power flashes. We've seen plenty of lightning, like right there, and that's, again, kind of highlighting that area of circulation. So the main area of spin is down here, pretty close to Dempsey.
Val saying he has dimes.
All right, let's go to Val Caster. He's back up in the hail. Yeah, Val, go ahead. Some small hail right now. It's probably going to get bigger just to your west. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, we're getting dime-sized hail now. It's getting bigger also. Right now, we are south of Roll, a couple miles or so south of Roll on 283, heading north. We just went into the core. That lowering, by the way, is still there. We went right under it. Now it's kind of to our east or northeast. So we're going to take this road east of Roll and get back out of the rain and the hail and try to get back under that lowered area, David.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds like a good plan. Val's going to make his way basically a little farther east, get ahead of this thing, and be able to look back in it. So what you do is when you're chasing a storm at night, you get as close as you can, but you have to get close, okay? It's so dark out there, you have to get close. So you get close, you take a look at it, but what's going to happen is the storm is approaching you and your roads aren't the best. It'll run you over for maybe a mile or two. You get a little hail. You get back east. You get out ahead of it. And then you're back in the good spot again to be able to look back and see what's going on underneath that, okay? So that's what he's doing. Basically, you're zigzagging it east-northeast or whatever it's doing, north-northeast, out ahead of it, so you can see the area of circulation. All right, let's get back to it here. Let's go to Links 3. Now, this is what's going on. All right, so this is going to be Ellis County, Roger Mills County. Okay, this is tornado warning for southwestern and western Roger Mills County. Area of spin is down here north of Dempsey now. There's the inflow notch. Actually looks a little more pronounced than it did. Inflow notch is right here, wrapping it around, and you can see the reflectivity. See how we have the purple kind of highlighting around where the red is on the inside? That's exactly where it's going to be. Let's turn shear rate on and see what it looks like on shear rate. Yeah, it's stretched out, but it's definitely right here. Definitely right there. Okay, so once again, everything moving northeast. Are we still good at 35 on our speed? We're still comfortable with that?
I think going about 40.
40? Okay, we'll take it to 40.
And there's several little kinks kind of along the line now. The low-level jet, we've been talking about that. That's kicking in, and you can see several kind of little inflow notches that we're watching along that whole thing. And unfortunately, this will probably be the trend, David, over the next several hours, where these, try to hit these little spin-ups along the leading edge. Yeah, and again, that's what we're going to do all evening long. Now, remember, this is part of several waves of storms. This is wave 1 in northwestern Oklahoma. Wave 2 is developing down in Texas, and that's going to come ramping up into southwestern Oklahoma here over the next several hours. And with that, that's what eventually will make Oklahoma City. This is not going to hit the metro. This is going to stay to our north and west, okay? But what comes out of southwest Oklahoma will hit Oklahoma City with rain and storms and, again, more severe weather. But that's not until a little bit later on tonight. All right, so severe storms now up here where Jeremy is. These have all increased, and what Lacey was talking about, that low-level jet we have in place. Low-level winds, 5,000 to 7,000 feet up, are just a conveyor belt at about 70 miles per hour, 60 to 70 tonight. And that is a tongue, it's just a tongue of moisture and warm air ripping into these storms, and it's fuel. It's their lifeline from the lower levels, and that's what it's all about.
right? And you got to have the jet stream and all the other things, sure, but man, they've got to have this low-level wind going on. And that's exactly what they do. So these are actually increasing and filling in. Let's go a little farther north here. Let's go up to Freedom and to talk about the severe storms here. Jeremy Carter is coming in from the south on this, and we'll bring him in here. So a severe storm south of Selman, okay, nickels and dimes and quarter-size hail with that, and then also going to have at least quarters just north of Jeremy, and that lifts off to the northeast up towards Freedom or just west of Freedom. It's going to be close, but that storm is now beginning to rotate. A little bit of shear with that, or a little bit of spin going on with that. Let's go to Jeremy Carter, and let's bring Jeremy in and Ramey and get an update from those two on the storm up north. And Jeremy, you're on the backside of that. You're just on the backside of the wind and the hail. Do you have hail there? Go ahead. Give me an update.
Not got any hail yet, David. I'm on the south side of what is a very slick, yet at this time high base. We're watching this really close in case any tags begin to form under definitely a big slick base. And there is some rotation here. We're watching it closely, David. Back to you.
All right, great job, Jeremy and Ramey. On the northern part of the storm, back to Links 3. Let me show you where they are. And again, on Links 3, this is coming into Selman, all right? And I'll show you what I'm talking about here. There's Selman right here. Here's where Jeremy is. This is going to be well east of Fort Supply Lake. This is north of Woodward. And then other severe storms just south of Woodward. Okay, let's go back down the line here. Here's Woodward. And this is not severe coming into Woodward, okay? Not severe. But what's coming on down here near Harmon is beginning to ramp up. And this is going to be severe south of Harmon, but it's marginally severe right now. And then back to the southwest, tornado warning continues. Again, for Roger Mills County.
Has gotten a little tighter here near Dempsey.
Yep.
David, on the latest scan, I'm going to show you that.
Yep.
Here we go. You can kind of see just north of Dempsey.
Yep. Okay, so let's go back to Brandon here, and I'm going to give Brandon some instructions as well. Brandon, can you hear me? Brandon Pennell?
Yeah, David, I can hear you.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're good. So get back to Highway 283. Your roads are not great. You know that. But you're going to have to get back east just a hair and then get back north on 283. And then eventually from Cheyenne, you're probably going to have to go back east. I know you know all that. I'm just kind of looking at the roads here from a different perspective, looking at radar. So the hook, Brandon, is just to your west-northwest. Circulation is going to be almost due west of you, and it's going to be between you and Dempsey. All right, so what do you see, Brandon, as you look back to your west? Go ahead.
Well, David, in the last 5 minutes, the lowering that we did have isn't nearly as pronounced as what it was, but I do think just from my inflow winds and the difference in the mile section to mile section, that the storm is actually probably going through a little bit of a cycle period right now. The circulation earlier kind of got absorbed up in the rain, and it has come back out in the clear air. So maybe in the next 5-10 minutes, I'll have a better handle on what's going to happen. We're going to get to 283 and then go north, like you said. Back to you.
Wow. Okay. All right. Great job, Brandon. And Lacey was just pointing out there's a southeast wind at 45 miles per hour out of the southeast ripping into that storm. So the inflow it is on. It's a southeast wind ripping into this. So all that moisture, all that humidity, all the heat that's been down here today, that's all funneling right into that storm. Okay, so Brandon's back to 283. Here's the area of spin, tornado warning. All right, for southern Roger Mills County. If you're east or southeast of Radon, this is obviously well to your east. If you live in Cheyenne, down to Rose Hill, up and down 283, you need to go to your tornado safe spot now. This storm has stretched out a little bit. But even though a storm is stretching out, it can still produce a tornado because the mesocyclone, as it stretches, will tighten. And you tighten the mesocyclone, you tighten it, right? And it's going to try to tighten up and try to produce something. It can. So I've seen storms many, many times, storm chasing, and you're thinking, oh, it's weakening, thing's over with. No, it's not. And it'll go through a cycle, it'll tighten up, and you'll get a tornado out of this. So the circulation's right here. It's right back in here. And what are we out of right now? Are you out of Frederick?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that makes more sense now. There's your couplet with that. Right in here. And then Val, there's still an area of shear up here.
Yeah, to the east of Roll.
Yeah, it's
Val's
right there.
kind of right under that.
Yeah, there it is, and his hail core's coming up. So this might be the new meso that takes over. That inflow notch is still very much established, and then the one down here. So once again, tornado warning continues for central and southwestern Ellis County. You folks in Radon to Durham, you are out of it. Okay, it's to your east. Moving northeast at 40, and it's going farther east. It's pushing a little more northeasterly versus north-northeast. Earlier, these were racing through here. Now it's becoming a little more like this, okay? A little more northeasterly, what we call true northeast. And it's getting a little bit of a push now, starting to push. We have a major upper-level storm system with a strong jet stream coming out, and these will eventually really start to make a push to the east. I mean, they're going to come ripping to the east and northeast here later this evening and into tonight. All right, so tornado warning, Roger Mills County. Again, for this right here, area of spin, inflow notch, the storm is breathing right here. This is the mouth. We have warm, moist air coming into where it's breathing, wrapping around the mesocyclone, which is going to be right back in here. All right, this is going to be south of Roll. Roll, big hail on and just east of Roll now. Going to have nickels and dimes and quarters in here. On Roll and east of Roll. Val's right there looking at that area of circulation. And you can see all the lightning strikes here and all the tracker video, and there's a lot of it. So Hank's going to make his way back north. Let's go back to Val again and get an update from Val. Val Castor, new area of spin now developing. Another mesocyclone beginning to develop just west of you, between you and Roll. Right behind you, your hail core is ramped up. On Roll, they're getting at least quarter-size hail, Val. So back to your west and southwest, maybe 4 or 5 miles, 4 miles, Val. New area of spin. Go ahead.
Okay, so that makes a lot of sense because our camera is, we pointing west-southwest right now. That camera is pointing west-southwest, and you're kind of seeing a big, broad, lowered area. That's the base of the storm back to our west-southwest, and I agree with that completely. Looking, David, to our north, the other lowered area we had just earlier, there's a gust front. Right now we got west winds where we're at, but the gust front wraps in north of us and curls back kind of to the west and west-northwest to our north. So it kind of wraps in up there, but that new area of spin that you're talking about is like southwest of us right there, and that's what you're looking at in the shot. By the way, our hail size got up to about nickels earlier when we had the hail, and then we got out of it. David?
All right, great job, Val. So Val's on the northern part of the storm that continues to rotate. Mesocyclone in there, it is spinning. And that's on the northern part of the storm. That actually is beginning to increase, and the southern part of the storm is still turning for sure. All right, let's go back to Lynx 3 now. And let me show you the two areas that we're watching. You can easily see these. Inflow notch right here, right? Inflow notch. All right, looks like the mouth right there, right? There's where Val is. Hail core is coming up east of Roll, which means a strengthening storm, a strengthening updraft, which makes perfect sense. Strengthening updraft with a mesocyclone with this, right? Okay, so the stronger the mesocyclone, the bigger the hail, and the stronger the winds, and the higher the tornado potential, right? Weak mesocyclone, you're usually going to have a weak, small, wimpy tornado, which is all good. We'll take a weak tornado, right? Versus something else that could be a lot stronger. But this mesocyclone is getting stronger. Hail sizes are getting larger as it's going to now go just northeast of Roll, okay? And it's going to cross the river up here shortly. And then we have the other original mesocyclone, which is now coming into Cheyenne. And Brandon now is in Cheyenne. Let's go back to Brandon, and the hook's going to be, there's the hook right there, clearly showing up. Let's go back to Brandon now and get an update from him and Sammy, now coming into Cheyenne from the south, Brandon. And Brandon, it's going to be just to your west and southwest. Go ahead, give me an update. What do you see when you look back that direction?
Yeah, David, you know, it's still pretty much the same as what it was about 5 minutes ago. You know, I don't see anything that's tornado imminent in the near future right now, which is a good thing as this comes into, you know, the small town of Cheyenne. We're going to continue north on this highway, though, because our road options are limited to get up to 33 to where we have an east option, to stay just out in front of this thing so we can look straight back to the southwest as it continues to try to develop. Back to you.
Right. Okay. All right. Great job there, Brandon. Good job. Okay, so here's the deal. Tornado warning continues for Roger Mills County, and the area of spin is going to be back here. Here's Hank. Brandon's right here in Cheyenne. Area of circulation is right back in here. And then there's another area of spin, which is right up in here. It's right there. Okay, I know it doesn't look like much, but it is. Area of spin here. Val's on that. So we have two areas that we're watching. The original tornado warning for this area of spin here that I really ramped up, and I mean quickly. It took about 10 minutes. And it went from, yeah, a severe storm, sure, to here we go. We might have some bigger problems on our hands besides some wind and hail. Okay, so tornado warning, once again, for Roger Mills County. There's Cheyenne. Area of spin is going to be just west-northwest of Cheyenne. Let's turn on shear rate. See what we get out of that. Okay, look at Val's.
Yes, the dominant feature right now is the one east of Roll.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we have Brandon coming into Cheyenne, area of spins right here, and then we have Val's area of spin to the north. All right, so we're probably gonna get a tornado warning out of this pretty soon. Val's right there. Let's go back to Val again, and let's bring Val back in here. And Val's shear rate is really starting to peg it now. Just to your west-northwest, maybe 2 miles, maybe a mile. It's right behind you. What do you think? What do you see right now? I know you're coming through, where are you right now? Coming in Leedy, just west of Leedy. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, we're on Highway 47, right? We're still west-southwest of Leedy, probably, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 miles. But we're watching that area. Our camera shot right there is looking back at the area you were talking about. So it's there.
All right, well, again, out here, when you get in the rural areas, you go up and down a hill into a valley, and you're going to run into some cell problems for sure, all right? So he's still connected, but he was lost at the cell towers, at least for a second. Okay, that's his shot, though, right there, and you see all the lightning. So the good thing about it is we have a lot of lightning, and at least we can really kind of see what's going on visually. Once again, these guys and gals will chase by wind speed, wind direction, and all that, right? And power flashes and lightning flashes to be able to see the area of rotation, and also obviously by radar and what we do from inside the studio and back and forth with the trackers or what they're looking at. Okay, so Val, here's Leedy. And again, area of circulation's right here. The main area is down here, but it has weakened some, now coming into Strong City. So just to be safe, if I live in Strong City, I'm gonna go to my safe spot right now. And if I live north of Strong City, I'm going to go to my safe spot, okay? Lowest level, center part of the house. If you live in a mobile home, there's no safe spot in a mobile home from a tornado or extreme dangerous winds, strong winds, okay? All right, you got to get out. You got to get out of that and seek shelter in a wheel belt home, neighbor's house, storm shelter next door to neighbor's house or whatever. All right, so tornado warning does continue for Roger Mills County. Big hail now. Going on the eastern side of the Pack Saddle Wildlife Management Area. Big hail. Golf balls in here. That's just going to be northwest of Val. And radar showing quarters, but I can tell you by looking at reflectivity there, there's at least that going on. Okay, so Val's on the north side, Brandon and Hank down to the south. Let's go back to Hank and bring Hank in. He's down here. Once again, this is the only thing going on right now in Oklahoma. We're going to have a lot more storms this evening and tonight, but let's get an update from Hank on what's happening out west. Hank, area of spin is still there. What do you think? Give me an update. What were you going to say?
David, I'm coming into Cheyenne right now, and I think the south edge of this storm has kind of swung back up around into itself. I think there's a new lowering that's forming right just north of Cheyenne. I can see, if I come over this hill, I can see kind of a sharp edge to the back left side of the base, and that is closer to me than where that original circulation was, like where Brandon is up there. So I think that it's, like Brandon said earlier, cycling up, and I think this back edge is starting to wrap into itself and get a little bit more organized. If you look in the lightning on the right side of the road here is that area that I'm talking about. So we're going to keep with it, go north through Cheyenne. It's past Cheyenne, and then we're going to try to get out in front of it or through it just north and east of Cheyenne. David, back to you.
Okay. All right. Great job. And once again, that's Hank and Patty Brown coming into Cheyenne right now. And Hank's talking about the wrap. This thing is starting to wrap up. Anytime you see something on radar, when you have a mesocyclone involved and it starts to tighten up and you see the wrap coming around, I'll show you what I'm talking about here. That's when you really start to pay attention. And I also want to point out, we talked about this all this morning with Lacey out here. And again, we're talking about it tonight, Lacey and Cassie here, that what's going to happen is with this system is 2 waves, right? Actually, might be 3 waves before it's all said and done. Actually, there's a 4th because there's more rain tomorrow night. Anyway. All right, so this is wave 1 in the west and northwest, right? Here comes wave 2 coming out of Texas. And these are severe down here. And these will be moving into a tornado environment. Yeah, hail and wind, yes, but also they're moving back into the same environment down here where this air is rich, it's prime, it's very warm, nearly hot, okay? So these will move back into an area where there's going to be spinning going on, all right? So this is going to be a concern. Tom's headed south. We're going to break a few of these guys off and gals and get these folks down here to get in on that stuff as well as it comes into southwest Oklahoma. And this is what's going to make its way up I-44 into Oklahoma City, all right? It's going to be, you know, midnight and after, but this will make it into Oklahoma City. It'll be a while. But this is wave 1. This is wave 2, and there could be possibly a third wave that comes in behind that for later tonight. Yeah. Party's just begun, right? Okay, so let's go back to the northwest. And the severe storms now just west of Freedom. Let's jump back north one more time. Let's not forget about our friends up here. Freedom, the severe storm is going to go just to your west. We thought it would, not by much. Now right over Cargill. Right over Cargill right now, right? Coming into the southwest on top of Cargill. That storm is going to go west of Freedom. Okay, then the other severe storm is going to be north of Woodward. Not tornadic, weak area of spin. Okay, and then moving to the northeast. Other severe storm, marginally severe right now, running from Woodward back down to west of Sharon, large hail, damaging winds there, and then also east of Harmon. These are all just severe storms in here. Okay, large hail, damaging winds, nickel dime, quarter-size hail winds, 60 to maybe 65 miles per hour with this whole line. Okay, let's come back to the tornadic storm now that we have, and this is, again, tornado warning. And the area of spin, we have 2 areas now that are tornado warned, basically. We have the southern end, which is down here west of Strong City, Hook here, and we have the other area of spin, which is right here. Val's right there looking right at it. This is wrapping around. The hail and wind are wrapping around this. This is the inflow notch. The tornado is going to be right back in here. And then we have the other wrap right here. There's the inflow notch where the air is flowing into the mesocyclone from the east. It is open. See the little mouth right there? That is open. And so that's bringing in warm, moist air. And the tornado is going to be right here. At least a strong area of circulation. So 2 areas of spin. Velocity data supports what I was just showing you by looking at radar data. And let's turn shear rate on. Also velocity data supports it up here. Area of shear, just west of Strong City, just north of Hank. And then also we have Val's area of spin, which is right back in here. Okay, so let's do it. Let's go back to the trackers now. Let's get an update from Brandon. And he's kind of in the sweet spot right now, looking off back to the west. Brandon, what do you think? Tornado warning continues. Circulation still pretty good now. Just behind you there on Highway 33, just to your west. What do you see? I know you're going eastbound, but what do you see when you look back to the west there?
Yeah, David, we were just discussing that. You know, there's kind of 2 areas. There's the one to the north, and then there's the one to the south. And right now, honestly, I think they're kind of fighting each other for which one maybe wants to be the dominant mesocyclone, so to speak. But I can tell you, since we've got out of the core and we've gone east about 4 miles on Highway 33, the inflow is probably 40 to 45 miles an hour out of the east, just getting pumped back into this thing. So it's still trying to get its act together, I think, like we were talking about earlier. It's still trying to go through a cycle stage and figure itself out. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Great job, Brandon. And Brandon, again, on the east side of that. And he's in a good spot. He's right where he should be, right? Okay, he's right where he should be bringing this thing in. All right, so once again, now, here's the deal. These have weakened some. Let's go back to reflectivity. We still have the 2 inflow notches, but notice they don't look anything like they did about 10 minutes ago. But there's one, and the area spin, green up against the red. All right, it's right here. It's right here. Okay, then we have the other area, which is right here, but it's not as strong as it was. And notice earlier, the hail core is more intense, shear rate. Our product here at News 9, it was more intense, but right now, you know, they are not as strong. These have weakened. The rotation has weakened just a little bit here, looking at shear rate, looking at velocity data, and they've kind of stretched out just a bit. The hail cores, remember the blacks, the dark black we were showing in here 10 minutes ago. Now we're looking at mainly purples. Still some quarters in there, but we were showing golf balls and larger. And looking at storm strength, we had the purples. Now we're back down to the red. So these have weakened. These have weakened. Again, moving northeast at 35 to 40. So as of right now, we've dropped the tornado warnings on this. This is going to be just a severe thunderstorm warning for you folks, again, west and southwest of Vici. And let's go up the line one more time. And then up here where Jeremy is, now just west of Freedom, severe storm here. and that's going to miss Freedom. That storm is. Now, the storm southwest of Freedom, that's going to get you with some wind and some hail. So now, the tornado threat with the southern storm has decreased. It's no longer with us. We need to watch these storms carefully. The main threat is going to be some large hail, nickel and dime, quarter-size hail, with winds 60 to 65 miles per hour. Anywhere along this line, tornado threat is still there, but it is gone for now. It's gone for now, but this, I think, is just the beginning. Let's go back down to Texas one more time. Take a look at the storms down here. Here comes wave 2. That'll be coming into southwestern Oklahoma here, and these are going to come right through Altus and Lawton and come up right up I-44 into Oklahoma City. That'll be the second line that comes into southwestern Oklahoma in the next couple of hours and moves into the metro. It'll be after midnight. So once again, severe storms in the west, no longer tornadic. They are still rotating, but much slower. The threats now in the west are going to be some large hail and damaging winds. We're going to take a break. As always, 7 News 9. We'll keep you advised.
We saw it that day. I got my back window broken out. From Kip. Here we go. I'm just laughing. Our baseball team won tonight. That's what we're talking about. Locked. Awesome. Okay. Congratulations, Twisters. Period. We are on a tornado warning. What? Okay. Whatever that is, if that's dust, that's a lot of dust on the ground.
Okay, that would be west.
Just watch. Yeah, we're talking about
west of Leedy is
put
where
the
that
big
would
camera back on it, the upstairs camera.
Okay.
All right, we've kind of zoomed up a little bit. We've got it on dash cam now. We're going to see what happens when it...
Looks like clouds to me.
Yeah, it's definitely clouds, but what David's talking about is maybe something laminar in behind it.
Well, that's what I thought I saw for a minute, but it looks real ropey.
Yeah, it did look kind of ropey.
There's that area.
Okay. Show me again real quick. That's right where we're looking. Well, is it pulling away from us? I think we need to get on the road and go north here in just a minute. But
Wave 1 across western, northwestern Oklahoma. We've had some areas of spin. The tornado warning we had about 20 minutes ago. That's gone away. Circulation has come down. It is still there, and it'll tighten up every now and then, so we're still watching that. Army of trackers scattered from Kansas to Texas on the first wave, and then now getting back in place what's going to be the second wave of storms that will come out this evening. Here we go. All right, let's go to our trackers now. Let's go to Val and Amy Custer and take their shot here. We'll talk to them. And Val, the lowering there you had, it was pretty impressive about 10 minutes ago. It's kind of gone away. Still a little bit of a lowering. There it is, right there in the lightning. And that's the area of spin that's been spinning here for the last hour. Go ahead and give me a quick update.
Yeah, you know, David, the area of spin is still up there, up above in the clouds. It's still there, obviously. The low levels is not looking as impressive as it did earlier. But what you're looking at right there is what's left of it. We're going to keep watching it, keep following it. Back to you.
All right, great job there, Val and Amy Custer. Of course, Brandon out today with Sammy. We have Jeremy out with Ramey today. We have Tom and Rob out today in southwestern Oklahoma. Everybody's out today, right? So here's the main line. It is severe, running from Freedom back down to east of Woodward. Winds along this line are going to be 60 to close to 65 miles per hour, all the way down to Vici. The one storm that's had the spin in it is still spinning west of Leedy And again, everything moving off to the northeast at 35 to 40. At the same time, the line is moving easterly or east-northeast at about 15 to 20. All right, so let's stay with Vance. Let's stay with northwest Oklahoma. Let's go to the hail sizes here, Cass. And let's take a look at some of the hail sizes in the line. Nickels and dimes, quarters, and then down here, we get, every now and then, we get some golf ball size hail. I want to point out, the radar is depicting that mid-level rotation is still there west of Lady. See the cylinder? All right, so not a tornado warning, but it is definitely an area of spin down there with that. So going to have nickel and dime, quarter size hail in pockets coming into Visay, headed to Camargo, headed to Winoka eventually. Let's do a storm track on this. And again, this is going to be moving off to the east-northeast eventually. So we'll keep it in these far western counties. Leedy moving in now. We'll say Quinlan at about 9 o'clock. How about Winoka at about 9:04? Fairview right now, a little later down the line there at about 10 o'clock as well. So we're tracking everything in the northwest. New storms come out of Texas. Will come into southwestern Oklahoma the next hour to hour and a half. Stay with News 9. We'll keep you advised. in the northwest, tracking these severe storms. The tornado warnings have expired. All right, that's a good thing going. But I tell you what, the atmosphere is still very conducive to get more tornado warnings through this evening and even into tonight for a while, folks. So wave 1 in the northwest. Let's go to Val. And Val is on the southern part of this storm. There is still rotation in there. Let's get a quick update from Val. Near Leedy, looking back to the west-northwest at the big rain-free base in there. Right now, Val, not tornadic, but it is spinning, and you're watching it. Go ahead, Val.
Yeah, David, I know I'm in a sketchy cell area, but here's what we got. We're watching this rain-free base. This is the same storm that was tornado warned earlier. It's not as strong looking as it was before. It does have a big rain-free base. Every now and then we see a lowering with it, but we're going to watch it very, very close. Back to you.
Okay, all right, there it is, Val. So Val's right there, looking right at it, not on the ground. It is rotating, but not too strong right now, so that's a good thing going, right? Okay, let's go to Lynx 3. And here's what we have going on in the northwest. The whole line is severe. Once again, moving off to the northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. At the same time, it's creeping east. But Winoka, Chester, Taloga might miss the storms altogether. It's going to be close, but you folks in Winoka and Freedom are on top of Freedom right now. And everything, again, lifting to the northeast. Let's put on the hail sizes now out of NX and take a look at some of the hail sizes in here. Nickel, dime, quarter. The strongest storm is southwest of Visay. Going to have some golf balls in that. And this is down here where the mesocyclone is. That's what Brandon and Val are both watching here. Area of spin. It's going to head up towards Visay, and it's going to head up towards maybe Chester, Winoka. And eventually this action will make it into parts of Major County and Alfalfa County, okay? All right, so that's what's going on with that. All right, let's turn on shear rate real quick here. Take a look at it. And there is some wind along the line, but nothing's too tight. Winds 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, 50 to 60 right now with some nickel and dime, quarter, and some golf ball size hail down there. Doing a storm track, let's go to Lynx 4. Take a look at the storm track on this. Quinlan 904, Winoka 922, Alva 942, Sharon 948, and Tacoma at about 950. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Excuse me, there it is, Lynx 3. That's what I want right here. And storms in Texas produced winds to nearly 100 miles per hour, straight line winds. Folks, Tom's down there, Hank's coming in from the north. Those will come into southwest Oklahoma. This area is going to fill in with a line of storms, and they'll come into the metro. It'll be after midnight, close to midnight to 1 o'clock in the morning when they move in to Oklahoma City. 7 News 9, we'll keep you advised.
I want to know exactly what dangers I'm leading my team into.
The storm is still severe and has hail with it.
That's priceless right there.
Right here.
Show me again. Show me again. I had to put a mute on. Where? Okay. Is there a shear showing up?
Well, it's there's a mezzo, and I mean it just looks a little ragged, but it's right over there.
In northwestern Oklahoma, these storms are quite severe, talking about winds 60, maybe as high as 70 miles per hour. Tornado threat still there, certainly not zero. We are watching 2 areas of spin right now in the far northwest as these storms move northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Let's go to Val Custer. Let's take his shot. He's on the southern supercell. You can easily see the lowering in Val's shot. Look at there, folks. The beginning of what could be another wall cloud developing here. Let's go to Val and Amy and get an update from them. Val, go ahead.
Okay, so David, this is fast approaching Viside, what you're looking at right there. We're a couple miles south. That lowering was really, really big and blocky just a few minutes ago. Now it's a little more pointed. But anyway, there's a hook feature in the reflectivity of this storm, and it's right in that area. And this bears watching, and we're going to watch it real close for any possible signs of anything like a funnel. Back to you, David.
All right. Well, great job there. And we can see that hanging down, a little bit of some scud tags going on. Val's watching it. Amy's there, obviously, with Val, keeping an eye on that. Let's go back to Jeremy. He's on the northern sides of this line and get an update from Jeremy, and I'll show you what he's talking about and what he's looking at here coming up. Jeremy, you're up north near Winoka. There is a lowering there. There's a mesocyclone there, an area of spin. Give us a quick update on what you see up there. Go ahead.
Yeah, David. It's just to my northwest, and so in Winoka, we're getting winds now out of the west, and that rotation's just to my northeast. We're going to get here through town, get a better look at this thing. Keep our eyes on it close, David. It's definitely worth watching. Back to you.
All right, great job there, Jeremy. Okay, let's get to it. Links 1 control room, take a look at it. Tornado watch in effect until 1 a.m. New severe thunderstorm watch in effect till roughly 4 a.m. And let's go to Links 1 here, and let me show you what I'm talking about as everything moves off to the northeast. These storms are going to move into Kansas, and then we're going to focus our attention on the big mess coming out of Texas. This storm has produced winds down here to nearly 100 miles per hour. But right now, there's a hook right here, northwest of Winoka. Jeremy's on that. Val's on the hook right here that's headed towards and west of Chester. We're going to keep an eye on both of these areas as they continue to spin anywhere along this line. Look at the hook back here, folks. Winds in here are going to be, we're talking about winds are going to be 60 to 70 miles per hour, nickel and dime, maybe even some quarter-size hail with that. And then up north where Winoka is, look at the hook right here. Check out that little appendage. See, it's kind of sticking its head out. Yeah, that's not good. So Jeremy's right there. That's going to head up towards Alva, right? So you folks in the west and northwest out ahead of this line, watch out. Keep an eye on these storms as we are. Nickel, dime, quarter-size hail in that line with winds 60 to 70. Winoka moving in right about now. Avar 931. Sharon at about 10:15. Storms in southwestern Oklahoma make their way to the metro. We're looking at Tipton at about 10 o'clock. Snyder 10:16. And Mountain View at about 10:42. Coming to the metro close to midnight. 7 News 9. We'll keep you advised.
They're covering all marinas and boat ramps.
They have the manpower for that?
Hey, we just got a couple pieces of dime-sized hail falling. I'm sorry, nickel-sized hail falling right now.
Be on the east side of Viside now.
All right. Hey, it's borderline nickel to quarter-size hail. It's just all hail and no rain. This thing is legitimate. Hey, what was that? Did you see that greenish-looking? Yeah, some of these are quarters even. Hey, some of this hail is actually quarters here. And the lowering just off the road ahead of us. And it's probably on the east side of my side. we're definitely getting quarter-sized hail, maybe even bigger right now. The hail's getting bigger. This thing's ramping up. We're on the south side of my side, getting ready to turn east. We're going to go this little ways, I think. Our radar's showing 2.25, which is surprising. All right, going east now. Yeah, there's even hail on the road. Look at that.
So the lowering that we saw earlier would be on the east-northeast side of by side.
Okay. And it's moving pretty fast. Hail is partially covering the road. My side. Hey, shine down on the road real quick with the camera. Look at that hail, David. Yeah, they were on. We don't have the big lights yet. Alright, we're back in the hail again. Yeah, there's some 1.25 falling. Bigger than quarter. still moving. That's the biggest hail we've seen all day. $50 solid. And it was almost completely covering the road too at one point. Finally. All right. What's radar look like now?
We are right here.
Okay.
There's velocity, so it's kind of wrapped in. You see anything up there?
Quickly changing across Oklahoma in the form of severe weather in the northwest and a lot more severe weather to go across parts of southwestern, eventually into central Oklahoma. That will include all of Oklahoma City. So it's going to be a long evening going into a long night. That is for sure. Okay, let's get to it here, talking about our storm trackers, and they're all out and about, and they are still running and gunning in the northwest, and now we're fanning into southwestern Oklahoma on severe storms that are now coming out of Texas that are already producing winds of nearly 100 miles per hour. So it's going to be a high-end, damaging wind event. Okay, now listen up. It's going to start in southwest Oklahoma. It's going to make its way right up I-44 into Oklahoma City, okay, into central Oklahoma. There's a lot of real estate in between there and there, here and there, okay? Everybody good on that? All right, let's get to it now. Let's go to our trackers here. Let's check in with Jeremy Carter. He's up in Alva. He's in Woods County. Let's go to Jeremy. And severe storm just to his west, winds 60 to 70. Now coming into Alva, and there's a little bit of an area of rotation of spin now northwest of Alva, about a mile. Jeremy, give me a quick update moving through Alva.
Yeah, David, as this is, I've been approaching Alva. I've been watching it pretty close. Not been able to see any defined lowerings, but definitely quite a wind shift coming for Alva, and they're going to be dealing with some pretty decent winds here fairly quick. David, back to you.
Yeah, great job, Jeremy and Ramey, on that northern storm. Let's go a little farther south now. Let's go to Custer, and he's back farther south. Him and Amy looking at the hook down south. Not tornado warn right now, but we are watching it carefully along with Val. He's right there. Val, what do you think? What do you see right now? Again, we're talking about he's in southeastern Woodward County, northwest of Sealing. Go ahead, Val.
All right, so David, what you're looking at right there is where the thing wraps up. The storm is starting to wrap up a little harder than it was earlier. I know there's not a tornado warning on it yet or anything like that, but it looks like to me, David, the rotation is increasing with the storm. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Great job, Val and Amy. Stay with it here. And there it is, folks. You can see the leading edge, and this is where the wrap is, a little bit of a wrap coming around on this supercell. No tornado warning on it, but we're watching it, okay? Let's go to Lynx 1. A tornado watch in effect until 1 a.m. New severe thunderstorm watch till 3 a.m. for southwest Oklahoma. And look at the storms now coming into Altus, headed to Lawton. These are racing northeast, folks, at 60 miles per hour. Do the math. These will be here close to midnight, okay, as they come in from the southwest. All right, these storms, they are moving, okay? They are moving. So we have the one band of storms in the northwest. These will push into Kansas, okay, shortly. Control room, can you lose that out of my ear, whatever I'm hearing? These are going to move into Kansas, okay? And right now we have Val on that. We have, again, Jeremy on this one. There's a break, and then here comes the next ball of energy coming out of northwest Texas. But right now, storms are just severe in the northwest, coming into Alva, and then they're going to try to make their way towards Cherokee. Okay, so winds anywhere along this line, 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. Val's down here. He's been on the hook. A little bit of an inflow notch right there. That's going to make its way up towards Winoka. You folks in Winoka already getting the first storm. And then here comes the main line to the north. A little bit of a bow echo here. So on the bow echo, winds 60 to 70. And on the north side, a little area of spin, which is just north of Alva right now. So here's Sealing. Here's Mutual. Storm is severe. Nickel and dime. Quarter-size hail there going to Bouse Junction, Winoka, and Avard. And here's that inflow notch just north of Alva. Jeremy's looking right at it. Not tornadic, but it is spinning. It's going to head up towards Capron, all right? So we're keeping an eye on that. Hail sizes, nickel, dime, quarter, golf ball, and the storm that Val is watching is now painting tennis ball size hail. Probably a little bit large, but golf ball size hail for sure into that. All right, let's come back south now. Oklahoma City right here. Severe storm coming into Altus here in the next 10 minutes. It's going to ride northeast at 60 miles per hour. Storm track in the north, Capron at 9:44. How about Tacoma at 10:14? How about Lambert at 10:30? And then the storm in the southwest, Frederick, 9:55. Frederick, 9:55. How about Snyder, 10 o'clock? How about Cache, 10:23. Fort Cobb, 10:41. Anadarko, 10:52. Chickasha, 11:12. Ninnekah, 11:13. Minko, 11:13. And Oklahoma City, it's going to be pretty close to midnight as it comes out of Canadian and Grady counties into the metro. Damaging winds, 70, 80 miles per hour, possibly with that. And there will still be a tornado threat. More on what's going to happen later this evening, overnight tonight, in your latest news and sports of the day. See you at 10.
Where did Samuel bury Caleb?
there a storm going up like ahead of it, like over or something? All right, so my depth range is 320 miles. I have 320 miles till I have to get depth. So I think that'll do us the rest of the night. I think if we come across the truck stop with filling the pump, we'll stop and get it. Video.
Talking to me.
So there's a storm chaser named Stephen Jones. He's from Oklahoma.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us for News 9 at 10 o'clock. Severe storms in the state right now, and some of them are approaching the metro or heading our way at least.
And the threats we've been hearing about it: hail, strong winds, even tornadoes. Yeah, Oklahoma's top weather team, led by our chief meteorologist, David Payne, tracking it all. David?
All right, guys, you know, we had the one tornado warning earlier out in Ellis and Roger Mills County. It did not produce, but it was spinning like a top, at least for about half an hour or so. We've had a couple of areas that have been spinning. They spin up, they spin down. We've had quarter golf ball size hail. We've had winds 50 to 60 to nearly 70 miles per hour, at least in a few areas. And we now have our second big wave. We talked about this during our 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock newscast. We have two waves of storms, one in the northwest first, and the second wave, which will impact many, many more Oklahomans. And it's all unfolding right now. Trackers are all still out. They're going to be out, and like we're going to be in the studio overnight tonight and right into tomorrow morning. So if you want to cover severe weather with us, stay with us. We'll be here. All right, let's get to it now. Let's go to links. Look at the tracker shots there. Now, the tornado watch in effect until 1 a.m. No tornado warnings in here. We have a severe storm there. I'll show you that coming up. Severe thunderstorm watch comes up into the southwest metro until 3 a.m. I think there'll be another watch after that that will include Oklahoma City. All right, let's get to it. There's the first wave of storms in northwestern Oklahoma. That's going to lift into Kansas. We'll say goodbye to that in the next hour. And here comes a second wave exploding now in southwest Oklahoma. These storms are moving northeast at 35 to 40. They are severe, some mid-level rotation. They have weakened just a little bit, but now coming in, blowing through Alva. They're going to Cherokee, back down west of Cleo Springs, now coming into Winoka. Winds in here are going to be 50 to 60, might have a gust of 70, nickel and dime and quarter-size hail. We had a little bit of some spin earlier near and west of Bouse Junction. That's still there. We're watching that. And another area of spin north of Capron right there. That is now beginning to move into Kansas. Some hail in here, nickel and dime, some quarter-size hail there. Storm track on the northern storm. Bouse Junction at 10:06, almost there. Cherokee, 11 o'clock. And how about Jet at about 11:36? Okay, now here's what's going to impact Oklahoma City. Coming out of southwest Oklahoma, running from Hobart down to Altus, down to Frederick. Look at this line here. This is going to expand and lift to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. It is hauling, just blowing through Blair, blowing through Altus. It's going to Cooperton. Snyder's next. Tom's right there, looking right at it. And the wind field is beginning to increase. Winds are going to be 50 to 60 miles per hour. Might have a few gusts close to 70. And the hail, pretty small hail in there. So a storm track on the southwest storms. Frederick moving in right about now. Okay, after that, Snyder, 10:08. How about Hobart, 10:14. Lawton, 10:44. Chickasha, 11:12. El Reno, 11:26. Moore at 11:42. Downtown Oklahoma City about 11:45, like we said, close to midnight. Tinker Air Force Base at about 11:50. And Edmond, again, pretty close to midnight. So for Oklahoma City, at about midnight, when this ball of energy is going to come right up I-44. All right, so here's what the model does for us. Does a good job. And look at the expansion, just the explosion of thunderstorms through midnight tonight. Look at 1 o'clock in the morning. Up and down I-35, it's a wall of rain, hail, wind, and still a continued threat for a tornado or two. We'll have another update coming up in about 10 minutes. Guys, back to you.
Okay, David, and the people at Clinton Regional Airport are saying not again.
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago, a tornado caused millions of dollars of damage at that airport. Our Barry Mangold checked back in tonight as they brace for another possible round of severe weather there.
Yeah, Amanda Kelly, pilots and staff here at the Clinton Regional Airport are hoping tonight's storms don't bring a second round of destruction.
Hopefully there will be no more damage, and we're in the process of cleaning things up now. We've still got a lot of debris around the runway, taxiways, that every time the wind changes, it blows more up.
We spoke with some folks here who said they are still processing insurance claims from the last storm. To avoid more damage tonight, folks have tied their planes down and locked up their equipment. But there are some hangars here that are less secure tonight than they were 2 weeks ago. Doors are still knocked over, paneling is still peeled back, and as you can see behind me, one hangar is still completely flattened. In Clinton, Barry Mangold, Oklahoma's Own, News 9.
All right, Barry, and with severe weather comes, of course, the chance of power outages. Felice Romero joins me right now with OG&E's preventative measure. They have a plan, Felice.
They do, and Amanda, right now, as it stands, OG&E is not reporting any significant outages. The company says the storm 2 weeks ago left 23,000 people without power. Its crew members work in 75-mile-per-hour winds, and they're ready to do it again. As Oklahomans prepare for another round of severe weather,
we have hundreds of crew members, both internal and external, and support staff that are available in case of power outages.
Crew members will work throughout the night and into the morning.
We don't know exactly what the weather will do and what outages it will cause in what areas. So as those outages happen, we will dispatch crews and support personnel.
If you lose power, you can call OG&E's customer service line or report the outage online by logging onto your account.
The estimated time of restoration really is based on the number of outages that we have and the types of outages that we have. You know, it's obviously a lot harder to put up new lines than it is to go out and switch something back.
OG&E says the best thing is to stay weather aware and have a plan, especially if someone in your home uses a medical device that relies on power.
Have multiple locations lined up that you can go in the case of an emergency, and consider a reliable backup power source like a generator if possible.
OG&E says it's also a good idea to pack emergency kits for your family. In studio, Feliz Romero, Oklahoma Zone, News 9.
All right, Felice, other news tonight. A death row inmate's clemency hearing planned for tomorrow, canceled. Bigler Stouffer killed an Oklahoma City man back in 1985. The Pardon and Parole Board says he will get a new clemency date when a legal challenge to the state's execution procedure is settled in court. Today, the state asked a federal appeals court to deny a motion to delay 5 upcoming executions. This all comes as the Department of Corrections says it is prepared to carry out the death penalty. And in fact, this Thursday, John Grant is scheduled to receive the first lethal injection here in Oklahoma since 2015. Tomorrow, News 9 Storm Jones questions the man in charge of Oklahoma's executions. Watch State of Executions on News 9 at 10 o'clock.
Investigators say a man was led to his death by his boss. They found his body under a septic tank in Logan County. Sylvia Corkill has the newly released court documents.
This is a small town. Everybody knows everybody.
It's a sad thing that, you know, in this day and time that someone would do something like that.
The sleepy town of Guthrie turned on its top by murder. Brent Mack was reported missing in September. 30 days later, his body exhumed from this makeshift grave on a rural property in Mulhall.
Just devastating all the way around, you know, the whole thing. It's still not real.
Investigators say Mack worked for Daniel Triplett's septic tank installation business.
Really, my dad seen all of Dan's side, the good, bad, the ugly.
When questioned by investigators about Mack's whereabouts, records showed Triplett lied, claiming he fired the victim because of his violent demeanor. He said after giving Mack $1,000 as severance pay, he dropped him off outside this laundromat. And while surveillance cameras captured Triplett's truck driving by, it never stopped. Days later, Mack's belongings were discovered across the street behind this small fence. Investigators would later find additional surveillance video showing Triplett and Mack working to install the septic tank. After the two climbed into the hole, investigators say Mack never emerged. Investigators say Triplett shot him in the back, used a backhoe to bury him, and that evidence collected from his home connects him to the crime.
It doesn't seem like real, especially in this little town like this, that something could make you that mad that you would want to do something.
Now, Triplett's wife told me today there is much more to this story, but she's been advised not to talk to the media. In the newsroom, Sylvia Corkill, News 9.
All right, Sylvia, Oklahoma City police identified the suspect in a deadly apartment invasion. Officers say Brian Foy shot and killed Philip Gates and hurt a woman near Northwest 19th and MacArthur in August. Police and U.S. Marshals are offering a total of $6,000 in reward money for help finding him.
All right, everybody, we are live in the Bob Mills Weather Center, and oh boy, things are now ramping up in the northwest, in the west, and now southwest. Thunderstorms are unzipping from southwestern Oklahoma all the way to the north. That'll make way for large hail, damaging winds, and that tornado threat will continue not only this evening, but for a while, even into tonight. That timeline on when those storms make it into the metro.
Those storms are severe down there. We've got some serious wind. I think we're going to beat it, though.
Room. A statement reveals the sub in question is a 71-year-old woman. She has been removed from teaching until the investigation is complete.
Investigators say a man threatened to kill people at a Nakoma Park business. Police say Richard Marlowe took off as an officer approached his car, leading a short chase yesterday. Officers say they found a loaded gun under Marlowe's driver's seat.
How about some good news? Tonight's Amazing Oklahomans are Bob and Carol Stoops. The State Department of Corrections says the couple hosted a fundraiser for Friends for Folks at their house. That's a dog training program behind bars.
Yeah, great program. DOC says one of the Stoops family dogs was trained by an inmate, so they donated sport memorabilia for a silent auction with hope of raising about $150,000.
From the Bob Mills Weather Center, the Oklahoma weather expert, David Payne.
Well, okay, things are now quickly changing across Oklahoma, and we're talking about thunderstorms are ramping up, not only in the northwest, but really across western and southwestern Oklahoma. And this is that big wave we've been talking about, wave number 2, making its way towards the metro. Now, with this wave, yes, the main threats will be wind and hail, okay? Nickel and dime, quarter-size hail, winds 50, 60 miles per hour. Could have some gusts to 70 if this thing ramps up just wrong as it comes into the metro here, close to midnight. More on that coming up. Trackers have been out all day long. Jim Gardner has been up as well as these storms first fired into western Oklahoma, and they are still out there tonight. Let's go to Hank Brown here, and Drew, let's go to Hank, bring Hank into it. Hank is coming into the western sides of the metro. Hank, you are now getting back in position here. Quick update on these storms as they march towards Oklahoma City. Talking about a wall of wind and rain and hail at 60 miles per hour. They're moving. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, we're moving back towards the city, like you said, at a pretty good clip. And I'm way out in front of these storms, probably 20 miles. And the semis are having a hard time negotiating. The winds are just ripping out of the south to the north. I don't know quite how fast they're blowing, but it is blowing semi-trucks all over the place. They're having a heck of a time. So we're going to make it back here to the metro and bring this in, David. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Great job there, Hank and Patty Brown. Of course, Val and Amy out there tonight. We have Jeremy and Ramey out there. We have Tom down in southwestern Oklahoma and Rob. And again, everybody out tracking these storms. Brandon, Sammy, they're out there as well. All of our trackers are going to be out bringing these storms into Oklahoma City. So if you go to bed now, your app's going to go off, your News 9 app. Of course, you have it downloaded, and it's going to be like, right, here we go, severe weather, moving in. Turn us on. We will be here. I will be here. Trackers will be here. All right. Until 1 o'clock in the morning, tornado watch for the west and northwest for the counties in green. Severe thunderstorm watch, the first one until 3 a.m. in the morning. That will be expanded to include Oklahoma City, I think, the next hour or so as those storms begin to ramp up. And they're quickly accelerating out of southwest Oklahoma. So this first batch is going to lift into Kansas. Here comes the next big wave in the southwest. Now, these storms are still severe. Just blew through Winoka. Going to Alva. Alva, you've been hit once already. Here comes the next storm. You're going to get hit again. And by the way, there is a hook on this we're talking about. So we're watching that circulation east of Winoka. So Alva, Cherokee, pay attention to this. We are, and Jeremy's right there. We're going to keep an eye on this a little while longer as that storm is still severe now. And there's the hook just east of Winoka. And then also strong winds, 40 to 50, gusts to 60, going to Byron, going to Cherokee. That'll be coming in from the west. A little bit of hail up here, nickel and dime. Might have a little bit of some quarter-size hail just south and east of Winoka. All right, storm track, Tacoma, 1035. We'll say Byron at about 1036, Cherokee at about 1059, close to 11 o'clock. And then here comes the big wave in the southwest. Storms now taking off south of Cordell, down near Hobart, Roosevelt, all the way down to Frederick. The whole line is pretty much severe now, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, running from Cooperton to Snyder down to Frederick. You can see the movement there quickly northeast. Tom's in Lawton. He's going to bring that storm, that whole line, northeast into Oklahoma City, and the wind field is increasing. Winds right now 50 to 60. It could easily ramp up and get winds higher than that. A little bit of some hail in the line, mainly nickel and dime size hail, a few little quarter-size hailstones in there, but nothing too crazy. New cell going up southeast of Cordell. This whole area is just going to fill in with thunderstorms, okay? All the way up to Weatherford, Hydro. This whole area is just going to unfold with a wave of storms. So here's everything now from Hobart to Roosevelt to Frederick. Now, Lawton at about 1049, Chickasha 1116, Duncan 1121, El Reno 1124. That's the leading edge of the damaging winds. Downtown Oklahoma City, 1141. Moore, 1143. Edmond, 1151. And Pauls Valley at about 1208. Okay, so Oklahoma City, south, and back to the west, this whole line will be coming in. Also, it's going to expand up towards Enid. But it hasn't developed yet, but it will, I promise you. Here in Oklahoma City, 72 degrees, the southeast wind at 13. Our humidity, it is high. It is thick. It feels like May out there tonight. Temperatures in the 70s, plenty of moisture, strong jet stream, powerful storm moving in. Look at these temperatures at 10 o'clock in late October. Look at these winds right now, 30 to 40 miles per hour. It's going to stay windy all night long. And here's what future radar looks like. At 11 o'clock, thunderstorms continue to build in the west and southwest. There's midnight right up to Highway 81, give or take. And then there is 1 o'clock in the morning crossing I-35. And then at 2 o'clock in the morning, moving east of I-35, the severe weather threat will be along that leading edge as it moves from west to east. And then we're going to have more rain in behind that. And that will go on for a while, much of the nighttime hours. And the severe weather threat will decrease as it moves off to the east. Okay, so between now and midnight, same maps we had at 4 o'clock today. Thunderstorms erupt coming into the far west metro. But midnight, it'll be real close to the western edge of Oklahoma City. Storms increase. Overnight, tonight through 6 a.m., northern, central, southern, eastern Oklahoma, it's a wall of storms. Still have a moderate threat of severe storms in the orange. That includes Oklahoma City for more numerous severe storms. The main threat, some large hail, damaging winds, a tornado or two possible. My tornado zone, the overall threat is low. It's certainly not zero for a spin up or two along that line, anywhere along that line, and that could include Oklahoma City. Hill sizes, quarter, maybe some golf balls in there. Winds, 65 to maybe 75 miles per hour. Lows tonight in the 50s in the west, 60s elsewhere. Here comes the cold front. And then by tomorrow morning, rain will be in eastern Oklahoma. It'll be trying to wind down. Highs tomorrow, folks, in the 50s. Tomorrow afternoon, rain in the east. And guess what? Tomorrow evening, another shot of rain coming in tomorrow evening. Highs on Friday in the 60s. Winds gusting to 55 miles per hour on Friday with rain in the east. Look at the wind. Crazy winds on your Thursday. We get somewhat of a break on Friday. Your weekend looks great. Next week, cool weather, cold weather, highs in the 40s, and rain returning. Western Oklahoma might see a little snow next week. We'll be back right after this.
It's time to have your furnace tuned up for winter.
Our tune-up makes
All right, everybody, here we go. Severe weather increasing now quite quickly across parts of western and southwestern Oklahoma. Nothing tornadic right now, but these storms, they are severe. Right now, winds are going to be 60 miles per hour. Could see a few gusts close to 70. That's going to be our concern. And trackers are still out. We have lined up with this, again, next wave of severe weather that will be approaching the metro and coming into Oklahoma City. So Hank and Patty Brown, they are now in the West Metro here, basically looking off to the west. Let's go to Hank and get an update. And Hank, storms are severe. They're ramping up. It's going to be a big line as it moves to the metro. Right now, though, we're talking about winds 50 to 60. That could easily change. And Hank, as you know, still a low tornado threat out there with these storms. So we're tracking all of it. Hank, give us an update.
Yeah, David, we've actually made our way back to the West Metro and just kind of keeping an eye, waiting for these storms to get to us. The real story right now, where we're at, is the environmental winds out in front of that line of storms is really blowing. It's probably blowing 40 miles an hour just without anything to do with the storm. So we can start to see some lightning off in the distance. So it won't be too long. These storms are moving at a pretty fast clip. They'll be in the metro here before too long, David. Back to you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And with that threat of damaging winds will certainly be there as they come through the western and really across the entire parts of Oklahoma City. Everybody will get impacted by these storms, whether it's just lightning and thunder, some small hail, or maybe some little bit larger hail. But also the main threat right now is going to be a damaging wind threat with a low tornado threat. The tornado threat is certainly not zero. All right, let's get to it on Links 1. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 5 a.m. It includes all of Oklahoma City. Tornado watch for a little while longer. The only storm we have in the watch box out here is up near and west of Cherokee. It is still severe, but nothing tornadic with that. But we're watching these storms. There goes wave number 1, moved out of northwestern Oklahoma, moving up into Kansas now, nearly out of Oklahoma. A little bit longer, it'll move out. And then here comes the next big explosion of thunderstorms in the southwest. So a storm track looks like this on the storms now west and southwest of Oklahoma City. Here's Oklahoma City right here, down to Moore, down to Norman, Pauls Valley. Here's Chickasha, here's Tom. Hank, trackers are lining up along this line. Lawton at about 11 o'clock, almost there. Rush Springs, 11:30. El Reno, 11:35. Chickasha, 11:37. Edmond at about 12:09. Downtown Oklahoma City, about the same, just after midnight. And we'll say Moore, 12:13. Norman, 12:14. And Pauls Valley at about 12:27. So it'll cross Highway 81 basically as we get into about 11:30, and then 12:30 it'll be crossing I-35 as it moves to the east. Nickel to dime, quarter-size hail winds in here are going to be 50, 60, maybe some gusts to 70 miles per hour as these storms ramp and move to the east-northeast. So the storms in the north have weakened. They've gone up, they've gone down. Nickel to dime, quarter-size hail east of Alva. Not a tornado threat there right now. We are watching that. And then here in Oklahoma City, Next Gen Live, our 1,000,000-watt radar. Storms now going up severe north of Hydro, headed up towards Watonga. These will continue to expand here near Colony. And everything here, again, racing east-northeast. A little bit of some hail in here, but the main threat is going to be damaging winds with that tornado threat continuing. Again, moving into the metro between 11:30 on the west sides, 12:30 on the east sides. Severe storms to the west and southwest of Oklahoma City, and right now no tornado warnings in effect. That's a good thing. We are watching the line for those little spin-ups to develop. They can certainly happen fast. They don't take very long to develop, and you can get what we call kind of a short fuse tornado. They ramp up, and you get a little spin out, you get a little turtle head, we call it, comes out of the main line, and you get a quick tornado. And that can always happen when you have the environment that we have right now. But right now, that's not there yet, and hopefully it'll just be more of a wind threat than anything, right? Okay, let's go to our trackers. Let's check in with Brandon. He's on the lip of this storm, on the front lip of it now, coming down I-40, just west of Oklahoma City, just west and northwest of Hinton on I-40. Brandon, is right behind you. Wind so far, around 40, maybe 50 behind you there a little bit. Give us an update.
Yeah, David, that's right. We just came out of the leading edge of this. Winds are still 40, you know, like you said, 40, 45, maybe even gusts of 50 still out of the south. We didn't get in the core, so I can't confirm what the winds were in that line, but just by looking at the lightning and everything that's going on back to the west, I think the line's trying to intensify just a little bit as it comes east. We'll be right here with it. Back to you.
All right, great job, Brandon and Sammy. Okay, let's go to Val and Amy Castor and get an update from them as they come into the Metro. Val, you know what's going to happen? The low-level jet is kicking in. These storms are going to ramp up, and probably, more than likely, will get stronger before they weaken. Go ahead and give us a quick update.
Yeah, you know, as this thing approaches central Oklahoma, David, you know, the southeast winds are just cranking out here on I-40. Semis are having a really, really hard time in the wind. We could see lightning every now and then back to our west. You know, I expect to see some wind damage with this, just to say the least. Back to you.
Yeah, and you know what that means. We're talking about power bumps and or power outages, whether it's a tree falling or whatever it is, or a tree limb. We're going to have some power outages more than likely as this comes through the Oklahoma City area in points west and north and southwest. Okay, let's get to it. Links 1, take a look at it here. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 5 a.m. in the morning. That's all night tonight, right? That includes all of Oklahoma City. It'll come to the metro between midnight and 1. And then off to the east. After that, it'll push off into eastern Oklahoma. So it's not going to be an all-night event of severe weather by any means. There's the earlier storms. There they are there. Still strong, still severe. A lot of those moving into Kansas. And here comes the next big wave, now running from just west of Oklahoma City, from Weatherford all the way down to west of Lawton. And you can see the expansion of the storms here really blossoming out here. And they're going to just continue to expand and lift to the northeast up towards Enid, okay? Storms in the northwest near Cherokee, lifting north. They are severe. We're tracking those, some quarter-size hail there. And then the big show, here's Oklahoma City. Small hail in the line right now. The hail's not that big. And then here's the main line. Now about ready to blast into Lawton. It is severe. It's going to head quickly northeast at 50, 55 miles per hour. Lawton knocking on your door. Then from there, it's going to go into Fort Cobb, Binger, Hinton, and Gary as it races northeast at about 50. There's your storm track. How about El Reno at about 11:30, Kingfisher 11:37, Guthrie 12:07, Edmond 12:08, Moore 12:14, downtown Oklahoma City just after midnight. And how about Stillwater at 12:39, Shawnee at about 1 o'clock in the morning. That tornado threat is low, but certainly not zero. We are watching it. Stay on News 9. We'll keep you advised. Everybody, here we go. So talking about severe weather across western and southwestern Oklahoma. Winds right now 50 to 60 miles per hour. Could have gusts higher than that. Trackers are still out. Let's go to Tom Pastrano now. Now he's in Chickasha. He's well ahead of the line, but the wind in Chickasha, it is still howling. And Tom, these storms are going to rip through Chickasha, and then they're going to come right into the metro. Give us a quick update on what you're seeing with the wind that is still ahead of the main line, not even with the line, not yet anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. We're seeing some fairly strong winds, 40, 45 miles per hour out of the southeast. We're overlooking Chickasha right now, and we can see the storms coming in. Lightning's getting more frequent, and they'll be here in only a matter of time. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Great job, Tom. Let's go to Hank and Patty a little farther north now and get an update from them. Hank's still in Canadian County out here waiting on the line, and it's now coming in through just west of Hinton down to Fort Cobb and Fort Cobb Lake. It is moving east-northeast quickly. Go ahead and give us an update on your current conditions there.
Yeah, David, we still can continue with winds out in front of these storms, 40 miles an hour plus blowing into them. We can actually start to see some storm structure now. When it lightens up, we can actually see the tops of this cloud coming in, and it's just a big line, a big wall that's headed our way. Back to you, David.
Okay. All right. Great job, Hank and Patty, right there. And again, here's what's going to happen. We're going to line out and fan out on this line and bring it east, northeast at roughly 50 miles per hour. So it is moving. Okay, Lynx 1, there it is. We have the severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 5 a.m. in the morning. That's tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. And that does include Oklahoma City. Now, the storms will be, the severe weather threat will be well east of Oklahoma City by then, okay? They're coming in way before that. But the severe weather threat will keep going off into eastern Oklahoma. All right, so here comes the main storm system itself. Cold front dry line merging, becoming one. Thunderstorms in the northwest up in Woods County lifting into Kansas. Those are still severe, though, still watching those. And then we have southwest Oklahoma for the big explosion of thunderstorms now west of Oklahoma City down to Lawton. These are pushing east-northeast, basically at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. All right, now storms in the northwest, just west of Cherokee. They are severe, nickel and dime, quarter-size hail, winds 50 to 60 between Cherokee and Byron. You folks up there, watch out for those. Nothing spinning right now, though, with those. And then look at the explosion of thunderstorms lifting, accelerating to the north up into Blaine County. You folks in Kingfisher, Logan counties, you're going to get the storms even into Garfield County. These are going to go all the way into Garfield County and expand quickly to the northeast. But, man, these are just barreling through Caddo County, barreling through Lawton right now, approaching Highway 81 after that. And now, Next Gen Live, our million-watt radar here. Look at the wall of heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds now coming into Watonga, Greenfield, west of Gary, Colony, down to Carnegie. And here in Oklahoma City, we are still dry. Hail sizes, pretty small. Doing a storm track. Watonga moving in right about now. How about Chickasha, 1139, Moore, 1216, downtown Oklahoma City, 1216, Edmond at about 1218, Langston, 1230, Ardmore at about 1247. And the computer doing a pretty good job. Here come the storms, roughly 11:45 to midnight to 1 o'clock in the morning, crossing I-35, still capable of some hail, damaging winds, and a tornado threat. Tracking it, 7 News 9. Well, here we go. That threat of damaging wind is certainly there. I think that's a real likelihood here in Oklahoma City of winds 50, 60, maybe even higher. The tornado threat does continue. You're thinking, really? The low-level dynamics are very strong tonight. We have a low-level jet above our heads, 5,000 to 7,000 feet up, and it is ripping in from the south. And that's what will give you these small little spin-ups or little weak tornadoes often along this line. All right, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the chance of it is certainly there. It's not zero by any means. And they form quickly, they produce quickly, and then they die quickly. All right, so that's our concern right now. Trackers are still out. Let's go to Val and Amy Custer, get an update from Val, and he's in the Canadian County area. You bet he is. He's in El Reno. Val, what do you think? Line now just to your west, and it's beginning to intensify some. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, we are in El Reno, and the line is to our west. We're starting to see lightning increasing a little bit as this thing approaches, and just the way all of this is set up, David, I really expect to see some wind damage as this thing moves across central Oklahoma. We will be here, we'll be watching it, we'll be tracking it. Back to you.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we will have some wind damage in Oklahoma City, at least across parts of the metro. I think, winds 50 to 60, you get up to 70, things begin to change, and you throw in still that tornado threat. Well, that's not good. All right, let's go to Jeremy Carter. He's in the far northwest metro. And he's going to be really south of Kingfisher there, between there and Okarche. And Jeremy, you're coming in from the north, getting ready for the storms as they roll in. Give us a quick update.
Yeah, David, one thing that is going on here as well as other places, strong wind coming from the south. And just to my west, you can see the lighting picking up. And over the last few weekends, you can see these storms are building in further north. They're going to be pushing over the city. We're going to keep a close eye on it, David. Back to you.
All right, great job, Jeremy, bringing the line in, and here we go. Okay, let's get to it here. Links 1, here's the line. Now, the first line we had going on earlier today, had the tornado warning out of that earlier. That's now going into Kansas, but man, look at the blossom of thunderstorms here taking off, and they're all severe, running from Blaine County all the way down into Texas, and that line is going to lift north and east. It's going to make it to Enid. It's going to Ponca City. It's going to Perry, okay? The whole line is going to lift northeast at the same time, expand to the east at a pretty good rate of speed. Now, thunderstorms up near Byron and west of Cherokee, these are still severe, lifting east-northeast, winds 50, 60 miles per hour. Might have a gust of 70 in that, some nickel and dime size hail there. And then Oklahoma City, look to the west, folks. Here it comes. The whole line is severe. It's beginning to bow out. And when you see the bow, from the bow here on the north side of that, where we have to watch that tornado threat to somewhat increase in that area. So here it comes, coming in from the west and the southwest. Bowing out, just went through Lawton. It's going to Rush Springs, Marlow and Duncan, and Ellick and Chickasha. You're next. And next in live, our 1,000,000-watt radar. Here comes the wind. Here comes a severe wind coming into Canadian County. Oklahoma County is next, and the whole line lifting north, but really the whole thing is really moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour, 45 to 50, running from Watonga back down to Hydro. Severe warning now going on for Canadian County back to the southwest. Small hail in here. The hail's not very large. Duncan at 11:37, Oklahoma City. Downtown, 12:18. We'll be back shortly. 7 News 9 will keep you advised. want to point out that the tornado threat, it's not zero, it's low overall at one location, right? We're not going to have a big outbreak of tornadoes, but we certainly could get maybe a couple as this line intensifies and we have some low-level winds beginning to increase some. So that's our concern. Sure, damaging winds will impact more people certainly than a tornado or two if that were to develop, okay? All right, let's go to our trackers now. Let's go to Brandon. He is still out in Canadian County, and he's looking off to his west. He is right in front of the line now. And Brandon, it's coming at you. It's knocking on your door. Give me a quick update.
Yeah, David, that's right. We're looking back to the west, back towards Hinton. And one thing we've noticed here in the last 5 minutes probably is there's been a couple of little areas of that have tried to lower on the leading edge of this line. So that's something we're going to watch as it tracks into the West Metro. Back to you.
All right, great job, Brandon. Let's go to Valcaster, get an update from Val. And Val out in Canadian County getting ready for this line. And boy, I'll tell you what, Val, it is moving. It's moving east-northeast at 45, close to 50 right now, east-northeast. So wind, a little bit of hail, and still have that tornado threat. Go ahead, Val.
Yeah, David, we're watching specifically, for little spin-ups on the leading edge of this line. This is the kind of situation, that we could possibly see that kind of stuff. In any event, David, if we don't see that, we are sure likely to see some wind damage from this line coming through. So we're going to keep a close eye on it as lightning increases to our west. Back to you, David.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, let's go to, great job, Val. Let's go to links 3, and there it is. Now, here's the line expanding. I want to point out the northern sides of the line, not quite as intense, but once you get down to I-40, it is stronger, okay? Now, this up here is still pretty strong, and that's going to go to Fairview. Folks, that's going to Enid, that's going to Medford. So everybody from this point north and east will be impacted with these storms, either some small hail, gusty winds, lightning and thunder, all the above. All right, let's zoom on in now, take a closer look at the line. Now coming in on O'Keene, back to Hitchcock, Watonga, small hail in here. The line becomes severe south of Geary, down to Hinton, down to Binger and Gracemont, down 281, coming into Anadarko, west of Chickasha. Tom's right there, back to Cement, down to Barlow, Rush Springs, all the way down to east of Lawton. This is a whole line, again, pushing off to the east-northeast at 45 to 50 miles per hour. All right, so coming into the western fringe of Canadian County, your phones are probably going off, and here we go. It's going to move through Canadian County, Grady County, and then all of Oklahoma City. All of the metro, obviously, will see this line. Winds 50 to 60 with some gusts close to 70. Let's go to Links 4. We'll do a storm track on Links 4. And Rush Springs, 1134, Chickasha, 1140, El Reno, 1151, downtown Oklahoma City, about 1215, Guthrie at about 1230, Sulphur at about 1250, Stillwater about 1250, and Shawnee at about 1252. So again, everything moving east-northeast at 45 to 50 miles per hour. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. Stay on News 9. We'll keep you advised.
Ask your doctor about once-monthly Cabenuva.
Album and then behind the line winds 40, 50, 60. There might be some gusts approaching 70. We've got about 6,000 Oklahoma customers, folks, without power across western Oklahoma from the storms earlier today. Not too many right now with this line to the west and southwest of Oklahoma City, but that could change as there are still really many factors in place here that will continue to ramp up the threat of severe weather. We're talking about not really a hail threat. The hail sizes have been pretty small. Nickel and dime might have a few quarters in there, mainly nickel and dime, but winds are going to be 40, 50, 60, and there might be a gust or two, maybe approaching 70. That's going to be our concern, okay? So trackers are out in full force, everybody out and about, and the deal is these storms, again, will come through the metro. They'll sweep across all of central Oklahoma. Okay, here's the big view on Lynx 3, and I want to point out thunderstorms in the north. They have weakened north of Cherokee, still some gusty winds, some small hail there. But this is really the main line now, running from southern Major County down to Canadian County, down to eastern Caddo County, moving into Grady County, and then all the way down to, Marlow and Duncan, Stevens and Jefferson counties as well. Now, once the line moves by, the severe weather threat, it's over with. Basically, it's going to be just some general rain. The severe weather threat is going to be along this leading edge. The threats, again, will be wind, 50, 60, maybe 70. There is still a tornado threat, and these happen and form quickly, okay? As the whole thing move into the metro, as this whole line moves in, we get these little spin-ups along the line, and they form quickly. We got to watch them. All right, so let's go ahead and zoom on in now. Let's stay with this. And Cassie, go ahead and zoom on in. And let's talk about first moving into Major County, Ringwood, not severe, but that storm over Ames, we'll watch that lifting to the north. You folks in Enid, get ready. Storm's coming your way. Over Hitchcock and O'Keene, Watonga, Greenfield. These are going to Bison, Hennessy, and Dover. Not severe up here, but not too far from it, all right? This is the main line. Now let's jump south here. Now coming into Canadian County. Your phones are going off. If you have the News 9 app in Canadian County, it's going off as well. Severe thunderstorm warning for you. And then from Canadian County, it's now coming into Grady County, crossing Highway 81 down to Chickasha, Ninnekah, and Rush Springs. And then let's keep going south here. Goes all the way down to Marlow and Duncan and Comanche, okay? So along this leading edge is where the severe weather is going to be, all right? In the form of small hail, winds 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. Might have a couple of gusts in there close to 70, but right now 40 to 50 to 60 is a pretty good bet, okay? And that will give us some power bumps. That will give us some power outages with this line as it comes into all of really northern and central and southern Oklahoma. All right, Cass, let's go ahead and zoom on in now a little closer. And let's zoom into Canadian County. And here comes the line now, coming into Calumet, down to El Reno, down to Union City, Minco, down to west of Tuttle, okay? It's still approaching Highway 81, a little closer up here to the north in Canadian County. And you can see the box here lined up. That's your severe thunderstorm warning box, right? Runs from the storms all the way to the northeast. So every bit of this is going to overspread every square inch of Oklahoma City. Now, what we look for along the line, we talk about this, we call them QLCS mesovortices, little tiny mesocyclones that form very quickly in the environment that we have in a line like this. We're not talking about a big, gnarly, nasty supercell that's by itself, that's eating and breathing and takes many minutes or hours to produce a tornado. These form quickly along the line. You have to be watching the line very carefully. And what I'm watching now is southwest of Union City. See that little notch right there? We're going to keep an eye on that, okay? That's a little area of spin. And they form very quickly. They produce a tornado very quickly, and then they die quickly. And if you blink, you miss it, you leave the room for a minute, you come back, and the whole thing's moved in, and it's gone after that. So they change very quickly. And that's what we're going to be concerned about, and that's what we're watching right now. So along the line, obviously heavy rain, a ton of lightning and thunder. Lightning strikes are not crazy. It's not going to be just a huge lightning storm, but there's going to be some lightning and thunder, but the wind will be a factor. Okay, let's stay with our live here. And Cassie, let's go to our live and look at velocity data and take a look at some of the wind speeds here. And again, looking at some of the data out here. And I tell you what, let's go to, what's that? Okay, I do agree with you. Yep, let's go back to the other mode if we can. And these are a little bit high. All right, let's go back to our base, though. Let's go back to our base. It's fine. I was looking at what you were looking at on Lynx 4.
Yeah, we were talking about some of the wind gusts from earlier today.
Yeah, go ahead.
Those around Fort Cobb Lake said that they actually did have their power go out on the north side of Fort Cobb Lake, but they only had a gust of up to around 39 miles an hour. So.
Yeah, that's way low. That's not even close to severe.
Yeah.
So, all right, so here's the line again. Here's your storm track. And once again, we're looking at El Reno, 11:53. It's right there. Kingfisher, midnight, Moore, 12:15. Downtown Oklahoma City, 12:18. Now, that is the storm track on the leading edge of the line here, okay? Downtown Oklahoma City, once again, 12:18. Purcell, 12:22. Tinker, 12:25. Edmond, 12:26. Guthrie, 12:35. Sulphur, 12:50. Stillwater, 1 o'clock in the morning. Ada, 1 o'clock. And Seminole at about 1:10. All right, Shawnee at about 12:50. All right, so the whole line will make its way across the metro. The line's going to be severe. The main part of the line that's severe right now runs from Canadian County through Grady County and then down into parts of northern Stevens and Jefferson counties down here, all right? Moving east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Okay, so once again, the main threats are going to be some wind and some hail. Let's go to shear rate. Let's take a look at that, and then we'll go back to what you're looking at on 3. Let's go back to shear rate and see what it's doing for us. And what we're looking for, any kind of spin out of that. And, you know, there's a little bit of spin from time to time. That's TLX, correct?
That's our live. TLX is showing a little bit more.
A little bit more there. Okay, go back to our live one more time. It's very sensitive, our million-watt radar. Very, very sensitive. A few little pockets of wind shear showing up. Nothing too crazy with that. That's what we like to see. We're going to have areas of spin, sure, with the environment that we have, but what we have to worry about is things that spin too hard, too fast, and we end up with possibility of a tornado. Okay, let's go to TLX shear rate and see what it's doing. All right, so see this down here, Union City? That's what I'm talking about right there. Little area of spin, little kink. All right, so that's what we have to watch. A little bit of a kink there. Let's go to Hank. He's right there looking right at it. And let's bring in Hank. And Hank, that little kink that you and I were talking about is almost on top of you. And it is still there, no doubt about it. It is an area of spin. I'm looking at velocity data right now, Hank. And it's not very tight. It's pretty broad, but man, you know how fast these things change. What do you see when you look back to your southwest there?
You know, it looked a little bit more well-defined a couple of minutes ago. Like you say, it's kind of loosened up a little bit. The camera is pointing west-southwest. We're in Union City, and we're looking. The lightning has really decreased in the last few minutes, and of course, you know, we depend on the lightning to be able to look for those type of features, but the main part of the wind is not hit me yet. It can't be more than a couple of miles away from me, but we're intensely watching to the west, looking right where that kink is, and I don't see anything in the base. You know, it's pretty flat base so far, so I don't see anything hanging down. But as it gets a little closer and, you know, if the lightning will work with us a little bit, hopefully we can get a little better look at it, David. Back to you.
Yeah, and not much lightning, that's right. And, you know, these storms, they're strong. They are severe. Winds 40 to 50, sure. And still could see some gusts to 60. If it ramps up, we could get a peak gust, maybe 70 here and there. But right now, 40 to 50 to 60, I think is going to be the common number as it moves across the metro. But I tell you what, things change. Oklahoma City, central Oklahoma, there's something crazy about this place, right? With the low-level dynamics that kick in, and things happen in Oklahoma City, unlike, I promise you, any other place on the planet when it comes to weird and awkward and bizarre things happening when it comes to the weather. I'm just telling you right now, I've done this a long time, and, well, right here, a lot, and it happens, all right? So we just need to watch these storms. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 4. Let's go back to Lynx 4 here. And, again, this is what we call storm relative velocity, looking at some of the winds in here and the wind speeds. We can query some of this. Let's stop the lapse and take a look at it here. Now, here's Edmond, the village, Canadian County. This is going to be Mustang, Piedmont. And now this, again, is showing winds 30, 35, 40, 45, all right? So, yeah, that's not too crazy in there. And looking at some of the Mesonet data, now we tilt up a little bit. The winds are much higher aloft. But the question is, can we get these stronger winds aloft down to the surface, all right? So it's going to try. And often when it moves across the metro, it has a tendency to sometimes do that as it comes from the southwest to the northeast. Now, that tornado threat does continue. We're in a severe thunderstorm watch until 5 a.m., but this line is going to move across every square inch of Oklahoma City with heavy rain and gusty winds, okay? With winds, again, severe gusts, 40, 50, 60 miles per hour. So with that, you're going to get some power bumps, and you're going to get some power outages. You can count on that. All right, so let's go to Val. Let's bring in Val Custer and get an update from Val. And Val, go ahead. The wind's going to be just to your west and southwest. Give me an update.
So, yeah, you know, the feature that Hank was talking about, the kink in the line, which is kind of what we look for when it comes to, you know, locating a QLCS spin-up, basically. It is straight south of us. You know, Hank is almost pretty much right under it now. We can see, every time it lightnings, you can see in our shot here the base. What we're seeing is a pretty flat base. As it gets a little bit closer, we might end up seeing a lowering, I guess. That's kind of what we're watching for. But right now, we still have strong inflow winds of 35 miles an hour from the south-southeast. But I suspect pretty quick that's going to change, David.
Yeah, you know, Val, looking at velocity data here, you know, it depends on what mode we're looking at. But right now, winds are, you know, 35, 45. All right, let's go to Hank. Let's get an update from Hank Brown now. And Hank, go ahead,
David,
give us an update. Yeah.
So that lowering is just west of me, a few hundred yards, and at Union City right here, you can see all of a sudden the winds have started cranking out of the south, probably 60 to 70 miles an hour at least. I'm taking straight south winds. Kind of zoom in on the intersection. It is rocking the truck. 70-mile-an-hour winds, give or take. That's a guesstimate. But that lowering is just right west of me. It's going to go right between me and Val. It's going to just on the northwest edge of Union City, the intersection of Union City. So it's going to go right over the Loves, just at the north side of Union City. Oh, look at the swirl. Oh, yeah, we got changes. We're in it right now. We're in it. We got a small tornado. We're in it right now, David.
There it is.
I don't know if you did
there
saw
it is.
that, but it just swirled up and hit us. It just
saw
moved right across 81 and 152. It spun up right in front of us.
Wow.
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 And, yeah, here it comes. Here comes the backside. So it's
all right.
just east of Union City. I'm going to move east with it. It went right through the intersection. Go ahead.
Okay, no, great job. Get east. So Hank just had a small tornado brief touchdown right here live, only on News 9. Tornado brief touchdown from Hank and Patty Brown. And Hank, that was on the north side of Union City, was it not? So the tornado on the north side of Union City. Hank, what direction are you moving now? You're moving east. What highway are you on?
I'm moving east on 152.
152.
So that was at 81 and 152. You saw it spin up right in the middle of the intersection, hit us. Like I say, it's moving northeast now, so there's not a whole lot out here, where it's moving to. But so for the folks that live out here, it went between the Main Street intersection and the Loves.
Okay.
So, and it's moving to the east-northeast.
Yeah. Hank, it's almost, that little thing went right over you. It's almost moving due north. I mean,
right over us. Our wind started ripping out of the south.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we were just going to sample it, and all of a sudden, the winds ripped, and, we're in an F-250. It's a heavy truck, and it shook the truck around enough to where I knew it was at least above 70. Now, you can look in our camera shot, there is leaves that are being ripped from south to north. So that thing is still pulling air into it.
Yeah.
We have a strong south wind, so it's 2 miles east of Union City, just to the north of 152, between 152 and I-40. So it's between me and Val at the moment, David.
Okay, all right, one more time. This is going to be, and again, this could change. This is going to be a short fuse, a News 9 tornado warning. Hank and Patty had the tornado at 152 and Highway 81 on the north sides, basically in Union City. It happened live. It was a small, brief, weak tornado. Don't get me wrong. It was not strong, but they can change. And that's right here. And the tornado is going to be lifting off to the north-northeast. That's going to go into Richland at 12:13. That's going to go to Piedmont at 12:20, Deer Creek 12:27, and Cedar Valley at 12:45, and Crescent Springs at 12:46. So Hank was, again, we were live on the air with Hank. It moved in right over him. It was that little tiny notch sticking out, looked like a little turtle head hanging out. That's exactly what happened. And Hank and Patty Brown, right here live on News 9, had the tornado. Okay, so folks, that's what I'm talking about. Now, the deal is, if they stay like that, it's not a big deal. We're okay. We can handle small, weak, brief tornadoes. And that was a really weak one. But if they get stronger, we're going to have problems. Okay, so the whole line is severe now. Winds along the line are going to be 40 to 50 to 60. If you get around an area of circulation, you're going to have winds 60, 70, 80, 90 miles per hour, maybe stronger if you get a tornado or you get an area of spin. Okay, so this is going to be a News 9 tornado warning, okay? For this area right here, it's going to be northeast of Union City up till about Richland, up to about Piedmont. This is going to be a News 9, only on News 9, tornado warning. Because why? Well, we have the tornado live on the air from Hank and Patty Brown. Val Castor's coming in from the west, excuse me. He's just north of it. Let's go to Val and get an update from Val and bring him into it. Val, circulation just to your south. And it went right across Hank's truck, Val. It was very small, but his winds went from southeast to west-northwest in about 5 seconds, Val. It didn't last very long at all, and it was weak for sure. Give me an update on what you see down to your south right now.
Okay, so we're watching it. We see a small lowering. We got the flat base down to our south. It's hard to see because we've got rain on the lens up there, but when Hank was seeing that, we could definitely see a lowering down to the south. Now, keep in mind, it's still a little ways south of us right now. We're going to try to position ourselves just right in front of it here, somewhere on 40. Right now, we are at the 81 exit on 40, just passing that. So I'm going to maybe go just a little bit further east. I'm thinking it ought to cross possibly maybe about a mile or 2 miles to our east, David. That's kind of what we're thinking right now.
Okay, hey, Val, here's the deal. Shear rate has it just to your south. It's lifting up towards 40, and it's going to be over towards Banner, Val. It's going to be just to your east. Just to your east.
Okay, that's where we're at. We are a mile west of Radio Road right now.
Yep.
So,
get east.
Yeah, we're headed that way. We're getting right on it.
Yep, you're almost there. Just get east. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 3 control room. Here's the tornado right here. There's Hank. It's just to his north-northeast. It's lifting north-northeast. There's a circulation. Hank had the tornado at Highway 81 and 152. We had it live on the air right here on News 9. Tornado warning continues. This is going to be a News 9 tornado warning now for eastern Canadian County until this goes away. We are going to carry that tornado warning. Okay, you're not going to see this anywhere else. And here's the deal. We confirm it with radar and we confirm it with the trackers in the ground, and that's all we need. And there it is right there. That's the tornado now. It's a mile and a half north of Hank and 1 mile east. And folks, it's going to Yukon. It's going to Yukon. Let's go back to Val Castor. Let's go to Val. Val, the tornado is going to try to head towards Banner and Yukon, Val. The tornado is going to Yukon. Go ahead and give me an update on the circulation. Go ahead.
All right. Look at our shot right there. The lowering is just south of us, David. Just south of us, and it's probably going to have to lightning, but I don't know if you can see that or not in our shot. Okay, there it is right there. Yeah, that's the lowering. We're watching very, very close for power flashes or anything like that. I still think we need to go about another mile or so east, David. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Great job, Val and Amy. Okay, Cassie, go ahead. Take it. What do you got?
Okay, I'm looking at power outages, and in Caddo County now we have 1,084 customers without power, and in Grady County 368 customers without power.
Okay. So, yeah, so numbers are going up. Why? Because the wind is bringing down power lines and tree limbs and things like that. So, again, tornado warning now. This is going to be a News 9 tornado warning for you folks in Banner over to Yukon. Go to your safe spot right now. It's going to be a weak tornado. It's going to be a brief tornado, but it was on the ground at Highway 81 and Highway 152. There's Hank. Hank's going east. Val and Brandon are going to get on this thing, and we're going to keep it going east, but there's the tornado. It's going to be right there if it's on the ground right now. And Val is a mile north of it. Brandon is a mile north of it. And it's going to cross I-40. Let's go ahead and zoom on in. And let's go ahead and zoom on into that, Cass. Let's talk about exactly where that is on our streets here. Okay, so here we go. We're looking at Radio Road right here. There's where Val is. And then we have Manning. We have Manning Road, and there's I-40. Okay? Here's Radio Road. Here's Manning Road. And here's Banner. Banner and then Banner Road, okay? This is I-40. Let's go back to Val. This is where the tornado is going to be, just to his south-southeast. Let's go to Val. And Val?
David, look over there. There's a funnel cloud to the north. There's a funnel cloud just north of 40. Get the roof cam over. It's a funnel cloud just north of 40. Okay. It passed over us a while ago, and we had some small debris.
Go to live shear rate.
Oh, you know, like tumbleweed type debris, grass debris blowing over us.
Stay with that then.
And David, if I want to put it anywhere, it's going to be just barely north of 40, northeast of Radio Road and 40, somewhere up there. Okay. Just a huge funnel-shaped lowering in the clouds right there. I don't know if you can see that or not.
No, but
on the
there it
shoulder
is.
of the road
There
here.
it is. I just saw it. It was right here on the left part of your screen. Just saw it. Great job, Amy. I just saw it. Yep. I just saw it. Okay, so News 9, tornado warning continues. Val, is it on the ground? Do you see power flashes right now? What do you think? What do you see?
I do not see power flashes, David, but believe me, we're watching close.
Okay. All right. Stay with it. Let's go back to links 3, control room, and there we go. This is an area of shear, area of spin, crossing I-40. Val says the circulation has just now lifted north of I-40. Let's go to live. Cassie, let's do that. Let's go to live reflectivity. We'll stay with this. That'll be fine. This is it right here, folks. Right here. That, you're thinking, are you kidding me? That's it? Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's what I'm talking about. These things spin up fast. It's going to be lifting north. Let's back out of this just a second, Cassie. Let's talk about what else is going on. Let's make sure we're not missing something big. I want to point out there's another spin down here, right here now. And let's get Tom on that. See that right here, northwest of Bridge Creek, folks? See that? Look how fast that formed. Okay, so let's keep Hank going east. Hank, keep going east to Mustang. Another spin, a stronger spin developing northwest of Bridge Creek. Folks, that's going to try to produce another tornado. It's going to be weak right now, but that's going to try to produce another tornado. Southeast of Tuttle, west of Newcastle, north of Bridge Creek. It's going to cross Highway 4 shortly. Right here. See the hook? Let's go ahead and zoom on in. Cast stop the lapse. Let's go ahead and zoom on in. And again, this could go away, but look at the hook on that. Went right over Tiger Safari. Went right over Tiger Safari. This is going to be some nickel and dime size hail, maybe some quarter size hail. And there's going to be what could be the next tornado right there. Let's go back to Val Castor. He's north on I-40. Let's go back to Val.
Yes,
Val, go ahead.
That's it.
Take it. Go.
Okay, big lowering, David. We're half a mile west of Banner Road. We're looking north. We can still see it. Once we get east of the rain, it comes back into view again, and it's just a big, humongous lowering to the north. And that thing is moving north-northeast, I think. I don't know if you can see that in the shot. We got a lot of rain and stuff on the lens.
Perfect.
But it's there, and it's still west of Banner Road. I'm going to stop right here. It's west of Banner Road. I mean, and it is definitely funnel-shaped. It's a huge lowering that comes down to a point at the bottom. You could kind of see it in our shot right there.
Yep.
I don't know if you see that or not, but that's it right there. I mean, that's looking north. We're going to sit here. We just pulled off the road.
Yeah, I see the left side of it here. It's just kind of hard to see. I get it. I know you're being out there. It's much easier to see it through the camera, though. There it is. There's the left side. Val, I can see all that. I can see every bit of that. Okay, well, Val.
That's it.
Yep, and get ready to make your turn. There it is. Boom. Just saw it there. Right here. This is the left side. Okay, let's go back to velocity data. Let's go back to links 3. Take a look at it here. And there's a couple of areas of spin, okay? See how this wraps back in? How this wraps back in? It's right here. It's just north of Val. I mean, literally just north of Val, maybe a half a mile. The tornado is going to be right here. So this is going to be, again, a News 9 tornado warning, okay? This is going to be a News 9 tornado warning. Look at that. Let's go to Brandon. Let's go to Brandon now. Let's go to Brandon Pennell. Brandon, give me an update. Go. Take it.
All right, David, we're at I-40 and Cimarron Road, just east of where Val is, and we got 60 to 65 mile an hour southeast winds blowing back up into that lowering that Val was just talking about back to my northwest. Tremendous amount of tree debris being blown in and sucked into this storm across I-40 as we speak.
Okay. All right. Great job, Brandon. Once again, tornado warning, okay? This is going to be a News 9 tornado warning. And we've had the tornado on the ground back over Union City. Hank and Patty Brown had it first. Val and Amy Castor are underneath it now. Brandon's right there. Brandon's got winds 60 to 70 miles per hour. That is an inflow wind into that storm, right? That's going to be a wind blowing into the storm where Brandon is. Tornado's going to be right here. See the signature in the shear rate? That's where the tornado is. There's Brandon. There's Val. And, okay, the whole line is severe. Let's back out of this just a second, Cass. Let's back out of this. We'll get everybody, of you at home, at what's going on, looking for any other areas of spin. Don't really see any. A little bit up north, a little bit near Okarche, not a big deal. The only game in town right now is right there. So once again, News 9 tornado warning. Cassie, before we go back to that, let's turn on reflectivity. Let's show everybody what's coming. It's a wall of wind. It's a... who? Let's go to Val. Let's go to Val Castor. Val Castor live.
Look at that shot.
Go ahead, Val. What do you got?
Look at that shot, David. Look at our shot. Man, that's a funnel. I'm telling you what, that's more than halfway down. I don't see any power flushes, but The reason I was yelling at you is it's in our shot better. You can see it a whole lot better now.
Val,
see that?
Yeah, Val, your exact location and what direction are you looking?
All right, so David, right now our exact location
Coming into Yukon.
We are a half a mile east of Gregory Road.
Okay.
We're also a half a mile west of Cimarron Road.
Right.
We're getting, man, the circulation around this thing. We were south winds a second ago with small debris blowing in the south winds. Now our winds are west.
Okay.
Still, probably 60 miles an hour or
right.
so. So there's a definite circulation just
Drew.
barely north of us, David.
Okay.
Right where that funnel is.
All right, great job, Drew. Drew, yeah. One of our engineers. Great job. Great job. Doing a great job back there, Drew. Okay, so let's go back to, I was trying to talk to Drew. All right, let's go back to links. Now, here it is right here. Let's go. There it is. I want to talk about what's happening here. Area of spin is right over Val. Again, this is going to be a News 9 tornado warning, okay? It produced a weak, brief tornado in Union City. We had it live on the air. I know it was not strong, but it doesn't matter. Some of these things start out very, very weak, and they get stronger. They cycle. Now we have the next area that's going to try to produce a tornado now just west of Yukon. News 9 tornado warning for Yukon up to Piedmont. And go to your safe spot. Do it now. If it's going to happen again, it's going to be a brief tornado. It will not last long. These storms are moving northeast at 40 to 50 miles per hour. But it will happen. Let's go to shear rate. The whole line is severe. Let's go to shear rate. And get, here it is, right here, okay? A little area of spin north of Okarche, not worried about that. This is what I'm worried about right here, folks. And this is, again, News 9, tornado warning for you folks, again, south of Richland. If I live in Richland or if I live in Piedmont, I'm thinking about going to the closet. I'm thinking about going to your safe spot. Why? Because it produced a weak, brief tornado at Union City. It's every bit as strong, if not stronger now than what it was back there. And now it's right here. And the winds going around this from our storm trackers have been 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. So it has a lot of inflow on all sides, okay? Outflow, inflow, and the whole thing is right here. And from there, it's going to head up northeast towards Deer Creek, west Oklahoma City. Let's go. Who's that? Let's go to Brandon now. Let's go to Brandon Pendle and get an update. Go ahead, Brandon. Give us an update.
David, these inflow winds are blowing semi-trucks. I mean, this semi-truck was on one side of his wheels. It's probably, we probably just took 75, 80 mile an hour winds out of the south-southeast. I thought that semi-truck was going over on its side. I mean, these inflow winds are screaming, and the tornado sirens are sounding in Yukon.
Good. They need to be. And they need to be. They need to be blowing in the west side of Oklahoma City, northwest metro. And here's the deal. Remember, sirens are not made for you to hear inside. Those are made for people that are outside. If you're outside tonight, you're going to hear them. That's why you got to download the News 9 app, right? You can be in the comfort of your home, not have to go outside and wait for the sirens, right? But sirens are not made to wake you up, okay? Look at the wind here. Look at the wind here. Brandon, what are your winds now? You're just east of Yukon. Go ahead. Give us an update on the wind.
Yeah, David. Just probably a mile back. They touched 75 mile an hour. There's no doubt about that. But I'd say right now they're between 50 and 55. This semi-truck that's right in front of me, I mean, he was on his left side.
Okay.
Came off the ground.
Wow.
So, I mean, there's a lot of inflow going into this storm as it moves off to the east-northeast, David.
Okay. All right. Great job. Great job, Brandon. Stay with it here. Okay, let's go back to Links 3. Here's where the tornado is going to be. Once again, we will continue with our own News 9. Tornado warning now for eastern Canadian County. You can draw a track here. Cassie, let's go ahead and do that. You can do it on this. I don't care. Just draw one. Oh, you do have one? All right. You have it going to, yep, okay. All right. I just want to make sure everyone's in it. Okay. So there's your storm track. Thank you, Cass. Links 4 here. Richland, 1215. Piedmont. Okay, write it down, people. This is it right here. Now, it might move a little farther northeast. So, Cassie, I tell you what. Let's take your cone and let's just barely slide it barely down to the southeast, just a little bit here. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I want to include, at least, I want to include downtown Edmond. All right, here we go. So let's stop the laps here. So the time stop here for just a second. Piedmont, 1222. Edmond, 1237. Oak Tree, 1239. Guthrie, 1253. Langston, 106. Coyle, 108. Mulhall, 108 in the morning. Okay, so if you live in Edmond, Oak Tree, Piedmont, the Village, you need to be thinking about your safe spot. News 9, tornado warning continues for eastern Canadian County. We've confirmed it with winds in and around the tornado of 70 to 90 miles per hour, doing some damage back in Union City when it crossed there. No damage there, but we had the tornado live right here on News 9. Hank and Patty Brown had it live. Crossed Highway 81 and 152, and there's the tornado right now. There's where it's going to be if it's on the ground. Trackers say right now that it is not, but it's not far from it. Let's go ahead and zoom on in here, Cass. Let's take a closer look and zoom on into what's going on. And go ahead and zoom on in. Nope, let's go back to Links 4 control room. Let's go ahead and zoom on in on Links 4. And there we go. I'm going to talk about the area of circulation now. And again, let's do something here. Let's talk about this. Now, what we have here is wind blowing towards the radar, wind blowing away from the radar, and this area of spin is here. This is Piedmont Road, or also known as Highway 4. All right, here's Frisco Road. All right, here's Richland, okay? Here's Wilshire. This is going to be Wilshire. This is Britton. This is Hefner. Now, Cassie, let's switch radars. Keep the same on Links 4. Let's go to shear rate and take a look at that. Let's look at shear rate. Boom. It all matches up. Everything away from the radar, toward the radar. There's your area of spin now, all right? Okay, so it is north of 40. Well north of 40 now. Let's go ahead and back out of this just a second. This is going to be, again, a News 9 tornado warning. Radar data supports it. I don't think it's on the ground right now. Tracker's not reporting it. They're right there looking right at it. We have Jeremy coming in from the north. And let's see, Jeremy's coming in from the northwest. And where's Val? Val's down to the south. Okay, yep. Let's get Val. Let's go to Val Caster real quick here. Let's go to Val. Val Caster?
We're going to go north.
Yeah.
We're going to go north on Kilpatrick.
Yes. Get on the Kilpatrick and head north. Exactly. You took it. Words right out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Okay, get on the Kilpatrick.
Yeah, we're doing it right now. But David.
Yeah, go ahead.
David,
take it.
I do not see the funnel like we did earlier. I just don't see it.
Down,
it kind of lifted, but I'll just say this: we're getting screaming south winds here. I mean, I guarantee you the circulation is still up above. It's there. It's just, it's kind of cycling, I guess you could say, almost.
Yeah, it's still there, though, Val. No doubt about it. We have a couplet, and shear rate is pretty intense right now, Val. So it is still rotating, no doubt about it. All right, so I tell you what, let's kind of regroup here. Let's go back to Links 4. Let me show you where the rotation is. Once again, we've been talking about this since it was back over 81 and 152. The tornado was brief, it was small, it was weak, but it went right over Union City. Hank and Patty Brown had it live right here on News 9. Then, right then, is when we issued our News 9, only on News 9, tornado warning. And we've been tracking it the whole way. Here's where it is now, and it's every bit as strong as what it was. But right now, it's not on the ground. Here comes Jeremy in from the northwest, and Jeremy's blazing down Highway 3. Let's go to Jeremy Carter. Let's bring him in. He's coming down Northwest Highway. And Jeremy, what do you think? Bring it into the metro. What do you see when you look off to your southeast right now? Jeremy, go ahead.
Yeah, David, I'm trying to get in a position where I can see it. I have seen the base. I've yet to see any funnel or anything like that, but I'm beginning to get a little bit of rain, so I'm going to have to pick up the pace just a little bit, but not a lot of visibility. One thing I can say, David, in the calm winds a while ago, I had quite a bit of leaves raining down around my truck without any wind blowing at all.
Wow.
So it kind of makes you suspicious just of what's going on there.
Yep.
Back to you.
No doubt about it. And, yeah, there was at least one suction spot that was pulling off leaves and then depositing them downstream, right? That's how it all works. You get a little bit of a brief tornado touchdown, you're going to get sucked, stuff's going to get sucked up, and then it's going to get thrown down, and it all falls back down. Who has something? Brandon. All right, let's go to Brandon now, get an update from Brandon, and we'll get back to radar here coming up. Let's get a quick update. Brandon, what do you think there? What are your winds now?
David, they're probably 30 to 35 miles an hour now. We've got back out ahead of the core. We were just trying to assess the situation to see if we should get maybe into the South Metro or try to get back north. This line's moving so fast, I just wanted to try to stay out ahead of it just in case something else happened deeper into the Metro.
Yep, no, you're fine. Great job. Just stay where you are. Keep going 40. Just keep going 40 right now like you're doing. Yep, bring it east, and Hank, do the same. We'll see what this thing does. And here's the deal, folks. Let's go back to Links 1, and let me show you Links 1 here. And again, no, I take that back. Let's go back to Links 4. My bad. Let's go back to Links 4. Let me show you reflectivity. And first of all, we have shear rate. There's the area of spin crossing Northwest Highway or Highway 3. Okay, area of spins right here. We're still going to go with it with the News 9 tornado warning for northeastern Canadian County, northwestern Oklahoma County. We've had at least one brief tornado touchdown, okay, over Union City, and that's where Hank and Patty Brown were. And then we had some debris. It looks like maybe a week, another tornado touchdown right there with the tornado. And now it looks like it's either intermittently off and on the ground, or it's just aloft. But it is still certainly there. It's right here. And it's going to Deer Creek, right? Right now, it's still on that beeline going to Deer Creek. Far west Edmond still needs to watch it, but here's where it is right there. Okay, now let's go to Lynx 3. Here's what it looks like on reflectivity, looking at just normal radar. And you're thinking, really? There's something in there? There sure is. And it's right there. It's right here. There's a little bit of how it bows north and right in there. So that's where the circulation is. And it's, again, headed off to the northeast, right? Now, it has weakened, it looks like, maybe a little bit. It looks like that circulation has weakened. All right, so great news on that. Hopefully that will continue. But it is still spinning, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. It is still spinning. So trackers are fanned out. Okay, let's back out of this just a second here. Cass, talk about what's going on. And the whole line pretty much is severe, as promised it would be, running from north of Enid. And if you need to, you can jump into Vance, or we can do TLX or whatever. Let's jump up north here real quick and talk about the severe line of storms now running from, let's just go to Vance. Running from west of Medford, okay, running from west of Medford, down Highway 81, west of Medford and Renfro, down to Enid. Okay, all these little small storms in here, all severe. The main threats with these right now are going to be some wind and hail, winds 50 to 60, nickel and dime, maybe some quarter-size hail. And then as you get down here towards Lahoma, storm is severe there. Okay, that's the main storm. Pretty stout storm there. And it's going to go right over Lahoma, Carrier, and Hillsdale. That storm right there, winds 60, maybe 70, quarter, nickel and dime size hail. That main storm will miss Enid, go on the west side of Enid, but you're still going to get the southern part of the storm, or the eastern, southeastern part of this severe storm here, okay, coming into Enid right about now. Okay, let's come back south now. And again, the whole line is severe, running from Hennessy to Dover to Kingfisher. It's going to Garber, it's going to Billings, it's going to Ponca City, Bremen, Blackwell. You're all going to get it. And then from there, down Highway 81. And then here's the line coming into Oklahoma City, coming into the West Metro. And from there, it's going to scoot across every square inch. Now, I want to point out the leading edge of the severe weather threat will be on the eastern edge of the line, okay? It's going to be on the front lip. There's not going to be severe weather on the backside of this. No severe weather in here. It's right along this lip. Winds 50, 60. If you get a mesocyclone circulation, you'll have winds 70, 80, maybe 90. It'll be a localized, small event, small impact area, but it doesn't matter. If it's your house, it's a big deal, right? So that's what we're talking about. So that's why our million-watt radar, we crank it up, we start to look for these little areas of spin that no one else in town can see, I promise you. And that's exactly what we do here at News 9. And that's to zoom in on these small areas that no one else can see. And like, watch this down here. Hank's on this next one down here. And let's go down here where Tom is. And a little area of spin. I'm going to point this out. Now, look at this. This is what I'm talking about. If it were a straight line, I'd be like winds 50 to 60. Here's your problem. Here's our problem. And it doesn't mean that each one of these is going to do it. But see these little areas? Cassie, go ahead and stop the lapse here just for a second. See that? See that? See that? See that? Right? Those are weak little mesocyclones on the front lip of the line. That's what we had produce a weak tornado at Union City, maybe even northeast of that. And that whole area has little areas of spin. Let's zoom on in here to Oklahoma City here, Cass. Let's go ahead and take a closer look. And we'll go ahead and look for any of these little areas. Now, the area earlier is up in here. Not as strong as what it was. It's going to go right over Deer Creek. Circulation has weakened some. But now coming into Gaillardia. And then from there, back down to Wiley Post, Bethany, the outlet shops, Lillard Park. Winds in here are going to be 40 to 50. Could see some gusts of 60. And it's crazy. When we had the areas of circulation, our storm trackers had winds 60 to 80. And suddenly the power outages started to ramp up. All right, so this is moving across the metro, right? Power outages, possibly by more wind and lightning and thunder. All right, a little bit of a hook down here where Hank is, and Hank's going eastbound. And let's get an update from Hank. And let's bring Hank back in here. Hank, a little bit of another inflow notch. I know you see it just to your southeast there, Hank Brown. A little bit of an inflow notch. And Hank, I want to point out there might be another one developing right northeast of the Newcastle Casino, or really southwest of the Orr family farm. There might be another stronger one beginning to develop there. Give us an update. What do you think, Hank?
Yeah, David, we kind of ducking in and out of that notch in Mustang, trying to be there if something spun up. We didn't see anything. We're moving east now. We're coming across the airport up to I-44. One thing that I've noticed is it seems like this storm has kind of ramped up in its forward motion. So I've had a bit of a time trying to get back out in front of it. I'm staying right on the edge of the range. I'd, like to be a couple of miles further east of it, but we just keep ducking in and out of them notches. They form, and then we get in them, and then they close up on us, and we have to run just a little bit. But the one good thing about this is, other than these little spin-ups, the winds are really not all that bad in the storm. Once we were in the core, the winds were probably only 40 or 50. It's the leading edge right out in front where the inflow winds were cranking up, or these little spin-ups where we were seeing those, 60, 70, maybe even 70 plus. So we're going to keep moving east. We're coming up to I-240 now. We're going to jump back out ahead of this a little bit and keep trying to duck in and out of this notch, and we'll let you know if we see anything, David.
Okay, all right, great job there, Hank. Let's go to Valcaster. Hank's, all right, let's go to Valcaster now. Hank's on the southern part of the storm. Val's a little farther north, still spinning. Go ahead, Val.
Another power flash over there. David, there's several power flashes going on right now just east of us. We're on the Kilpatrick Turnpike, and right now this is, what is that, Council? We're at Council Road, and the power flashes are just east of Council Road. There are both north and south of the Turnpike. We probably saw 5 or 6 of them. They're not happening now. Something major, probably wind damage is going on right at that spot. So right now we're driving right across where the power flashes were. We're crossing Rockwell, getting ready to cross Rockwell.
Yep, I see.
And this is pretty much right where it was.
Val.
So yes.
Yes. No. It's another. You're back in the spin. It went right over you. So folks, I guarantee it. That was either another brief tornado. Or it was
another one right there. Power flash right there, David. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but power flash to our southeast.
There it is. Okay. Okay, so possible winds wrapping around the tornado, weak tornado, brief tornado, or it's going to be, again, the tornado itself. All right, let's, Val, hang on. Hey, stay with it here. Yeah, what does CC show, Cass? Let's go back to Links 3 control room. And here's Val looking for any debris in the air. This is our debris detector, only on News 9. This is live. This is not delayed data. You will not see this on any other station. Morning, noon, day, or night, I don't care. This is only on News 9, okay? This is our 1,000,000-watt radar, and anything you see inside this that is a darker color going to the negative numbers, back down towards the blue, will be velocity, will be, not velocity, but will be debris lofted in the air, and then we can flip back and forth to velocity. But I don't see any debris in there right now. Let's go to shear rate. Let's switch here, and let's go to shear rate. Okay, go back to, okay, there it is, right there. Went right over Val. Folks, this thing is still producing some minor, weak, brief tornado spin-ups. No doubt about it. Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, so Val's going to get east, and and Val's going to head north. Valcaster, let's go to Val again. Let's bring Val back in here. And Val, keep going east and get back north if you can, okay? Try to stay up in that circulation, Valcaster. Go ahead, give me an update.
All right, so David, we just pulled off at MacArthur on I-40 on the Kilpatrick. It just stopped and just to check some of the winds, and we probably had gusts close to 60 miles an hour there right after we stopped, but then it went down. So, whatever it is, it's already passed here, and it's moved to our northeast. I'm thinking it's very possible that could have been a brief touchdown right there because Jeremy saw it also, and we both remarked how it was pretty much in the same spot. All those power flashes, and there was at least 7 or 8 power flashes that we saw pretty much in the same spot or, within about a mile of each other.
Right.
So anyway, we're headed east now. We're a mile east of MacArthur, moving east, and now we are just getting strong
southeast winds. Yep, you're back in the southeast wind.
Yeah, that's the circulation back there behind us and to our north.
Val, I would get off on 74 right there, and I'd head north if you can. I know it's moving, but I would get off at 74.
What about 35?
Yeah, it'll be... Yeah, you're okay. Yep. Get over there. That's fine. Take it. Yep, do that. You can do that. Yep.
Okay.
It's going to be moving. You'll catch it at 35 up into southern Logan County. Okay. All right, let's go back to Links 3 control room. This is where the area of spin is. We've been tracking it since it was at 152 and 81 at Union City. There's the area of spin right there. We issued our own News 9 tornado warning. I think we've had intermittent tornadoes up and down. That's why we were jumping up and down without we're again talking about a News 9 tornado warning with this whole thing. Crazy how fast these things change. And remember, the whole line is severe. Winds along the line are going to be 50 to 60, okay? But this is where the tornado is going to be. We had just had light. You saw it live on News 9. The power flashes, that was right there. It's now just coming into Deer Creek. All right, so from Deer Creek, okay, this is what I like to see. It has weakened some. See how we lose the colors in here, but you can still see the configuration. Went right over Deer Creek. Let's go to Jeremy Carter now, get an update from Jeremy. He's back to the southwest here. Jeremy, go ahead. We have your stream. Go ahead. Give us an update.
Yeah, David, I'm seeing power flashes be north of the Kilpatrick, just to my northeast. And anyway, so kind of in the same area, the backside of the circulation. The wind's blowing pretty hard in this area, David. We're going to try to get closer to it, keep you updated.
Okay, yep, there it is. And what he's seeing is going to be either the brief, weak spin-ups of the tornado itself or damaging winds around the mesocyclone. And I think it's going to be probably about 50-50. I think a lot of this, I know we had the tornado. We had it live on the air at Union City, but it was weak, it was brief, but that was kind of the beginning of this whole thing. And then we've had other areas of circulation which have caused at least some power outages with power bumps. Some power lines are probably going to be down. We're checking into that right now. And we've got several folks, obviously, without power out in Canadian County, right, with this line coming through. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 3. Now, this is weakening some. I like what I'm seeing here. It is still severe. It is still turning. It's still spinning. It's racing northeast now. What do you have the speed at, Cass? What are you looking at, 50?
I would say at least 45.
Okay. All right, 45 to 50. And it's going to move into Oak Tree, west of Oak Tree. From there, it's going to head up towards Seward and possibly up towards Guthrie. But the area of spin now, let's go ahead and zoom on in. It's crossing Highway 74 right now. And that's going to be south of Coffee Creek. And here's where the area of spin is. It's going to be at northwest, 234th, down to Coffee Creek. And then, again, back down. It's crossing Portland right now. Basically, just west of Portland, there's Waterloo. All right, so here's the area of spin, right in here. Now crossing Waterloo, racing northeast. Okay, let's back out of this and look at any other shear rate things going on down here. Just to make sure. A little area of spin up here, west of Crescent. Keep an eye on that. That's not that strong, okay? And then let's jump south here, Cass. What's going on down south of us? We had some areas of spin down here. A little area of spin down here where Tom is, but that's kind of gone away right there. And another area of spin down here near Purcell. So small areas of spin, but they still can give you some big problems. Okay? Moving from west to east. Now let's put reflectivity on that. Let's show you what that looks like. When we're talking about the rain, and see this little notch down here? Got to keep an eye on that. All right, that's moving towards Purcell, Slaughterville, yep, Noble, Lloyd Noble. Tom's right there. Let's go down to the south sides of Norman and Highway 9 here and get an update from Tom. And Tom Pastrano, join us here. And there is, Tom, a little bit of an inflow notch. You can see that just to your southwest there. And that's how these things look. They don't look like anything at all, but yet we're getting power flashes and, you know, these little spin-ups. Tom, what do you think as you look off to your south and southwest there?
Yeah, about 5 minutes ago, we did see a ragged lowering. Didn't see any power flashes. We did have an initial gust of about 50 miles an hour. But right now, we're just ahead of the line, and there's a small gust front that precedes it, and the winds are blowing probably about 40. So nothing too big yet. Don't see any power flashes or anything, but we're going to be on top of it. Back to you.
Yeah. All right. Great job there, Tom. We'll get in this thing. Let's see what it does. And, again, winds are not, 80, 90 miles per hour along the whole line. All right. Now, let's get back to Lynx 3, and I'm going to show you reflectivity here. Let's back out of this just a second, Cass, and show everybody kind of the big view. And let's go to TLX just real quick here. And I want to point out that the whole line, once again, runs from Medford and all the way down to Wichita Falls. Okay, so it's slicing the state in half from west to east. The severe storms have been and will continue to be along the leading edge, all right? That's that front line of storms that you see, right? And that's where the wind's going to be. A little bit of hail with, again, that tornado threat from time to time. We get a little spin up. We get a mesocyclone to form, very fast moving, very quickly form, and then they go away. But we've had at least one brief tornado touchdown. Let me show you what it looked like here. This is from Hank Brown He was live on the air from Union City, and this is at Highway 81 and 152. His wind's out of the southeast, okay? This is a southeast wind right here. Now watch this spin. Watch the wind. That was it. You're thinking, really? Yeah. It was weak, it was brief, but that was the tornado, believe it or not. With a southeast wind just before midnight. All right, now watch it one more time. Southeast wind at Highway 152 and 81. This is Union City. Watch it right here. Have a southeast wind, and then watch the wind change directions. There's a tornado. Boom. All right, that's how they all work, except this was very, very weak. But then it became a little bit stronger. Notice we didn't have any, we have power lines all through there. This is from Val from Yukon, and every now and then you'll see the lightning flash, you'll see a little bit of a lowering right here, and he could see at least one funnel hanging down right in here. Right in here, at least one funnel hanging down in there. And then we had the power flashes several times from Val. Several times from Val. Okay, and watch the power flashes here. You can see the power flash. There's power flash. And that's going to be winds, again, wrapping around the area of circulation. Okay, it was kind of stretched out at that point, but still winds 50 to 60, had a few gusts close to 70 to 80. All right, so severe line of storms now running from Medford all the way down to Oklahoma City, all the way down to Pauls Valley. The whole line is severe. Winds are going to be 50 to 60. If you get a small, weak, brief tornado, winds could be upwards of, 100 miles per hour, okay? But a lot of the winds in here are going to be 50 to 60. Okay, let's zoom into Oklahoma City here, talk about the metro storms here. And again, and we'll jump a little, I'll tell you what, let's back out of this just a second, Cass, my bad. And let's talk about what's going on up near Kingfisher County, moving out of Kingfisher County into Logan County, the whole line, severe. I don't see anything along here that's too skinny and too scary looking. It's all pretty laminar, right? I don't see anything weird sticking out here like a small hook. Okay, so that's good. These are still going to produce winds 50 to 60, power bumps, maybe some power outages. But what I don't like is when you see a little bit of a notch sticking out, right? And that's going to head up towards Seward. This is what's been producing the tornadoes off and on, very sporadic, very small, that started at Union City, and now we're coming into southwestern Logan County. All right, so everybody gets the storms, but not everybody's going to get an area of circulation. Not at all, okay? But I think everybody gets winds, 40, 50, maybe 60, and then a few places will get maybe some, areas of spin or circulation over you. But they happen so fast. I mean, if you're watching this live, you know what I'm talking about. They go up, they go down, they spin, they go away. They poke their head out, they say hello, then they go away. We don't like them to say hello. We don't like hello. We want them to stay inside the line. But what we have going on is the low-level winds right now. The dynamics are in place, so we get these little tiny
David,
cyclones. Go ahead.
And tornado warning now for Cleveland, Lincoln, Oklahoma, and Pottawatomie County for circulation is tightened around northeast Norman.
Yep, that's the one that Hank's on, and Tom's on, right? That's what we were talking about. Okay, so this is going to be a new tornado warning, right? And Tom's headed eastbound on Highway 9, and it's right here. It went right over Norman, but folks, it didn't look like anything. I just checked in with Tom. This is what Tom and I were talking about if you were joining us 2 minutes ago, right? It's right here. And you're thinking, that was something? Yeah, that's what I was looking at it. Tornado warning now, and everybody in the red, you're under the tornado warning, running from Lake Stanley Draper down to the north fingers of Lake Thunderbird over Franklin. It's on the east sides of Norman. Once again, same old deal, center part of the house, lowest level. This is going to be a fairly small tornado, but it's going to be right here. Hank's going east. Hank and Brandon are going to intercept this from the north, and so is Tom from the south. Okay, Tom is making his way east. Let's go back to Tom Pastrano now. It's on the east side of Norman. Then we'll zoom in on the streets. Let's go back to Tom and bring Tom in here. Tom, tornado warning for that circulation we were just talking about. It's just north of you, Tom. What do you see looking off to your north? Do you see any power flashes at all?
I don't see any power flashes, but I do see a lowering. It's kind of embedded in the rain, and it's a pretty substantial lowering, very well defined. I can't see it rotating. I can't see any power flashes, but it is there. It's just, I would say it's probably about 1 mile, 2 miles east of downtown Norman, and the lowering is getting a little bit lower. I can't see any lightning or anything, so I'm just going off of the city lights. And there's no power flashes.
Okay. Okay, here's the deal, Tom. Keep blasting east. If you see anything, jump back in. I want to get you back on the air. Tom, the circulation is going to go right between, exactly, it's going to split the uprights, Tom, between Lake Stanley Draper. It's going to go right over Franklin and Lake Thunderbird. Okay, it's going over the small community of Franklin, maybe about a half-mile north of that. Here's the tornado now. Tornado warning for eastern Cleveland County, all right, and it's going to southeast Oklahoma County. Okay, this is Norman. You folks in Norman, the circulation is going to be right here. All right, Cassie, let's stop the lapse on this. Just a second. Let's stop the lapse. This is a tornado. Look at that, folks. Boom. Look at that. Shear rate. Okay, that's probably almost on the ground. Okay, let's go to Hank. Let's bring in Hank, folks. Tornado warning now. If you live in Lake Stanley Draper, around the lake, but down towards Franklin, you need to go to your safe spot right now. Hank, strongest circulation of the day now. Just to your south, it's balling up. It's wrapping up. It's wrapping up. Hank, it's going to go just on the southern sides of Lake Stanley Draper, about 1 mile. Go ahead, Hank. What do you see to your south? Look for power flashes.
Yeah, David, we don't see any power flashes at the moment. We're on I-240 coming up on Anderson. We're going to get off here at Anderson and look to the south. We've been staying just out in front of this line and keeping watching these little notches. Looks like this one's a little more substantial than the ones that we've seen in the past, but as of right now, we haven't seen any power flashes, but our vision's kind of occluded by trees and hills and all that between me and the storm. So once we're off here at Anderson Road, get up on the hill, be able to look back to the south, I'll let you know what we see, David.
Okay, all right. So, Hank, here's the deal. It's really ramping up. It's going to go on the south sides of Lake Stanley Draper. Tornado warning now. This is serious. Okay, look at this thing wrapping up. This is it right here. There's your tornado. Yeah.
Tom, yeah.
Yeah, let's go to Tom. Tom's down to the south, and we'll do a storm track on that. Lake Stanley Draper, if you live in Lake Stanley Draper, around the lake or south of the lake, 2 to 3 miles, go to the lowest level, center part of the house, safe spot. Go now. Yeah. Tornado could be on the ground. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tom, looking off to the north. It looks like it's really, really trying to produce right now.
Yeah, so I had that lowering that I thought that's what everyone was talking about, but it's actually further north. And it's a very substantial lowering. I cannot see any power flashes, but it's there, and it looks scary. And we're going to try to get ahead of it and try to flip around so you can see it. Back to you.
Okay, great job, Tom. Okay, we have Tom to the south, Hank and Brandon to the north. Let's go back to Links 4, doing a storm track now, And, again, go ahead and lapse this, Cassie. I'm going to show the folks at home what's going on. This is the newest tornado warning now. We've already had tornado damage in Canadian County, no doubt about it. We've had tornado damage in Canadian County that was with our very own News 9 tornado warning. We were all over that. And here comes the next one now. Tornado warning now, Lake Stanley Draper, Lake Thunderbird. Tornadoes right there, folks. I cannot point it out any clearer than that without driving you to it. It's right here. That's the tornado, okay? And we've got the track a little more coming to the northeast, okay? But again, we're talking about Lake Stanley Draper, 1242. That's right now. Hara, 101 in the morning. McLeod, 102. Jacktown, 112. Wellston, 121. Sparks, 128. Bellcal Lake, 129. That's a long ways away. We're giving you plenty of time. And this thing could weaken and die and certainly go away and be absorbed back into the line. But there's a mesocyclone here, and that is a significant, serious rotation spot. No doubt about it. I mean, that is a mesocyclone. And look at the stinger tail hanging out here. Look at that, folks. Okay? All right, so let's go ahead and zoom on back in, and we'll take a closer look. We can go back to Links 3 control room. And this is Lake Stanley Draper. There's the tornado. Let's go to shear rate. See what it looks like on shear rate. That's fine. We can lapse it. Boom, shear rate. And go to TLX. That is TLX. Okay, it lost it. That's our live. Okay, so both lost it. Okay, it's right here. Let's go back to TLX. And just go back to reflectivity. All right, there's the tornado. Our live looks great. This is our next-gen live 1,000,000-watt radar. Look at that. Look how clean and smooth that radar data is. You're not going to get that on your phone. There it is, Lake Stanley Draper. Again, let's go ahead and zoom on in on the streets here, Cassie. Let's go ahead and take it in. Southeast, 149th. And what is this north-south right here?
Where are you pointing?
What is that?
Let's see.
Yeah, okay. So southeast, 149th.
Westminster.
Yep. Westminster. Yep. There it is. Crossing Westminster right now in southeast 149th. There's your tornado. If it's on the ground, it's right there. It's right there. Okay, there's Lake Stanley Draper. This is the southern half of Lake Stanley Draper. This is southeast 149th. Folks, there's your tornado. This is called precision storm tracking right there. All right, there it is, right there. That's where the tornado is going to be. This is live. 12:44 in the morning. This is live data. You're not going to see this anywhere else. We are not delayed. This is live data. Tornado is going to be right here. Tornado warning for eastern Cleveland County. Let's back out of this. Let's back out of this cast and let's get to it here. And again, there's your ball. There's your tornado. We're looking for anything else along the line. I want to point out, let's just jump north here real quick, Cassie. Oklahoma County, Oklahoma City, not a tornado threat right now. This is all just winds 40 to 50, maybe a few gusts of 60, some small hail, lightning and thunder. Nothing crazy in here that I'm really concerned about besides the wind. This is what I'm concerned about down here. Okay, let's go back to this again. Tornado warning continues for northeastern Cleveland County. It's going to go to southeast Oklahoma County, and then eventually it's going to move into Lincoln County. But let's talk about where it is right here. There's your tornado. All right, there's Hank coming in from the north. Let's go to Brandon now. Brandon and Sammy. And they're just past the Tinker Diagonal now on southeast, heading on 240. Okay, going on 40 now. And Brandon, what do you see? It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 miles to your southwest, south-southwest. What do you see when you look down there? What do you see right now? Go ahead.
Okay, David, we're at I-40 and Choctaw Road, looking back to the southwest. And right now, I don't know if it may be wrapped up in the rain, but we can't see the lowering looking back to our southwest at all. It's just pitch black dark. So, you know, as of right now, I can't confirm anything is on the ground, but it's on a beeline straight for us, basically. So we're going to be sitting right here waiting on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right. Well, keep moving. Now, here's the deal, Brandon. It's going to go where you are. It's going to go probably on or just a little bit to your east. And once you straighten out on I-40 on the bend, it'll be right there as it crosses I-40. Okay. Brandon knows what he's doing. He's a veteran storm chaser, and he is right there in the thick of it, and Hank's right there behind him. Okay, let's go back to Links 3 control room. Look at this. This is off our live radar, and look how impressive that is. Okay, you've gone back to the other one. Okay, check out, look at the tornado right here. Right there. Okay, that's where the tornado is. Okay, moving off to the east-northeast. It's going to cross just about 1.5 miles east of Brandon. All right, we'll zoom in here. Let's go ahead and zoom on in, show you the streets. And this is southeast 89th. This is Choctaw Road, southeast 134th. Tornado's going to be right here just now. Again, there it is, right there. Now coming up on southeast 134th and South Hiwassee. The tornado is going to be, it's actually going to be right here. It's already past Hiwassee, and it's now crossing 134th between southeast 119th and 134th. There's where the tornado is, right here. Right here. Strong, pretty strong coupling on the back side of this. Pretty strong couplet. Cassie, query some of that data right here. Down here. Just jump back south on that, on the away. Right here. Right there. Hit that.
Pink?
Yep. Hot pink. What do you have there? 69, 70. So 70-mile-an-hour winds, damaging winds on the southern side of the mesocyclone. This is a west wind. Okay, that is moving away from the radar. It's a west wind to 70, just went over southeast 149th. We'll have some power outages, power bumps with that. Right there's the tornado, and then the tornado is going to be tucked back right here. There's the tornado. Let's turn on shear rate now. Let's see what shear rate looks like. All right.
I think it's too close to the radar.
Yeah, it's too close. It's called the cone of silence. Is when, believe it or not, is when the tornado gets right above. And I know it's kind of crazy. That's why we have our live radar, and we can use multiple radars to see what's going on.
Trying to come back.
Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, southeast. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's trying. Okay, so once again, tornado warning continues for northeastern Cleveland County, well east of Norman. There's the tornado. It's going to be right here, just now crossing right there, 134th. You can see that ball, that red. That's the west wind coming in behind the western and southern sides of the tornado, wrapping into the north sides of the tornado, which is going to be right here. Okay, let's go to Hank Brown now. Hank's on the north side of this, looking off to the south. He's just a few miles north of it. Hank, when you look to your right, and by the way, Hank, the tornado is going to be crossing Choctaw Road in about 2 minutes. It's going to be crossing Choctaw Road. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, is it going to cross at Choctaw Road or between Choctaw and Peebly? Can you tell me?
Yeah, it's going to cross. It's crossing Choctaw Road right now. Hang on a second here. Cassie, stop the laps. At basically, Hank, at southeast 119th in Choctaw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right now, we're at I-40 and Peebly, and like Brandon said, looking to the south, it's pitch black.
Sure.
And I don't see any lightning to illuminate anything for us. So we're trying to jog out east of it to get out in front of it, maybe be able to turn around and look back into it towards the southwest. But so where do you have it crossing I-40 at?
Okay. It's going to cross I-40. Let's see. Go ahead and lapse this. Hang on. Hank, stay on the line. Stay with us here. Let's keep Hank up so he can hear me. Let's go back to Links 3 one more time. And here's Brandon. Here's Hank. Hank, it's gonna cross. Let's see. If it stays on its present, it's going to be on or just east of you, maybe another 2 miles. Okay, so let's go ahead and zoom on into that, Cass. Let me show you, or another 1.5 miles. It's going to be real close to you, Hank, very close to you. If it occludes, Hank, it's going to go on or behind you. You know what I'm saying? It's trying to wrap. It's trying to wrap up. It's now crossing Choctaw Road right now, and it's going to cross Peebly. And Cassie, let's go ahead and zoom on in. So we'll turn the streets on here. Yeah, it's going to go. There's southeast 104th. There's southeast 95th. This is I-40. Right, and let's go ahead and zoom on in here closer, Cass. Let's look at some of the north-south. All right, so yeah, so Peebly's back to the west. Okay, let's back out of this one more time. Tornado warning continues. This is going to be for northeastern Cleveland County, moving into southeast Oklahoma County. Tornado's going to be right here. Okay, shear rate have anything right now? Let's go back to that. Okay. All right. Okay, there's Tom coming in from the south. Tom is in behind it. He's making his way north and east. Okay, so let's go back to reflectivity here. Let's just jump back to this, show you what else. There, boy, look at that. There it is. Yeah, it's trying to occlude. Lapse that one more time. We'll loop that here. Let's see what it's going to do. Yeah, it's still going. Yeah, it's going to go right on top of where they are, basically. It's going to go on top of Brandon and Hank. So, Drew, tell Hank it's going to go pretty much on top of where he is, or maybe just slightly to the west. Would you tell Hank that real quick? Go ahead and tell Hank that. It's going to go pretty much on top and where he is. All right, so let's stop the lapse here. And there it is right here. This is where the tornado is going to be. This is a tornado warning now for northeastern Cleveland County, southeastern Oklahoma County, and far western Lincoln County. This is Twin Lakes. All right, we'll do a storm track here coming up on the tornado. And Cassie, when you do it, just, kind of give us plenty of room here for error. Fan it out. But Brandon and Hank are stopped right here. And here's the deal. If it occludes, it's going to go just to their west. And that can certainly happen on these events because they form this little turtle head, I call it, sticking its head out. They try to produce. They do what they're going to do, whether they produce or not, and then they turn back into the line. They are mesocyclones, but they're a completely different animal than what we see when we have a large, deep mesocyclone. That's 30, 40, 50, 60,000 feet up. It's by itself. It's crazy. It takes hours to produce. These take seconds to produce, and they literally will last for a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, and then they die. Normally. The tornado we had 2 years ago, the El Reno tornado that we sadly had the 2 fatalities, that was one of these, but that was an EF3. That was a whole different animal, but it was still one of these. Poked its head out, produced an EF3 drill bit tornado in El Reno, where we had the 2 fatalities 2 years ago. That right now is not that strong, okay? That is not that strong. Okay, so here's the circulation now.
And I do have that track ready on
Links 4. Let's do it. Let's go to Links 4. And Cassie has a track on this. Okay, so downstream, folks. All right, McLeod, Hera, you folks pay attention. It's right here. Area of spin now. Tom's coming in on it from the south. Newalla at 1 o'clock in the morning. Hera, 104. McLeod, 105. Jacktown, 114. Let's say Meeker, 120. Sparks, 130. Chandler, 132. Davenport, 139. I'm going to say Stroud at about 148. Tornadoes right here. It's going to be just northwest of Stella. Let's go to Tom Pastrano. Tom now is back in it. He's on the southern edge of the mesocyclone. Tom, it's maybe a mile to your north. Maybe a mile to your north. What do you think? Give us an update. What do you see? Power flashes? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking to my north. I don't see any lowering. I don't see any power flashes. I did see a lot of leaf debris on 149th and Choctaw Road. But we just turned east. There was a detour there, so we couldn't go up north. But I don't see anything. There's not a lot of lightning, so it's kind of hard, especially with the hills and the trees and everything else out here. But yeah, we're looking, and I don't see anything at this moment. Back to you.
And zoom in just a little bit tighter and go ahead and lapse it. I just want to keep my eye on everything that's going on down south and even up north. Okay, all right, Tom, stay with it here. You're right there looking right at it. Okay, so let's go back to, that's fine. We'll take that. There's the tornado warning now. This is going to be for Cleveland County, right? Area of spin. It's now crossing into southeastern Oklahoma County, right? Trackers have been all over this. They've not seen power flashes. It is definitely spinning, and it's going to head up towards Brandon and Hank and McLeod. Okay, so tornado warning continues right here. Another area of spin, and Cassie was pointing this out. Good catch. This is how fast they form down here west of Ottawa. All right, and this could begin to ramp up just a bit. All right, let's show shear rate here. Let's see what this is showing, Cassie. On shear rate, there it is. There it is. Okay, so another area of spin. And folks, that's for a night like this. Here's the deal. You take every situation, every weather event, and you kind of evaluate it from the beginning, because what it shows you at the start of the event is kind of the precedence for the evening or the night or whatever. All right? You can get tornadoes when shear rate looks like that. It doesn't have to be way up here in the high category where it's a big donut hole and all that going on, okay? But that is strong enough. We need to watch that. You folks in Etowah, please be watching this, okay? We certainly are. There's a hook developing here, and that's going to go right over Etowah, and then from there to Brooksville, and then from there to Tecumseh, okay? So you folks in Ottawa, or Etowah, excuse me, Etowah, that is an area that we're watching, okay? All right, let's go back north now, and let's talk about what's moving through. Again, everything in Oklahoma City, nothing severe as far as tornadoes or tornado threat in Oklahoma City. It's all down here, and it's right here now crossing pretty much on top of Brandon. All right, so let's go back to Brandon Pennell. Let's bring him in and get an update from Brandon and check in with him. And Brandon, do you have me? Brandon, your shot's frozen.
Yeah, David, I got you.
Okay, go ahead. Give me an update. It's knocking on your door. Circulation is just about on top of you. It's like, really like about a half mile behind you. It's crossing I-40 here in about the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, so we're on top of the Kickapoo Turnpike Bridge that turns back north, David, on top of I-40, kind of waiting on it. When we first arrived about 3 minutes ago, our winds were almost dead calm, and now they're gusting about 35 miles an hour out of the southeast again. So I would say that the circulation's probably just off to my southwest somewhere. And hold on, as we speak, my winds are kind of switching more easterly. So the circulation's got to be on my doorstep, but I still can't see a lowering, but it is pitch black looking back to my southwest, David.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? Here's the deal. It is still there. Now, not spinning as tight. Now, again, shear rate has come down on it. It has weakened a little bit, but it is still spinning. So we need to keep tracking it as we keep moving it east. Okay, so Brandon's up high. He's got a great spot there, and he's looking back at it here, and he's looking at the area of circulation. Okay, let's go back to Links 3, kind of give you the overview, and let's kind of back out of this. Let's kind of give everybody at home what's going on, kind of the big shot, the big view of what's going on. Now, again, nothing severe behind the line. Once the line moves by, it is no longer severe. Now, eastern Oklahoma instability is not as high as it is and has been up and down I-35 and points west. So as these storms continue to move east, the main threats are still going to be some hail, yes, nickel and dime size hail. Wind, 50 to 60, might have a few gusts to 70. And there will be for a while longer a tornado threat. Now the storm's up north. Let's go ahead and zoom on in up here, Cassie. Let's start up north. Folks, we're not forgetting about you up here, but your storms have weakened. And again, they are still strong, still intense. I don't see anything that I'm concerned about. It just takes me a second. I can see the line. And I kind of just hone in on these little areas of spin, all right? And it's a sickness I have. Or I can just, these little things start to, and I don't see anything up here right now. Was that bad? Okay. All right. So I don't see anything up here that's crazy. Now I want to point out, see the area of spin right there? And that came right to the northwest. That was earlier. Now it wasn't crazy. It was broad, but we had some winds in there 50 to 60, right? It went right over Highway 64 and just east of Jet. That's now weakened. So the storms up here have weakened. No longer severe. Let's go back to reflectivity on that. No longer severe up here, but that could change. It won't take much for these to ramp back up. Raymond, Blackwell, Ponca City, you're going to get storms. You're going to get some small hail, some gusty winds. All right, now the storms down to the south are severe. Let's come back south here. Just blew through Guthrie, going to Stillwater, going to Perkins, going to Kearney. The line moving basically east-northeast at 40, 45 miles per hour. Stillwater, Perkins, Kearney, you're next. And Cassie, let's do a storm track. And let's do a pretty good one here. Let's go, well north to well south when you get that set up. And the severe storms now are in eastern Oklahoma County, eastern Logan County, coming into western Payne County. That area of circulation, I want to point out, it continues to gradually weaken. All right, that's what we like. But there's another area of spin down here by Etowah that I'm really concerned about right now. All right, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that, okay? So, again, they spin up, they produce a tornado, and then they spin down. And we know we had the tornado live on the air. It was small, it was weak, it was wimpy, but it was at Union City at 152 and Highway 81, spun up right in front of Hank Brown live on News 9. I know it was weak, but it became stronger. We had power flashes. The number of folks right now, we'll have to look at the latest number here in Oklahoma City. But what was the latest count there, Cass? It's just over 2,000 OG&E customers in Oklahoma City without power. That's roughly about 6,000 people. So, again. Okay, hey, Cass, your mic's not on. Go ahead, say that again.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I got you.
Okay. OG&E in Oklahoma City, we've got a little over 2,000. Yes.
Yep.
And then in Garvin County, we have about 200 customers. It's kind of all over the place. In Grady County, we're still back to about 372 customers. And we do have that track ready on Links 4 if you want to take that.
Yep, let's do it. All right, great job, Cassie. Let's go to Links 4 here. And once again, Links 4 control room will show you the track. Now, we've done a pretty good track here on everything. And we're taking it into Lincoln County for now, so we can get a lot of our cities in here. But moving into Billings right now, Perry 105, Shawnee about 114. That's on the leading edge. We give you a little bit of room in here, okay? A little bit of lead time on that. So Shawnee 114, Stillwater 118, Sulphur 121, Chandler 124, Ardmore 127, Seminole 135, Ponca City at 136, and Cushing at about 138, Ada 138, Stroud at about 143, and Pawnee at about 146 in the morning. And Holdenville at about 2 o'clock in the morning, okay? Holdenville way over here. So 2 o'clock in the morning. So right now, no tornado warnings in effect. It is all severe thunderstorm warnings, but we have areas of spin that continue to spin that we're worried about, okay? Because they look like they did earlier when they started to produce tornadoes and a little bit of damage. We do have tornado damage, we think, really out in Canadian County, at least a little bit, and wind damage plus a little bit of tornado damage and also a little bit of some light, possibly tornado damage in Oklahoma County. I think it would be very, very light or low wind, EF0. It may be a low end EF1, but it's going to be a weak, very brief, weak tornado. We had several of those ongoing, okay? But the severe storms now run from Payne County back down to Garvin County. The line's moving east-northeast at 40 miles per hour. It is now in the eastern sides of Oklahoma County. By the way, not a whole lot of lightning when the line came through, right? Not much lightning with that. Okay, let's go back to Links 1. And we'll look at shear rate. And let's talk about this right here. A little area of spin down here. Right here. It's right over Etowah. And that's the area that's southeast of Lake Thunderbird. There's Norman. Norman, you're out of it. All right? It's raining there, but that's it for you. Etowah, thunderstorms there with the line. And this is an area of spin. And let's go ahead and lapse that. Cassie, let's see what it's doing there. Right over Etowah. And from there, it's going to Brooksville. Talked about this about 30 minutes ago. Little area of spin going to Brooksville, and then from there going to either Tecumseh or Orlsboro. Okay, it's going to try to make it that far. Now let's turn reflectivity on, and I want you to see the kink in this. I want you to see the little hook in this. There it is, right there. Right there. All right, anybody talking back there? Does anybody have anything? Okay, so this is an area of spin that's again, over Etowah, and it's going to head up towards Tecumseh and Brooksville. A little area of spin there. Not quite tornado warned criteria, but it is spinning for sure. Let's turn on velocity data. Take a look at that. And it's right here, a little kink right there. But you know what? It's not crazy strong. It's not crazy strong. It's a kink, but I can live with the kink. I can't live with it when it tightens up. That's when we start to have problems. Okay, so I tell you what, let's check in with our trackers again. Let's go back to Lynx 3 control room. And my bad, let's go back to Lynx 3. And trackers have really honed in on this area here that's been giving us all the problems. Let's go back to Hank one more time, get an update from Hank. And Hank, I tell you what, the area of circulation you guys were on earlier, that's weakened, but there's another area over Etowah that's going to head to the northeast. And we need to keep tracking this stuff here. It's going to be about 2 miles northeast of Etowah, and right now it's going to try to head towards Tecumseh, or maybe as far south as Brooksville. So Hank, what do you think right now? What do you see off to your south there?
Actually, David, I've moved north a little bit towards McLeod, so I'm at about the Fire Lake Grocery. I'm on 102, just north of I-40. I'm right on the nose of that circulation area and where I'm showing the highest velocity. So we're going to punch through this real quick, see what it has to offer, and if it doesn't seem too serious, we'll turn around and come back down to I-40 to prepare for what's down here to the south of us. I can see the wraparound that's coming back into the cloud base right to my north, right in front of me. So we are right on the edge of what's left of this circulation that's coming towards McLeod at the moment, David.
Hank, right now, if we query some of the data, you've got a west-northwest wind, like you said, on the wrap to your northwest at about 55 miles per hour. So the circulation is going to be basically between you and McLeod. It's going just to your north. But yeah, so wind's about 55, at least looking at velocity data.
Yeah, okay. It's hitting me now. I'm taking a direct wind now.
Okay.
I'm a couple of miles south. Was that a lightning or a power flash? Lightning. I'm a couple of miles south of McLeod right now, and I'm taking probably a 50-mile-an-hour, give or take, wind. It's nothing too crazy at the moment, but I think it's going to get a. Was that a deer? Good night. Man, it's been a wild night. Deer, tornadoes, everything. So I'm just south of McLeod. We're coming in to the south edge of McLeod, and I can see the cloud base, and the winds that are nosing into me right now are about 50 miles an hour from the southwest. So I think they're a little bit stronger just to my west. We're going to let it come over us, and I'll let you know what we find, David. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, no doubt about it. And Hank's right there. He's still on that area of circulation. Let's go back to Lynx 3. And Hank and Patty Brown had the tornado live right at Highway 152 and 81. It was weak. It was tiny. But they were right there. And I mean, it went right over the vehicle. And then Valcaster caught it on I-40 and had power flashes. And it was either, really, it was both. We think we had some brief tornado action going on, okay, with the tornado on the ground, at least off and on. At the same time, the wind wrapping around the tornado, okay? All right, so what's that control room? Okay, yeah, we'll show that here in just a second. Let's Lynx 3 here. I want to show you this. This is where Hank is. Here's the old area of circulation right there. And again, the tornado, the spin, it's now pretty much going over McLeod, but it has weakened, okay? It has weakened for sure. Okay, so that's good news, but Hank's still keeping an eye on that. You got to watch these things. Okay, so let's back out of this, and let's see what's going on down to the south. Now, this is the area of spin down here, and that's a pretty decent couplet, folks. That's over Etowah. That is going, gosh, that's really lifting north. Yeah. Okay, so, okay, who's to the north now? Let's drop this down for me, Cassie. Brandon and Tom. Oh, we need Tom to head east on I-40. Yeah, get Tom east on I-40 in a big, big hurry. Let's go back to Tom Pastrano. Let's bring Tom in here. Let's bring Tom back. Hey, Tom, can you hear me? If you can, go ahead, give me an update. New area of circulation now, and it's beginning to occlude, Tom. It's going to try to go over Shawnee. It's going to try to go over Shawnee, Tom, that area of spin. So get east. And, Tom, what do you see right there as you look off to your southeast? A little bit of a lowering now. It's almost straight south of you. Go ahead.
You know, the lightning has really come down a lot, so it's really hard to see anything in these storms. I can't make out any lowerings. I can't make out there isn't any power flashes or anything, but
We are looking south, and I just can't see anything. We're pretty close to the Grand Casino right now on I-40, and we're getting ahead of this line here, so we'll be in Shawnee shortly. But if we see anything, we'll let you know.
Of the lightning flashes and all that, maybe sure we got the best of the best. Okay. No, but okay. Are they going through it? We're good on that? Okay, let's go back to Hank now, and let's get an update from Hank. And a lot going on here tonight, right? Let's go back to Hank and find out and check in with him. Hank, what do you think? You can see the lowering now off to your southeast and one to your north. Go ahead.
Yeah, the lowering to my north right now is crossing over 102. So I am just on the south edge. I'm about a mile south of McLeod. And I don't see, I mean, there's a very pronounced lowering. I don't see any funnels or anything like that, or no power flashes. My winds here are not very strong, but just a few hundred yards ahead of us, there's a very distinct lowering that is just now cleared 102 and is moving off to the east, David. You might see it right here in a lightning flash.
Yep.
It's right above us. I mean, it's just off to my northeast right now. The winds are starting to pick up, but it doesn't feel tornadic QLCS type winds at the moment. Our winds are all still out of the wood. Yeah, they're still westerlies.
Okay.
So anyway, that lowering's moving into McLeod right now. So, but right now the winds do not seem to be all that dangerous at the moment, David. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Well, that's great. I mean, that's exactly what we want. We want them to stay below that tornado threshold and stay weaker, and a little bit of wind, a little bit of hail, sure, but, the tornado threat. Let's go back to, is still there, though. Go ahead.
I would check in with Brandon, because I know he has
let's go.
something.
Oh, that's right. Let's go to Brandon, and let's check in with Brandon, find out where he is. And, Brandon, what do you think? Do you have power lines down, or what do you have going on? Give us an update.
Well, David, we came south on Harrah Road back to I-40 to get back east, and I thought that we might have ran over some down power lines. There was a lot of leaf debris and tree debris in the road in a certain area, and we went over some what appeared to be cable wires or down power lines. I'm not sure where they came from, but they were stretched across the road. So there had definitely been some kind of either a small circulation or some wind damage that come through there, because the trees had just been shredded of all their leaves. And then we had those cables across the road. But we're eastbound on I-40 right now, trying to get back out in front of this. So when we get back out in front, we'll let you know what we can see.
Behind you were the power lines possibly across, and the tree damage there on I-40. How far behind you?
It was actually on Harrah New Walla Road.
Okay.
And what did you say, Katy Road? And Katy Road, just on the south side of 29th and Harrah Road, I believe, about 2 miles south of that.
Okay. Okay. All right. That sounds good. All right. Great. And, well, Brandon, keep going east. Keep going east. And we'll keep it going here. Let's go back to Valcaster. And Val's coming in the backside of the line. And let's bring Val in here. Let's go to Val. Let's bring his shot up. Get an update from Val. And, hey, Val, we've got some damage, it looks like. And if you don't mind, maybe take a look at it. You have something going on ahead of you right now. But Brandon was talking about trees are shredded and possibly some power lines down across the road there, not too far east of you. What do you think?
Well, yeah, definitely I should be coming across it pretty soon if it's there. We are definitely in the core right now, but our goal is to try and get out ahead of that circulation that's coming up from Etowah. And, I mean, the way things are going tonight, David, I mean, there could be another one developed, too, further south of that. If everything continues like it's going to be. So anyway, we're going to watch it. We'll let you know if we come across any damage. Back to you. Okay. All right. Great job, Val. Keep coming east with it here. Keep coming east. And we'll just keep everything going eastbound and down. All right. Let's go back to Links 3. And let's take a look at this. Now, here's the area of spin now. The northern area is gone. All right. There's still winds blowing at 50 to 55 going into Lincoln County and Pottawatomie County. But this is the area of spin now. Folks, it's going to go right on top of Shawnee. It looks like it was going to be Tecumseh, and it still is, but I think Tecumseh and Shawnee, you're in the line of fire, and the circulation right now is crossing 102 and Highway 9. It's right here. Let's turn on shear rate, Cassie, and see what we get out of this, and right there. There it is. Very, very pronounced where the area of circulation is. All right? So if it gets any stronger, we're going to drop a News 9 tornado warning on this.
because it is strong enough. So Tom's out ahead of it. The old tornado warning, the old tornado threat is pretty much gone to the north. And now we have the new area of spin right here, just to the northwest of Brooksville and west of Tecumseh, but the movement there is northeast. Okay, is that a new storm track on the big view? If you want to redo that one, that'd be great. We'll get that up again. Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning continues for Pottawatomie County into Lincoln County. The tornado threat, at least right now, is gone with that northern storm, that northern part of the storm. But now we're talking about this. And watch how this starts to ramp up. And see the C shape it's beginning to make? And it kind of starts out, a little curly Q on the top part on shear rate. It shows you areas of shear, areas of spin, and wind. Speed and rotation is what this product is. And it's deadly accurate. It's very accurate on damaging winds or areas of rotation. Go ahead.
That track is ready on Links 4 when you are.
Okay, let's go to, yep, Links 4. Great job. Let's take a look at it here. And this is going to be a storm track on the whole line. Once again, we'll start you off way north. And Ponca City at 138. All right, 138 is still back to your west, but it'll come into Ponca City. So start you off here at Stillwater, 117, Shawnee, 121 in the morning. All right, and again, but Shawnee, you've got another problem with that area of circulation down to your southwest, so we're watching that carefully. Chandler, 125, Sulphur, 132, Cushing, 136, Ardmore, 136, Ponca City, there it is, 138, Stroud, 143, Seminole, 144 in the morning, and Pawnee at about 145, Ada at about 148, and Bristow at about 2 o'clock in the morning. So again, the whole line is not severe. Not severe down here into Carter County. Okay, not severe down here, but just stout, winds 40 to 50. Where you're going to get the winds 60, up to 60 is going to be from Payne County back down to, talking about Pontotoc County and eastern Garvin County. Okay, so let's go ahead and zoom on in. And Links 3, or Links 1, I'm sorry. Let's go to Links 1, my bad. There's the area of spin. Okay, now what I like about this is it's not as tight as what it was. Now, but also, see this right here? Another area of spin now, west of St. Louis. Okay, another area of spin west of St. Louis. And coming in on Tecumseh, mesocyclone is right there. And it's going to go on or south of Shawnee. It's kind of straightened out a little bit. But if I'm in Shawnee or Tecumseh, I'm watching this like we are, right? This could easily, quickly pick up and intensify and ramp up and give us a quick spin up here or a tornado. Okay? So Tecumseh, Shawnee, winds, you're for sure going to get winds 40 to 50 and going to have some gusts in there close to 60. What does velocity data show here? Cass, I know it's not going to be crazy high right now. Just curious. Stop. Yeah, Macomb, what do you see in there? 45, yeah, I'll say 50. So, you know, winds 40 to 50, 55 maybe. All right, but let's go a little farther north now up the line. Hank's a little farther north. And let's check in with Val's coming in from the west. Let's check in with Brandon again. And there's the area of spin here too. There's right here, this is it. There's two areas we're watching. This right here, and then back out of this just a second. Cass, back out. Okay. Yeah, okay, go ahead and zoom back in just a little bit more. All right, let's turn on shear right here. It's right here. Yeah, that's it right there. Okay, it's weakened some. That's good. It's going to go on Shawnee and then south. Shawnee and south, area of spin. Okay, moving off again at 40. Okay, so let's zoom back in. And again, here in Oklahoma City, real quick, turn on reflectivity. Showing you here in the metro, this is all just good old-fashioned great rains. We need that. Severe line of storms now running from eastern Oklahoma County, moving into western Lincoln County, down to Pottawatomie County. And again, along this line is where we see the areas of spin. We've already had a couple of tornadoes tonight. We had the one at Union City at Highway 152 and Highway 81. We had it live on the air right here on News 9. I'll show you that here coming up in just a second. It was weak, it was wimpy, but then it got stronger and then produced, again, some more wind damage with power flashes and the whole ball of wax coming through Canadian County. All right, so there's the line. Let me show you the video from earlier, and this is from Hank and Patty Brown back at Union City when the line was coming in overhead. And we'll show you the video here, and you'll notice the wind direction, and you'll notice the swirl that goes right in front of him. Now watch it right here. Now his winds, by the way, go from 30 to 40. Now watch the wind. Starts to pick up. He said the winds were going 60, going to 70. Watch the wind and watch the wind switch. That was it. No, really, that was it. And didn't have any power flashes right here. But Valcaster did right after that. We can show you that next piece of video. We'll show this one more time. The wind, this is inflow into the tornado. And you can already see debris up here going that way. It's already starting. You can hear Hank on the air. Tornado went right over us. And there it is. You can hear him talking. So that's what was going on with that. And then Valcaster's video, power flashes. There's the lowering from that as it went north of I-40, more power flashes. And then we had, again, more power flashes coming out of that. We'll show you that video coming up. And then step out of the way here. Power flash, power flash, power flash. And that's going to be on the wrap. That's going to be on the wrap of the tornado itself, or that's going to be some weak tornado damage going on there. Very weak, very brief, okay? But it was a little bit stronger here, and it looked like that on velocity data, it looked like that on shear rate as it moved to the northeast up towards Val. It actually became a little bit stronger. All right, so let's turn the warnings on here, Cass, on just to see where we are. Make sure we're good. Okay, so everything inside the yellow flashing boxes are severe storms. And coming into Shawnee right about now, coming into Sulphur here shortly. But once you get south and west of Sulphur, no longer severe. And then everything is, again, is severe basically from Payne County down into Pottawatomie County, okay? And everything, again, moving off to the east. You still have it at 40?
Yeah, it's slowing it down a little bit, so yeah. 40.
But a pretty impressive line, no doubt about it. I mean, strong jet stream up top, lower levels. And we're getting these, little areas of spin now. And it all started with that Union City brief weak tornado. It started there. Okay, so the line is severe. Let's go ahead and zoom on in, take a look at the line now. No severe weather in Oklahoma, downtown Oklahoma City or Canadian County. The severe weather threat is running from Stillwater, moving into Stillwater right now, down 177, pretty much paralleling 177, going right down Highway 62. Okay, so let's check back in with our trackers here one more time. And there's Jeremy. Jeremy's out ahead of it here. Jeremy's in Meeker. And we have Val, we have Hank here, we have Brandon and Tom out ahead of the line here. And let's get an update from Hank and see what he sees. He's kind of been back in the line here just a little bit. And see what his winds are right now. And he's in Shawnee. No, excuse me, he's at the casino, it looks like. Hank, what do you think? What are your winds right there?
They're not much at all, David. We pulled in right here. We came through Dale, and we're at the Grand Casino here, watching this little circulation or little notch to our south. But right now, our winds are pretty calm, believe it or not. There's nothing going on here. It's kind of light rain. I really figured we were kind of what looks like just in the edge of that notch. The winds here are pretty calm. I imagine that's going to change here in just a second, but I don't see anything that resembles any type of circulation, David. Back to you.
Great job there, Hank. And Hank's right there at the casino, northwest of Shawnee, right there on I-40. And again, he's back in the rain, but there's still some circulation just to his east. Okay, let's go to Links 3, talking about where the spin is right now. And I think we have some of our reporters are in damage that we've had from earlier. We're checking with them coming up here in just a minute. But area of spin now coming into Tecumseh. It's still there. Another area. I was talking about this earlier, crossing 177 west of St. Louis. Not tornadic, not yet, but it doesn't take much. We're watching that. Everything moving through Pottawatomie County at about 35 miles per hour. Okay, and then we have, again, trackers here. They bunched up right now because that's where the main show was, but now we're going to fan out and check out this stuff here. Now, this is going to go on in just south of Shawnee. It's crossing 177 here in the next 10 minutes. But it is severe. Winds are going to be 50, maybe 60, with, again, another threat for an isolated tornado. It would ramp up quickly, and it would come out of something like this. That's what the tornadoes look like tonight on radar, right? That's what they look like on radar tonight, like that. And, that's a problem because they form quickly, they produce, and then they go away. Okay, so once again, severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go ahead and let's go to links 1 or 3. What do you think?
Either one works for me.
Okay, let's do it. Let's go to links 3. And let's take a look at this on Links 3, and this is reflectivity, showing the main severe line now running from Stillwater. Winds up here, 50, maybe 60, in Stillwater, over to Yale. Let's go ahead and zoom on in, Cassie, on to Payne County up here.
Go to Val.
All right, let's go to Val Castro here, then we'll come back to Payne County, I promise. Let's go back to Val. Val, go ahead, give us an update. What do you think?
So at our location, David, we're looking, our roof cam right there is looking due south at the area where that circulation should be south of us. You can kind of see some cloud structure, but just about 30 seconds ago, maybe 60 seconds ago, we saw a power flash, just a single power flash right beneath that. So I'm not for certain, you know, what caused that. Obviously, it was probably some wind doing that, but I haven't seen another one since. But right there in the shot, you can see the structure there, and obviously that's a pretty ominous base.
Yeah.
And we're going to watch that as that comes up. I mean, that's pretty good size there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's right where that kink is in that line, right where you could say the velocity couplet is right there. It's going to cross 40, I believe, maybe just barely east of us.
Yep, no doubt about it.
Very, very impressive.
Val,
it's not that far. So I'm going to pull over here in a minute.
Yeah, Val, that looks really, really good right now from your camera. That's his night camera, and you can't see this, right, if you're out there with your eyes, but we can. It's a special camera, and he can see that. And look at that, folks. That's for real.
Okay.
Val.
Yes, it is. Go ahead, David.
Oh no, so you're looking off. You're looking off to the right now. You're looking down towards, well, pretty much over Shawnee, right? That's Shawnee right there in the background.
It's going to be right on the west side of Shawnee. That's pretty much where that is. I'm going to stop right here. We got a pretty good vantage point here. We're on I-40, and I'm going to say that we are pretty close to, what street is this? Leo Street, I guess. Anyway, a mile west, or 1 mile west of Kickapoo. And that's looking due south, and there's your updraft base right there.
That's it. Yeah, great job, Val. That's it. And Val, okay, here's the deal, Val. It's tightened up slightly, and it's going to be closer to Tecumseh versus Shawnee now. So you're looking to your south, and you're still, I know you're on the north side of it looking to the south, but that tighter area is just a little bit south of Shawnee right now, Val. Just a little bit, by about, mile and a half, 2 miles. So.
Okay, got it.
It's still there, and that's going to head over towards, it's going just north of Highway 9. It's actually moving almost east now. It's still moving east-northeast. Let's go back to Links 3, and let me show you what I'm talking about. So here's Val, here's Brandon, and Hank. And I tell you what, let's get Hank on that. Okay, let's get him on that and find out exactly where that was, if you don't mind. He's right there in the neighborhood, and let's get him on that. Let's get those guys all tied up here. Okay, so here's Brandon, here's OBU, here's Shawnee. Area of spin, it's kind of stretched out. That's what Val was talking about, the couplet. And it runs from just south of Shawnee and Shawnee down to Tecumseh. It's right here. That's the area of spin here, right here. Clearly crossing 177. It is severe. Winds are going to be 50, maybe 60. But the area that I'm concerned about for the possibility of a developing tornado would be right here. Okay? Just to the north, went right over Tecumseh. Right here. All right, Cassie, let's turn on shear rate. And there it is, right where it should be. Colors are not quite as impressive. We don't see as many maroons as we had earlier. Okay? Not as many maroons on the map. But still area of shear right here, right over just from Shawnee down to Tecumseh. Not a News 9 tornado warning, not a tornado warning on this yet. But we are watching it. We're watching it. But right now, it's just kind of holding its own. It's just kind of even here, okay? That's good. That's good. We like things to be either dying, weakening, or just holding their own. That's good enough for us. And right now, it's just kind of holding its own. It's weakened in the last 20 minutes, but right now, it's just kind of doing its own thing. Okay, let's go back to reflectivity. And you can see the kink in the line right here. There it is, right there. A little bit of a kink. From Shawnee down to Tecumseh. A little bit of a kink right there. And there's something going on right here. Okay? A little bit of a kink right here, north of Tecumseh. That's kind of a little bit of an inflow notch developing right in here. Right in here. Okay, so not a tornado warning, at least not yet. Watching it. Heavy rain now coming into Shawnee, a little bit of lightning and thunder. Turn on the lightning there, Cass. What do you think on the lightning strikes? What do you see on that? Crazy?
It's definitely been really low.
God, it's crazy, isn't it?
One strike in that viewing area within 10,
that's over near
minutes.
McLeod. So here's the deal. You're at home thinking, really, we're talking about tornadoes? And yeah, we haven't had that much lightning. This is all about dynamics and shear and spin in the atmosphere. Not a big electrical storm at all. We had a lot of lightning out in western Oklahoma today, but not that much with this. Not that much with this. Okay, is Hank all good with that on the location? Yeah. Okay, okay. Just want to make sure. Okay, so we'll back out of this. And let's kind of give you the overview. Now, here in Oklahoma City, this is going to be another hour or two of some good old-fashioned rain coming in, which is great. And then we have the severe line running from Payne County down to Lincoln County, Pottawatomie County. And let's go to Payne County here quickly. And like we said we would, let's go back to Payne County here. Zoom on in. It just crossing through Stillwater. Winds 50. Yeah, not crazy wind up here. All right, you might have a gust of 60. Still could get a power outage or two, some power bumps. It's going to Yale, Cushing. It's going to Shamrock. It's going to Stroud. It's going to Chandler. Okay, the whole line's moving east at about 40. Okay, so there's that line to the north. Okay, we're talking about tornado damage. Let's go live. Let's come back to Oklahoma City at Northwest 122nd and Rockwell. Let's go to Augusta and to check in with her. And she is where we're either going to have some tornado damage and or wind damage wrapping around that area of circulation, okay? So that's an area that we're talking about. And we'll check in with her coming up here in just a few minutes. Okay, so here's what's happening. Line of storms, still severe, running from Payne County, Lincoln County, Pottawatomie County, now moving into northwestern Pontotoc County. All right, the line moving east at 35 to 40. Pretty good clip coming in towards Stroud. And we'll get a storm track on that eventually. We'll take a look at that again. And let's zoom back in here again, Cassie. Oklahoma City, we're good. This is all good rains in here. Okay, severe weather is along this line. What we watch for are little spin-ups that poke their heads out, little mesocyclones, and I don't see anything there that I'm real concerned about. And then down to the south here, we have this little area down here, kind of a little bow. And on the north sides of the bow, a little bit of a spin there. I don't see anything like what we had earlier. So that is a good thing. Okay. Okay. What's that, Jen? What's that say? Go ahead. What's it say?
Shawnee 126, just now, this picture that you want to turn
Oh,
around.
okay, okay. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. She's writing in language I don't understand. She's writing in code. I'm like, what? What are the passwords? Okay. There's all kinds of stuff going on in here. Okay, so anyway, from Payne County through Lincoln County, Pottawatomie County, severe storms, winds 50 to 60. And let's take a look at Val's Shawnee video here. This is what the lowering looked like just at 126. So just a few minutes ago. This is Val Castor's video. We were live with this. And I can show you his video here. And this is when he was looking south, down towards Shawnee and Tecumseh. And this is what the lowering looked like. That's Yukon. That's not the Shawnee stuff. That's the Yukon stuff from earlier. And that's when you had the other lowering as it was coming out of Union City and moving into El Reno. That's Val Castor's first piece of video of the night, okay? And we just added a second piece control room. It's called Val Shawnee. All right, so once again, line running from all of northern Oklahoma, from Kansas, down east of the metro, at least east Oklahoma City, down to Shawnee, moving east at about 40, 45, 40. Coming into Shawnee right now, we've had a couple of areas of spin, but nothing too crazy that I'm worried about right now, except for this little area down here we've been tracking. And then back in behind this is just good old-fashioned light to moderate rain. This is Next Gen Live, our 1,000,000-watt radar. And again, this is now Lincoln County, Pottawatomie County, okay? Where the severe storms are also up in Payne County. All right, so let's back out of this one more time, Cass, here, and talk about, I'll tell you what, let's switch radars, TLX, to show the big view. Let's talk about up north. Ponca City, again, we're talking about you, just not as much because we have other bigger problems elsewhere, but Ponca, not crazy wind, not damaging winds, maybe 40, 20 to 40, some gusty winds, some small hail, heavy rain, a little bit of lightning and thunder. And that goes on down to into Noble County, and then from there all the way south, okay? But the severe storms are running from Payne County into Lincoln County, Pottawatomie County, down into Pontotoc County. Okay, I think we have Augusta. She is live at Northwest 122nd and Rockwell. And if we have her, control room. And hello, Augusta. Good morning. Good seeing you again. And you have found the damage. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead. Give us an update on what you found.
We have found a little bit. Yeah, thanks, David. So we're off of Rockwell, where 128th and Rockwell. We're in those neighborhoods where storm trackers saw power flashes. You know, what was that, about 12:30 when they were seeing power flashes off the Kilpatrick Turnpike? So OG&E is reporting about 2,100 people out of power in this area, and this is the damage that we found. It just looks like a heavy wooden play set that was knocked over. So something strong definitely went through this area. There's also a piece of fencing right around the corner. I just talked to a neighbor, and they said a little bit of fencing was ripped out. They said they had a couple of quick power outages. The power tried to fight to stay on, and then it went out. And these streets are dark. The street lights down Rockwell Avenue coming off the Kilpatrick Turnpike where we came in are black. So anybody in this area who might be going out and about now, just keep that in mind. And yep, no power on these blocks yet. So we're seeing a little bit of damage here to some lighter, home equipment, and then some damage to some fencing. OG&E reporting over 2,000 people right now out of power in this area. In Northwest Oklahoma City, Augusta McDonald, Oklahoma's Own News 9. Back to you.
All right, great job, Augusta. Thank you so much, and great job out there tonight. So news crews are out covering some of the damage, and again, that's going to be either tornado damage or wind damage associated with the mesocyclone as it came through Oklahoma City and out of Canadian County. All right, Northwest, again, at 122nd in Rockwell. Northwest 122nd, the tornado went right over that neighborhood, went right over that house. And again, it was sporadic, it was up and down, it was weak, but to turn something like that over, winds 70, 80, 90 miles per hour, quick spin up like Hank and Patty Brown had when it was at Union City, when the tornado was at Union City. And it was weak, it was brief, no doubt about it, but it was on the ground there for just a short period of time, but it lifted and came back down again. So we've had some sporadic tornado damage across Canadian County into far northwestern Oklahoma County. It looks like it was weak, it was brief. We had the power outages, the power flashes going on. So that's what's going on with that. All right, so the line now runs from Nebraska to Texas. And again, storms in Ponca City, Kay County, Noble County, leaving Perry are not severe. They are strong up here. They are intense, some small hail, gusty winds. They are severe now. Let's zoom on into Payne County. Talk about what's going on up in here. Payne County down to Perkins, 177, storms headed towards Yale and Cushing. Still can see winds 50 to maybe 60. And Cassie, go ahead and throw some velocity data on here. Let's see what's going on with that. And yeah, really have to work hard. I mean, I know it's a ways from the radar, and we're being attenuated a little bit here, but still, it's not crazy wind in there for sure. Okay, let's come back south now. Just stay with velocity data. Let's just come back south. And okay, yeah, I don't see anything too off the charts. Now this is a little bit interesting. Still down here, this is what we've been talking about. Right here, a little area of spin went right over Tecumseh. It's right here, and it's going just north of 270. That's now 270 east of Tecumseh. Little area of circulation. There's another one at St. Louis, went right over St. Louis. See that inflow notch? And there's another one down here, northwest of Oil Center. Another area of spin there. So 3 areas that we're watching. And that's exactly what the Union City brief tornado looked like when it came through and developed right on top of Union City. Let's take a look at that video one more time, folks. This is going to be from Hank and Patty Brown from Union City. We had this live on News 9. We issued our own News 9 tornado warning. Watch the video here. Watch his winds pick up from the east. He's looking off to the southwest. Watch the wind, east wind, west wind. And he said it live, tornado right there, live on the air. And it went right, it was a small, weak, brief tornado, right? Would almost not even knock you down, but that's exactly what these things look like when they're small. Look at the swirl developing out by the lights here. We'll play this again for you.
We got a small tornado. We're in it right now, David.
You can hear him.
I don't know if you just saw that, but
we saw it. And watch the swirl begin to develop as it's coming at him. The debris starts to go up around these lights right here. Watch it one more time. Watch the debris up in here. See that? See that? That's right there. And that is doing this. the tornado runs from here to the lights. So it's actually about, yeah, you can 60, 80, yards across from where he is to across the street, 50, 60 yards. And that's it. And that's what the tornado looked like. Not enough to bring down power lines, not enough to bring down power poles, but look at the poles here rocking. And he had winds to about 70 miles per hour, and that's it. There's your tornado. So, wow. Okay, that was earlier, live, right here. Okay, on News 9. Let's get to it here. And links 3 again would be fine. 3 areas of spin. We're still watching. Tom Pastrano's right there. Let's get an update from Tom. Let's take Tom's shot, get an update, check in with him. Tom, what do you think? Looking at the storm there, the circulation, it's right. Tom, it's right in front of you. It looks like it's going to be right out your right in front of you. You're going southbound. It's right there. Tom, what do you think? A little bit of a circulation still left now, just crossing in front of you.
Yeah, it's still hard to see without all the lightning or anything. We did see somewhat of a lowering, a ragged lowering right in front of us, but nothing too scary like we saw earlier. We do have winds coming from the west-southwest at our location. So, yeah, they're pretty strong from the southwest, actually, here.
Okay, so what are your winds right there out of the southwest? So circulation is now just to your east. What are your winds right there? What speed? What do you think?
They're about 20 to 30.
Oh, okay. All right. Not too crazy. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Tom, keep going with it here a little bit longer. Let's see what it does. And, yeah, keep tracking it here. These things can change so fast, and we don't want anybody to get hurt tonight or these things to ramp up and get weird on us. We don't like weird. Let's go back to links 1. And links 1, and this is going to be looking at reflectivity. This is off our live radar, Next Gen Live. And I want to point out, there's that little kink, right, that was over OBU. That kink is gone. That kink is gone now. The kink down near Earlsboro. Let's drop south here, Cassie. Let's see what's going on down here. That's gone. That's interesting to me. Southeast of Earlsboro, a little bit of a kink. We have some showers trying to be pulled into this possibly, which means that it would be tightening up. All right, let's keep an eye on that. Maybe a little inflow notch right here. Okay. Go to shear rate. Let's see what shear rate looks like north of Maud. And there it is. There you go. Okay. So, we look for all these, keys and little signatures that start to pop up. First, it starts out with reflectivity. And when you look at that and you think, okay, something looks weird. And when we see something weird, if I see something weird, it's like, okay, let's go to the next test, right? We just do all these tests to make sure. And sure enough, you go to the next test and there's shear rate, showing exactly what I was talking about. Southeast of Earlsboro, another area of spin. Right now, it's certainly not strong enough for tornado warning, but we are tracking that. There's Seminole. This is going to be just west of Seminole, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles. And this is going to be the Pottawatomie County, Seminole County line. It's now right just 6 miles west of Seminole on the county line, crossing right now. Little area of spin. Tom's right there. There's Val to the north. Okay, so let's go back to links 4, doing a storm track. Storm track on links 4. Take a look at that. And there it is. So everything, again, moving east. Yale, 144. Prague, 148. Stroud, 148. Bowlegs, 150. Say Seminole, 150. Ada, about 153 in the morning. Wewoka, 206 in the morning. And Bristow, 211. And then Holdenville at about 214. Tishomingo, 220. And Okemah had about 221 in the morning. So that's still over here, obviously. Eastern sides. And still in our viewing area. Okay. And we're tracking it. Everything, again, moving east. So once again, a little bit of light to moderate rain, mainly light rain for Oklahoma City. No severe storms in Ponca. Only severe storms now we have are going to be in eastern Payne County, Lincoln County. Let's go ahead and zoom back in, Cassie. Let's zoom into Lincoln County here and look for any areas that look suspicious to us here.
Let's go back to links 3.
Okay, my bad. Links 3 control room. And a little area of spin right here, southwest of Maud. Okay, watching that. Little area of spin up here where Tom's on. Let's go a little farther north. Nothing up here. I hear an open mic. Is that coming in from somewhere?
Trackers are talking and you can hear it on my...
Okay. All right. Just curious. That's fine. That's how you hear everything? Or that's all you hear these days, or trackers in your head. You know you've gone on too long. It's probably time to call it quits when that's all you hear are trackers. All day. When they're not even talking to you, you might have a problem. All right, so looking for little areas spin. I don't see anything in Lincoln County right now. I see wind. I see wind 40 to 50. Let's go a little farther north into Payne County. And again, yeah, I don't see any spin up here. This is a solid straight line of storms moving from west to east. Okay, moving from west to east. And that's good, but what we watch for are the kinks. Okay, what we watch for are the kinks. Okay, so let's come back south one more time down the line. Stroud, down to Arlington, down to Prague and Centerview. Little kink here and little kink here, but it certainly isn't strong enough for a tornado warning. All right, and maybe a little kink down here we're watching. Okay, so Holdenville. So here's the deal. Severe storms, yes. I don't see anything right now with the tornado threat. Except, as soon as I say that, I see something down here by Maud. I see there's Earlsboro. Okay, let's come back here again and turn on shear rate one more time for me. What do I see down here? Yeah, little area of spin. There's Maud. Yep, now go back to reflectivity on that. There it is. All right, new little area of spin. There's Seminole, there's Bow Legs. It's right here. Okay. And I'm looking at other radar data here. I'm not passing out on you. I'm just checking out the data here, looking at, we've got screens, we got stuff all over the place. So all the radars, everything's up so I can see all the monitors, and anyway, it's crazy. Okay, so yeah, it's right over Maud. Little area of spin right here. You can clearly see it. This is going towards the radar. This is going away. A little bit of a kink. All right. Then also another one down here towards Sacred Heart. Need to keep an eye on that. All right. But nothing tornado crazy right now, if you know what I mean. All right. Let's come back north now. Check in with some of the trackers here. Let's see what they have. And let's go up north. Jeremy's. There's Brandon. Okay. Anything along the line? A little kink north of Val. Let's go to Val here one more time. He's just south of I-40. And get an update from Val and Amy Castor. Val, a little bit of a kink down to your south, down towards Maud. Shear rates come up on that, but nothing crazy right now. Nothing crazy I see right now. What do you think? Give me an update. I know little area, I see what you're looking at, but that area kind of comes and goes. What do you think looking off of your south and east?
Yeah, the area we have been watching at Earlsboro, it's weakened. In my opinion, it's really weakened. I just don't see it. We don't really see a lowering with it anymore. Matter of fact, we really don't see much in the way of structure like we saw earlier. But, you know, what you're seeing down in Maud, that appears to be coming up or has come up a little bit. Almost looks like that there might be a little bit of a stronger kink right there, I guess you could say, in the line. But, you know, this up here right where we're at has really come down. The bases have actually even risen just a little bit, David. Okay. Well, you know, that's a good sign. That's a good sign for everything, for that tornado threat being less and for that wind threat as well. As long as we can keep this thing weakening, we're doing better. Let's go back to Links 3. And Cassie, let's go to TLX and let's look at Ville here real quick. I'm just curious what the Villes look like and keep it lapsing on the Villes. And Links 3 would be fine. And go ahead and lapse it here. This is looking at storm strength. And, yeah, they've all weakened just a little bit here. So severe line of storms, once again, running from Payne County through Lincoln County into Pottawatomie County, now east of Shawnee, east of Tecumseh, coming in on Seminole County, and then from there back down to all the way down to Ada. It's actually west of Ada right now, and coming out of Garvin County into eastern Garvin County, east of Pauls Valley, coming into Pontotoc County. So that line is still severe down there. Winds are going to be 50 right now, maybe 50, maybe there might be a gust or two close to 60. Now, once again, if we get an area of circulation, it's going to be stronger than that. But right now, this has been the area. Our trackers are all lined up here. This is where we've had some of that, well, we've had the spin. We've had several areas of spin in here. Val's been on it, and Jeremy and Brandon and everybody else tracking this line as it's been moving east at a pretty good clip. Okay, so storm strength are on the lower end, and this is a little bit misleading because it shows them very, very weak, and they're not quite that weak.
They're not quite that weak, and they're still moving east at about 40. Okay, so reflectivity back on. Let's turn that back on and see where the line of storms currently located now. Again, Payne County, Lincoln County, Pottawatomie County. Line moving east at 35. Is that what you had the speed, Cassie? I had 35, 40. Okay, 35, close to 40. Okay, let's go to links 4. We'll do a storm track one more time. Everything moving east. Again, running from Prague at 151, Little 152, Bowlegs 153, Stroud 154, Drum Right 2 o'clock in the morning, Ada about 2 o'clock, Depew 208, Wewoka 209, Stonewall 215, Holdenville at about 216, and Okemah at about 224. Again, that's way over here. All right, it'll be on, still in our viewing area, eastern side. So right now, no tornado warnings in effect. A little bit of a spin. Let's go back to that one more time in mod. Winds right now are going to be 50, maybe 55. Cassie, seen anything higher than that?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not anymore.
Let's go back to a shear rate. Take a look at that. And let's go back. There we go. I want to see. Yeah. Okay, right in here. Little area, a few little small areas of spin, but far from tornadic. Far from tornadic. Okay, let's go back to reflectivity one more time here. And let's give you the big view. All right, so Seminole, coming into Seminole right now. Winds, maybe 50. Very small hail, gusty winds, a little bit of lightning and thunder. Folks, in this whole box, that whole view right now, there's down to 12 lightning strikes. So you're going to have a lot of rain. You're going to have a little bit of lightning and thunder, and that's going to be about it. Winds are going to be 40 to 50 as it moves east. All right, so we're still tracking it again as it moves east. We are going to take a break. We will regroup. We will be back. As always, stay on News 9. We'll keep you advised.